Good morning. Happy Friday to everyone. I have a message here from my first speaker, so I'm not sure if that means she can't make it or something's going on or she's got tech issues. So I'm going to go listen to her message because I just came in from walking my dog, so he'd be okay for 6 hours. Your hair looks beautiful. You look amazing. I haven't seen you in such a long time, Nikki.
You know, it is so good to be here, and what better day to be back than sitting on your summit.
Right? It's so
Thank you
much
so
fun.
much.
So
Thank
much
you so much for the invitation and being here. It's always amazing. So
always. You are
amazing
always welcome.
speakers.
You are always welcome here. I am gonna let Nikki. Well, first of all, the name of our series today of our summit is Authentic Leadership. And what's more fun than being authentic? What's harder than being authentic? Did you all know? Like, I know the people in the world of vibration and healing and whatnot understand the concept of love being the big, beautiful, high vibe energy. But did you know that authenticity actually has a higher vibration than love does, even? Isn't that amazing? And so maybe that's the reason it's hard to sometimes let ourselves go. Like, it requires a lot of confidence, a lot of self worth, and a lot of self love, like a really firm, strong foundation of self love to allow yourself to come on here. It's like, oh, people are like, oh, you were doing this, you were doing that on camera. So what? Who cares? People like authenticity. I still have a larger following than they do because they're so uptight and they're good people. They mean well. They just have this misconception that they need to be perfect somehow. Who's perfect in this world? I mean, on one level, the answer to that question is nobody. On the other side, everybody, right? So we're all perfect the way that we are. And having imperfections, I think, makes us all the more interesting. So, on that note, I'm going to let you listen to Nikki Cruz, and she's going to tell you all about her wonderful self. In fact, I'd really like it if Nikki shared her story, if you don't mind, Nikki,
Okay.
a little bit. We will talk about the supplement. We could talk a little about them now too, but let me go and see what's going on with my first speaker. So, with that, I give you the amazing Mrs. Nikki Cruz.
Well, thank you very much, Marianne. And it is so true. It's sometimes so difficult to be authentic in a world of comparison and labels and all the rest. And you just, hey, one thing I've learned, be yourself. But to be yourself, you have to actually know and have clarity in who you are. Because when you don't, and when you don't really know who you are and what your purpose is, you start grasping at what everybody else is doing and being. And then you start trying to be somebody else. Let me tell you a secret. Be yourself. Everybody else is taken, you know? And I really learned this when I know some of you have heard my story, but I spent 11 years in a wheelchair and was eventually told I would never walk again. And I was angry because the world saw me in a certain way. And let me correct that. I assumed everybody saw me in that certain way. And when you feel like other people are seeing you in a certain way, whether it's negative or positive, you start behaving like that. That's not authentic at all. What you get to do is believe in yourself and bring your authentic self forward, regardless of how other people see you, because that's their vision. But the people you connect with on a true level, on that vibrant, on that frequency level, will see you as you truly are, whether you're putting a mask on and showing yourself up differently or not. People see through it. And that's where the power of being authentic comes in, because it's such hard work to keep up any pretense. And sometimes we don't even realize we're doing it. We just keep up with going on with what we think is expected of us. And it is exhausting. It's exhausting. So if you're feeling worn out, maybe find a bit of that root of what brings you your own joy. Because when I chose to be the best version of myself, regardless of whether I was in that wheelchair or walking, that's when I found my true self. I found my smile. I found my gratitude. And when you are grateful for who you are, you become rooted in that, and that brings your authenticity forward. You know, that's where the power lies, in the impact you can make on the world, because we all have a purpose. We all have something to bring forward. And when you stand in who you truly are, you are already equipped to bring that power forward. So when you sit around and you try and be somebody else, it's hard work, and you never really make the impact you want. And that's when you become disappointed, because you're not disappointed in yourself, because it's not your true self that you are actually bringing forward. Does that make sense? Drop in the comments if you can relate to that. If you feel and have felt that exhaustion at trying to meet targets that don't actually meet up with who you want to be. And being authentic doesn't mean showing up defeated when you feel defeated. Being authentic means believing in yourself and showing up the way you want to be. You know, I believe so often we get hit with things and we feel crushed and we feel just a little bit overwhelmed. Well, you know what? That's not authentic to come over and say, I am overwhelmed, because the truth is, you aren't overwhelmed. You feel overwhelmed. You have the power within yourself to choose something different. And it's not inauthentic to show up as your best self. Not at all. In fact, I truly believe you get to show up and live out the best version of yourself that is to come. You know, people talk about the 2.1 version of themselves instead of just being themselves. So being authentic isn't about always being perfect. In fact, it's the opposite. And sometimes you just have to choose to let people be disappointed and show them how true you are to who you are, rather than true to who they want you to be. We live in a world that's got so much chaos because people don't know who they are. Be your authentic self. Dig in, find out who you are, because you have an incredible purpose to bring forward to the world, and it doesn't look like anybody else. So you've heard a little bit of my story. You haven't heard that I'm now healed and walking. After 3 months of choosing gratitude, after 3 months of choosing to recognize my smile, regardless of how other people saw me, those positive thoughts that went into my brain. Any of you heard of neuroplasticity? What you put into your brain can actually heal or damage your body. Well, that, and along with God's miraculous working power, I am now walking, I'm healed, and I'm bringing my authentic self forward. And it's not always that easy. It's a journey, and you learn to do it. And you walk with the crowd. You swim with the dolphins who are going to forgive you and keep you on track when you're not quite being your authentic self, and can say to you in love, hey, is this really you? Because it is easy to get distracted and to jump off onto all the things that look so shiny and glorious that other people are doing. They're not for you. And if you step into that, you lose yourself. To dress in your authentic clothing, spiritually, emotionally, physically, and go forward and make the impact you were called to make. Thank you so much, Marianne. I love sharing. So Thank you for that opportunity.
And I love listening to your story, and it's so strong, so powerful, and so inspirational. So Lori has some really bad weather and therefore no internet. And she goes, I can't really use my phone because that's kind of in and out as well. So we're a little bit out of luck. Unless something changes, she's going to keep trying to hop in. And she sounds good. She's in good spirits. And I'm sure she's
Good.
got lots to do. So, you know what? This is the way it rolls sometimes. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you win and improvise. And you know what? What better place than authentic leadership, right?
Absolutely. Where you show up as not being in control of everything all the time. That
Oh,
control thing, that's a big deal.
I think I'm never in control. That's what I think. I think everything is orchestrated by a higher power. Let's just keep it there. And you know what? Yeah. And you got to be ready for anything. I think it was, who was I speaking with? Jose. And he goes, wow, he goes, I've never seen anyone pivot so fast. And I'm like, look, I run a summit every single month. Are you kidding me? It's virtual. Technology is technology. You can't control it no matter how much you think you can. You can control a little bit of it. But I mean, I have at any given time, I have two computers just in case one caves and the other one comes in. I also have a phone somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I have a tablet too. And somewhere in the back, buried in the back, I have a laptop. So I have more technology than I want, but you can't control it. If there's no internet, there's no internet. If the weather's bad and you live in a remote place like she does, you know, I live in the city, so most of the time I have internet. But oh my gosh, like, what about all the times we don't? And I live like right in the city. So if I'm not having internet, probably no one else is.
Yeah.
And we're in a building that has, you know, like we're solid. We're about as solid as it's going to get. So it happens. It is what it is, right? Like you have to, and this is the kind of thing you have to be ready. Now what? I don't even know what we're going to talk about. Who knows what's going to, you know, come into my head. Oh, yeah, I should talk about that. But I do know that authenticity is fantastic and it's such a high vibration. And so, how do you pull yourself out? How do you pull yourself, Nikki, out of like a low vibe place? Like, let's face it, we all have our,
Yeah.
let's call it a lower vibe day, like a down day where things are maybe not, maybe we woke up feeling with some sort of pain in our body, in our head, and somewhere in our feelings, in our energy.
Yeah. I
Um,
think
what do you do?
I think for me, the first thing to do is to recognize it and
Right?
acknowledge it. You know, we so often say, oh, well, I shouldn't feel like this. Well, that shouldn't gets to go out the window. But if you don't acknowledge where you're at, how do you deal with it? So acknowledge where you're at and maybe look at if there's any practical reason why. You know, maybe you didn't take your vitamins. So you're feeling low energy, then take your vitamins. Don't overlook the practical. Yes, yes, take your good old supplements. And then find gratitude for the good things, and your energy will change immediately. Immediately. So those are my things. And if I need to, I call a friend for a good pep talk, you know,
Mhm.
because that always brings me up. Listen to positivity, which is the last thing you feel like doing. So it involves some discipline. So yeah, those are my main things. But recognizing and then finding gratitude are the biggest things for me.
It's true. I find gratitude is let me see what works this fast. It's better than, and I don't want to use any brand names and get in trouble, but any kind of a painkiller, right? Like you have a
Yeah.
headache, so now you take a painkiller. I think gratitude works faster than that. So like I have a gratitude journal. I think it's in my bedroom. I don't want to look for it. Because sometimes I have to have it there because the energy, let's face it, the energy has been very intense. This week, unless you live under a rock, you must know that we just had a strawberry full moon. If I hear the word strawberry full moon one more time, but it's true. It just means that the moon was the closest to the earth that it gets. And I don't care what you believe in, and I don't care how much you're going to come up against me on this. I really don't. But give this a little bit of thought. If the moon can direct the ocean, and if it can affect an ocean and the tide, an ocean, how big is an ocean? Our bodies are made of 70+% water, something to that tune. I mean, I know there's people that disagree on the actual numbers, but even if it's just 50%, which it isn't, it's more than that. But even if it was 50%, do you actually think the moon would not be able to affect us? If we're made up of that much water, you better believe that the moon has an effect on us. There's a reason why the police stations, the hospitals, the fire departments are all busy on a full moon. So the moon being closer to the earth means more energy of the moon. And moons are all about letting go and releasing. New moons are all about creating and manifesting new things. So when it's a strawberry moon and it's close to the earth, how much releasing do you think you're going to be doing? Do you think you have a choice in releasing? Yeah, you could fight it if you want. I don't recommend it. I recommend you find something that you're going to let go of, because things will come up for you. I had things come up for me in this moon. Things I haven't thought about in years, people I haven't seen in years. I couldn't believe it, like, and good and bad. No, not bad. I shouldn't say bad. I don't think there was anything really bad. It was just, oh yeah, I forgot all about that person. Oh yeah, they're doing this. Okay, well, that's great. Different things have happened. Yeah. And yeah, you know what? That kind of an energy on someone who's a little bit weaker, like the elderly. We had some issues with, some older people. We had some people pass away. We had some people get sick and then not get sick. Some people just get, everyone was jittery. I think every one of my friends, every one of my clients called me extra. All my coaching clients were with me extra time. It was a busy week. So when you're in an energy like that, literally the best, safest, easiest, quickest way to try to make yourself calm is gratitude. So grab a gratitude journal, like actually call the journal gratitude. And if you can't, just go to the dollar store. Like we have them all over North America. They're not that expensive. Get anything, get a piece of paper if you don't have a journal. I don't even know. I think I went out and I probably had something like 27 journals that I counted. And then I went out, I don't know where I was, and I picked up 3 more, because why not have 30 when you could, like, why would you want to have 27 when you could have 30? Because I need one. I don't, but I like them, right? They're pretty, and it gives me joy to write in them versus just regular paper. But if you don't have anything else, take some regular paper and start. And even if you don't have paper and you hate writing, start saying in your head, okay, I'm super grateful for so-and-so. I'm super grateful for him, her. Start naming people, animals, situations. I'm grateful my bills are paid. I'm grateful, I don't know, I'm going here on vacation. I'm grateful I have a great family. I'm grateful for anything. Immediately the energy shifts, your body becomes lighter. It's funny because I had a little bit of stress. I think it was yesterday around something. And I've been really watching what I eat, and I lost 12 pounds. I'm so happy. I lost 12 pounds of my winter weight. So I'm going for a few more. And I was so happy. And I've been eating better and feeling better and therefore sleeping better, except for this week, which there's been a lot of getting up super extra early, so very little sleep. But that too shall pass. And so I was like, oh, this is great. And then so I hit up this little bit of stress, and I was feeling a little anxious around a situation, and I'm like, okay, I better go do some breathing. So breath work is the other way. So if you need something tangible and physical, right? And if you need something more tangible and physical, meditation with extreme breath work. I mean, like, something not like, oh, no, let's do some breath work. Let's get some oxygen into your body fast. When you have a lot of oxygen in your body, you can't be miserable and you can't be overly stressed and you can't be mad. Well, you might be a little bit, but not a ton and not as much. And so that will definitely help. We should do some. Do you want to do some breath work, Nikki? Let's do it. So I do something. We're not going to do this now. I'm just saying a long time ago. So I've been trained in Kundalini yoga. I'm a certified Kundalini yoga teacher. And so I haven't taught yoga. I taught it for 27 years. And so I haven't taught the yoga part recently, but I do teach the meditation. And I still do my own yoga and my own extra breathing. And so one of the things I do with breathing, and this is just as a form of extra information, one of the things I enjoy doing is holding my breath and sort of working my way up to holding my breath longer and longer. So I used to be able to do it. I think at one point I was doing maybe 4 minutes, but that was a very short time. But the last time I did it, like before the last month, when I started back to doing that, I did 3 minutes and 15 seconds. That was the last thing I did. And so I've been working my way up. And 2 days ago, I did 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So that's a long time to hold your breath. Now that is a lot for me. For my friend Sifu, who's going to be on at 10 o'clock, he does it, and he does stuff while he's doing it. Like he'll do it when he's swimming underwater. And I'm like, oh, dude, I'd like aspire to be like you one day. But you know what? I'm super happy if I can hold my breath in a meditation and getting up to 3 minutes and 20. And I've been working my way up. And the first day, even though I've done it numerous times in the past, and my breathing is pretty good because I do regular breath work, I still, when I first started, couldn't barely reach a minute, like barely. And then, a minute, 10 seconds, 15, had to build it up. And I'm so excited now. Now, it doesn't mean I do 3 minutes and 20 seconds every time. Like I have to have enough sleep. I have to, be in good state. I like having my meditation music if I can, or I'm outside in the park where there's good fresh air. So we too have been having some fires in the north. So we've had some of that air come down. So the air hasn't been all that clean. So it's been kind of tough to do deep breathing outside, but air conditioning is good because that's not toxic. In my head, it's not toxic. Anyways, so we did that. So we're not going to do that here, but let's do it a little bit. Okay, so we'll go like this. We'll start with the box breathing, which I think most people know what that is. So we're going to inhale for 4. Here, hold for 4. And then exhale for 4. And then we're going to hold the exhale for 4. And that's where the healing takes place, in the holding of the exhale. Inhale for 4. Hold it for 4. And exhale for 4. Hold the exhale. And you can continue doing this now for a bit. So the healing takes place in the holding of the exhale and the inhale. That's where wonderful things happen. And so what tends to happen, so now I'm 63, So I'm a little more conscious of, my body's starting to feel things I've never felt before. So as we get older, our lungs tend to tighten up a bit and shrivel up. I don't want to say shrivel up because that gives a horrible picture, but kind of that's what happens. So the inhale and then holding the inhale actually expands your lungs. Like, it's that easy and it's free and you can do it. But guess what? You have to do it, because if you just know about it, that's not enough. You actually have to do it to make it work. And so that's kind of what I do. Mind you, we do have an air. I don't know if Nikki's got some. We have an excellent supplement that really helps to clean out your lungs and strengthen them. And we've done some really great work. I use it whenever I get a cold, and mostly for allergies, because I do suffer from some seasonal allergies. Now, having said that, because of MLS, I have been able to clean up some of my microbiome, and my allergies are nowhere near what they used to be. I used to have to take a product that was over the counter that shall remain nameless. I used to take it 3 months of the year in spring and 2 months of the year in fall. And I used to take it 3 times a day. And when I first discovered APL Go, which we will talk about more later, I started taking that instead of the other product, because APL Go's product is 100% natural. So it was easy to take, and there was no damage, and there was actually repair going on, right? So I used to take it 3 times a day minimum for 3 months. Same, I just substituted. But then I started taking something called the metabolic reset. And I took it for more than a month, and I took some of it, and I still take MLS quite a bit. It really does clean up your microbiome like nobody's business. And that's where a lot of allergies come from, because your body is toxic, and that's why you have huge allergies. And so therefore my body was toxic, and well, I'm sure it still is, but not nearly as much. I mean, no one's, I like my ice cream. What can I say?
I must say that the air for me has been amazing. Being asthmatic, when you get that flare up, if you sit down and you start taking your asthma sprays every single time, sometimes you get a bit shaky as a result.
Yeah.
Whereas when you take the air, it actually does work pretty fast. It's not kind of immediate like a spray, but then it's not having all that negative effect on your body. And air is something I take regularly, because whether you're asthmatic or whether you're just reacting to pollen or the dust and dirt in the air or anything else, that air really does help my breathing. It just opens up my chest, and it is amazing. Now, that's not to say I don't need to take any of my medication, because that's obviously, but on top of it, it is absolutely fantastic, and it tastes so good. Unfortunately, I don't have one of my boxes at hand, but it tastes good. It's fun.
Good.
So
they all taste good. And it's not just about the air, but the difference between taking the supplements and taking the spray, which I also had, the doctors gave me everything. I mean, anything. And sometimes it's an emergency and you do need it. But I mean, and I've helped various people that have been on oxygen tanks are no longer on them. Like, it's too much. The other one that I added to the regime regularly was this one. So in 2020, this particular product won the Immune Booster of the Year out of 423 products. That's pretty good, I think. And this one boosts your immune system. It's also the cause of, I couldn't get my hair back this morning. These little hairs kept popping out, and I'm like, what in the world is going on here? And I'm like, oh yeah, I've been taking these twice a day, and my hair's growing like crazy. So these make my hair grow and my nails. And it's funny because I had this issue with this nail here, and I'm going, wow, it's almost like a full nail. I love it. So it boosts your immune system, and part of your immune system being good and healthy is that hair will grow, and so will nails. The things that are supposed to grow are going to grow. Hopefully there's no tumors growing, but you know, hair and nails, that is supposed to grow. And I've been taking like a lot of it. The other day I was looking at my hair in the, you know how when you have the light in the bathroom and it's so bright, you can see everything. And I had like a billion of these little tiny hairs this big all over the place. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to put hairspray on this. What's going on here? Like, but I love it. I mean, it's great. So
yeah.
Boy, let me tell you, menopause will do a number on you. It'll take down some hair. It'll take down all kinds of different things. But I also find, and I don't know about you, Nikki, if you've been using this as much as I have, but our newest product, I can't say enough about this. And I can't specifically say exactly this, and this. We were talking about it when we went to Dominica. There was a whole bunch of us using it. And I'm like, it's a stem cell regenerator and a telomere extender. So it's just overall anti-aging. That's what I should really call it, just anti-aging. That's what it is. And I can't say specifically, here you go, my nails are, you know, but it's just overall, like I only got 3 hours sleep last night because I worked really late and there was all this stuff and this, that, and the other. And I got up at 4 and anyways, it's okay. It's not like this doesn't happen all the time. I get to sleep in tomorrow a little bit. So no worries. I just have a crazy busy day today, not just with the summit, but afterwards I have some real estate to deal with. And I don't feel as tired as I would have in the past. Maybe not quite like when I was 20 and I could just bounce out of bed into the shower and bounce into the car and bounce to work or wherever or school. But just, I feel better. Everything is easier. The stress of whatever is easier. Everything in my body just seems to be easier. So
I think just more vibrancy, you know, and I wouldn't call it energy, but more, it's almost more peaceful and easy to do things, I would say. You know, as you say, like when you were younger. Weren't things easier when we were younger?
Everything was easier.
I read an interesting post yesterday that said you shouldn't eat Rice Krispies when you're a child because as you get older, you just keep hearing snap, crackle, and pop. Well, we get to avoid that by taking care of our bodies. And there are some amazing things that Apple Go really provides. So replace your snap, crackle, and pop with a couple of lozenges. How's that?
I love that. I love that. I love that. That's such a, yeah, I feel like some mornings are snap, crackle, and pop. Although I had a friend of mine too. Her mom was having some trouble sleeping, and I'd given her some relax, and she was having some indigestion. So I gave her an ice. Ice is our digestive enzyme. I know, another one that is irreplaceable. Not only is ice, and I'm going to say this and hope that everything's okay, but ice is not only a remarkable digestive enzyme and also same thing, made from the DNA of the plant, just like everything else we have, but it also helps to, now I'm just going to say it this way because I think that's the way it is. I don't think that it does, I don't think it does big stones, but I think it takes smaller gallstones and it crushes them and it just turns them into powder, and then you urinate them out. And so I do have a friend that suffers a lot from gallstones. She does this funky thing with Coca-Cola and olive oil, and you have to drink that and sleep on the right side. And then in the morning, it flushes everything out. And I'm like, okay, I'm not doing that. And I don't really have that much trouble with my gallstones, or I've never had any trouble with it. Yeah. So I just recently discovered that black coffee is really good for the liver. And when you go into menopause, your liver tends to get a little fattier. So that whole fatty liver isn't just for alcoholics. It's not just, it's the food, it's everything. It processes, hormones. So when you get into menopause, chances of you having a fatty liver are pretty high unless you are super extra balanced. So when I found out that black coffee is actually good for it, I was like, woohoo!
Yeah.
I love black
Well,
coffee.
I don't have the gallstones problem, but I suffer really badly from reflux.
Oh yeah.
And there are times at night when I wake up with my throat burning and my ears burning, and ice is the only thing that works straight away.
Mhm.
It really, I mean, that's why I don't have anything else, but I've got my ice right here ready to take. And you can't take too much. You don't have to wait like hours before you take the next one. But it really does. It's very quick acting. And I've recommended it to a couple of people, and they've also said they've had the same result. So hey, if you suffer from that reflux, I recommend you get in touch with Marianne, get in touch with me, because it really is good stuff. And I know Marianne's going to be digging into it later. I won't be here because unfortunately I have another commitment. However, it's exciting to be here, and hang in there if you're waiting for our speakers. There is an amazing lineup of speakers today. Have your notepads ready. And one thing about authenticity and that waking up and having a bad day, we talk about mindset so often, but when you're waking up with that bad day, one of the first things you get to do to be your authentic self is look at what are the lies that you are sharing and thinking and believing. What are those things that aren't really true about you? Because that's what makes us feel that low frequency. Those are the thoughts going through our mind. Things you get to do. And we all know that we all know, that's okay. I did the same thing a moment ago. We all know that we get to take those thoughts and flip them. Not because what we are flipping them to isn't real, but because that is part of our 2.1 part of ourselves. That's the best version. When you start believing better for yourself, you start having that hope, you start having that energy, and that will lift your frequency. That will lift those vibrations to bring forward more positivity. So don't forget about the control you have over your own mind. It's your mind. Take control of it. Take responsibility for what you're putting into it. There's my pep talk for the moment.
Oh, I like that. It's true. Responsibility, I think, is a huge part of life in general. It's the cure for many, many things, if you ask me. If you understand that you don't need to be looking to someone else to tell you what to do. I mean, you can certainly take into consideration what works for me, what works for Nikki, what works for all these other really remarkable people that are going to come on today and speak. That's great. You're free to certainly use anything that we say, but don't make your life about other people. Do what works for you. For some people, journaling doesn't work. For me, journaling is phenomenal, and it's been scientifically proven. The neuroscience behind the hand writing and the brain is huge, and it's talked about all the time now, so we know it works. But do whatever works for you. People are always asking me, what do you do? And I go, I live very close purposely. I live very close to my favorite park. I spend a lot of time there. Yesterday, I had a day that was back to back to back to back to back. Like it was one of the most intense days I had until about 5:30. I finally made it to the park by 5:30. I was like, had to walk the dog, let him do his business, and then went to the park, sat on a bench, and just meditated by the water. It was just beautiful. That's me. That might not be you. Maybe you want to do something in your backyard. Maybe you want to do, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you do. Maybe you like dancing. Maybe you like other things. I'm a big meditator. I love that. I love doing my breath work. even though the fires and the air was a little hazier than it should have been, but it was okay. It was okay. No, like, no, yesterday wasn't as bad. It wasn't great, but it was okay. And
I like to craft. Some people need to have some form of active relaxation.
Mhm.
And I find, or as you people say in the States, craft. I like to craft. I do beadwork. I just draw or sketch. I write poetry. Anything to get those creative juices flowing
Mm.
out of you and who you are. And that brings relaxation and peace. But it's also just taking your focus off all the busyness and the to-do list. When your to-do list becomes longer than your peace list, you've got a problem. And perhaps you're focusing on things that aren't part of what will bring you to your purpose. Now, there's a good time to be busy, but it shouldn't be a badge of honor.
Right.
And rather be productive than busy, because that's what's become the fashion, to be busy.
Busy.
And yeah, I fall into it every now and then. I get busy, don't have time for what's important,
Mhm.
personally and business-wise. And I have to look and readjust and pivot a little, because I want to stay in alignment with who I am and my purpose. Be authentic all at once. Tough work challenging those three, but it's worth the effort.
So wonderful. So wonderful. You know what? I get busy all the time. Today's a busy day. Today's a busy day. It's all good. I get to host the summit. I get to listen. I also get to benefit because most of everything I've already heard because I know a lot of these speakers. But you know what? Every once in a while, you get to hear something, anything. Each one has something to say that I may not have heard, or even if I've heard it, who cares? It's good to hear again, right? Repetitive is okay when it's fun. And it's okay. It's okay to do that. So yeah, but yeah, a lot of people go into art. What about painting? What about painting? What about, oh my God, drawing? Like people are so talented, and sometimes we have to go get this job until we pay off the student loan, until we pay off the debt, until we pay off the car, until we pay off, I don't know, whatever, the mortgage, the this, the that. But then you get to do the painting or the jewelry or I don't know, whatever. Writing is a big huge release. I mean, that's, a lot of people like to write poetry. I'm not a poet, but I can appreciate it and I like it. So it's good. There's some great, and we have some great talent, and we have a lot of great talent in our group here too.
Yeah. And if you don't know what it is that is that space, then try things. Maybe you've been so busy that you've forgotten what brings you that peace. So go and try things. And you know what? I love to paint. Would I sell any of that artwork? Absolutely not, because it's not of that kind of quality and it's not a competition. The only thing you're doing is releasing what works for you, but just let whatever brings you peace come out and make it a regular practice, because there is power in that. You're empowering yourself and you're giving yourself value. When we don't take time for ourselves, we're actually belittling ourselves. So if you want to be the authentic you that shows up powerfully, respect yourself enough to take that time for yourself, because nobody else will ever treat you any better than you treat yourself. There's a big one. Why would other people give you time if you don't give yourself time? Really? And it makes everything come together and work. So when you're stepping out, when you start living as the person you want to be in the future, you get to make that time for yourself, because isn't that what it's all about? Living in in a lifestyle of freedom. Why do we make money? So that we can live a better life. Part of that is serving ourselves and having the freedom we want to have, being able to do the things we want to do in business and personally. So begin to elevate yourself authentically as who you are becoming. Be now who you are becoming. And that's about as authentic as you can get, because you're opening the doorways to your true self, to who you are, to who you want to be. And there's power in that. But you have to believe it. You have to see it. And that comes from those kinds of peace and meditation. So I encourage you, if you haven't found your soft spot, your quiet place, make an attempt to find it. And if you found one, drop it in the comments here, because it might give other people ideas of what to do. And I know when Sifu comes on, he's going to have some amazing ones, because Sifu is amazing at the peace. When he speaks, he's so peaceful. And I always want to say to him, how do you maintain that peace? But we all have our own ways of doing it, because we're all different people. So what are you going to do for your peace? What are you doing specifically this weekend for your peace, Marianne?
Oh, for my peace, I'm sleeping in tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a couple of Zooms and then I'm going to the park. I may, if the weather's okay, they did say rain, so I'm not really sure if it's going to be open house season, but I may do open house. And then I'm going to go to the park with my dog. We're going to go for a nice walk, and then we're going to stay there. And then I'm going to stay at home Saturday night for a change. Last weekend, I was consumed with there was a death in the friendship circle. So it was kind of emotional and everything all at once. And we were all busy with everything. And this weekend, it's going to be that. If I do an open house, that's nothing to me. That's barely work. That's 2 hours at a house that I'm selling. Like, that's fun, actually. And then I get to talk to people. How about you?
Well, I'm teaching kids church, and I love to be around kids.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of energy that you put in, but you never walk away from this bunch of kids feeling anything but energized and joyful, and the interactions. And I put a lot of energy out in that. And at the moment, I've got to be a little bit careful of that. However, it is so worth it. It is so worth it. And I get energized by that. So that's an energy piece, but I'm looking forward to doing some rearranging at home, just gently changing things around. Excited that my sister might be coming out from South Africa soon. Nice. So she's waiting for a visa. So that is super exciting. And I'm just slowly getting ready for her and making the space around me the way I want it to be. That's my finding peace this weekend.
Nikki, is she coming for a visit or is she moving here?
No, she's coming for a visit. Coming for a visit.
Very, very
waiting
nice.
on a visa at the moment, but she'll be here for about 3 weeks. So
That's beautiful. That's so nice, right? Because you haven't seen her in how long?
It's been a couple of years. She's actually been here 3 years ago, and then I saw her after I did my TEDx talk. I went back home to visit my family, and I saw her then. So that was a year ago. So time flies, hey.
And it's so far, it's such a far trip, right? How many hours is it to get to South Africa when you fly?
When I've flown there, we fly via London and then down, and including the wait times, it's a 30-hour trip from door to door, 35 door to door.
Nikki lives in Dallas.
Yes, and it is exhausting, but you get there and it's a different world. The monkeys are out eating my mom's avocados and sitting outside her kitchen window looking in. And it's gorgeous. gorgeous. So it had been, when I went back, it had been 13 years since
Wow.
I'd been back, and yeah, since I'd seen them, because of my time in the wheelchair. I
Right.
obviously couldn't fly,
That would
and
be
to go
hard.
back was beautiful.
I'm trying to make this public on my page, and I don't know how anymore because they've changed something and it doesn't give me the option. So I'm going to try on my computer. So thank you for taking the reins on this. I've got someone who's
Okay,
trying.
I think I have it public on my page at the moment, I think.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see if
So,
I.
yeah, we all get into this thing with I don't know if any of the rest of you have noticed, but Facebook has changed a lot of stuff. So has Zoom, and there are a lot of things changing all around, and we can let those things frustrate us. But does that fix anything? Absolutely not. So the best thing to do is ask, reach out to other people. And I very often don't ask because I have this thing of, well, what if I look stupid? Well, if I look stupid, I look stupid, but then I won't be stupid because I will know the answer. And stupid, I know, is not a word we use in America. However, isn't that sometimes how you feel? And it isn't the truth. Just because you don't know everything doesn't make you any less. It gives you the opportunity to find out. And when you don't know, you get to ask, because we have super people around us. I don't know about you guys, but the circle of friends you have will really empower you. And I have incredible people like Marianne, like Tammy, like Sifu, who are in my circle. I also have an incredible intimate circle of ladies who are always there to encourage, support, and find out. When you work as a team, when you have people around you, you can be yourself and say, I don't know, I don't have it all together. Because if somebody tells me they have it all together, I kind of wonder a little. I wonder
They're
because,
lying.
yeah,
They're
yeah.
lying for sure because I don't
Where's,
know anyone who's perfect.
yeah, where's the integrity? And I don't really want to be around people who think they've got it all together.
And you know what? It's not, I mean, there's certain things you could certainly, have
Yeah,
together in your life. That's kind of what we do. All of this personal development is to get us to a better place. Certainly, I'm in a far better place now than, 20 or 30 or 40 years ago.
yep,
But perfect? No. No. If you think you're perfect, one, you probably don't have the self-esteem, self-confidence, self-worth, and self-love to be able to share. Like, you just are too scared to do anything because who knows what happened
yeah,
who knows what your story is, right? Like, there's so many stories, and I totally understand all of the happenings in the world. I get it. But it's okay. It's okay to not be perfect. In fact, it's better. People can relate to you, and then they think, oh wow, you know what? I'm not perfect either, but I can go have that, right? But that whole level of that every single thing has to be perfect. Oh my gosh, what a hard life. Right?
don't set the bar that don't set the bar that low. Put the bar higher so that you can always be
Great.
striving to something.
Right? So perfect. Hi, Sifu. Thanks for joining. He probably just came off of one of his own. So Facebook changed something, Sifu. Maybe you can help me with this. And I can't seem to change my video to public, and I don't know how.
Facebook has been having a couple of issues. It didn't let me stream the other day, and
Yeah.
then I noticed that earlier I logged on and I heard you beautiful ladies speaking, and I heard that Lori had trouble with the internet.
Well, Lori,
And
yeah,
then
Lori was in a bit
then
of
I just had Jose on one of my shows, and I said, Jose, I gotta go. And then I come to log in, and it said I had to update. And so I'm over there, oh my gosh. And then it asked me for my password. I'm like, where's my password? So I had to go through a couple of hoops. I jumped, I skipped. Here I am.
Well, there you go. And so thank you, Nikki, so much for chatting with
Well,
me. We chatted a little bit about everything because we had a full hour, and poor Lori out in she lives in a little bit of the countryside. So when you're out of the city, chances of you having bad internet are unfortunately easier. But with all of that, thank you again, Nikki. Stay as long as you can or as long as you like. And I'm now going to pass over the mic to Sifu Raphael, who is an absolutely amazing person. And talk about close to perfect. This guy,
Far from it.
I'm in one of his programs. Holy smoke. I am just this man and some of the things he can do. Whew. Anyways, with that, Sifu Raphael, please take it away.
Marianne, or should, as Jose and I call you, Dr. Reverend Marianne or Reverend Dr. Marianne. Nikki, I love your story and the fact that you have overcome all these things, and it's your faith in God and everything you've been doing, and you are a true leader. So I want to acknowledge you first of all, and Lori, who is I know she's a powerhouse also. But I want to just say good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you guys are in the world, because we don't know if you're going to be watching it maybe on a replay or you're watching it somewhere where it's dark out. So I want you to consider every speaker is going to be sharing something unique with you. So it's truly an honor that I am here and able to talk to you about the authentic leadership and in this summit. So I want to thank you, Reverend Dr. Marianne, for this powerful opportunity, and to each of you for even showing up, right? Taking time out of your day to show up. And here's what you're doing. By doing so, you're committing to growth. You're committing to yourself to be the leader you are supposed to be, the one that we need you to be. We're not just talking about leadership today. We're talking about authentic leadership, the kind that's real, my friends, the kind that's needed now more than ever. Look what's going on around the world. Oh my gosh, this morning, the news, everything. But sometimes we have to put that aside a little bit and still keep going and moving forward, because we need that. We need to be the leaders so that we can have a better tomorrow. This is why I'm so passionate about teaching the little ones, because they're our leaders. So if you have children, or if you teach children, give them the opportunity to learn and grow. So I want to take you back to when I was a child. I was 3 years old. Marianne, you know this story. So many people do. But when I contracted polio, the doctor said I may never walk the same again. And I've met people with polio who maybe have one leg shorter than the other and this and that, the other. And they've never been the same since they got that disease. That moment when it affected my body, it truly shook my spirit, but something else happened to me. I began having quiet conversations with God, not out loud, not screaming, not demanding like most people do when they're in trouble. They just demand something. But through hope, through faith, through a voice inside of me that refused to give up. That's the moment my leadership truly began. First, it started with me. It didn't start on a stage, not in a little back room or something like that, but in a whisper that said, keep going. And this is what I'm asking you to do. No matter what else is going on in the world, keep going. We need you to be not a leader like everyone else, to be authentic. So at the age of 10 years old, I stumbled into martial arts. It was truly by accident. It wasn't planned, but it did change my life. forever, as I'm still doing it today. Martial arts gave me discipline, clarity, humility, and strength. It taught me how to lead myself before leading others. And that became the heartbeat of everything I teach today. I still teach martial arts, and I am so passionate when I can teach someone. This morning, I had a private session with a gentleman who's 69 years old, and he is a coach. He's a professional coach, a baseball professional coach, and he was in awe of how his body deteriorated because he didn't continue to take care of himself. He was helping everyone else, and he stopped looking at him. So what started, the reason I told you that is because we all forget who we were. But we need to be reminded every day when you look in the mirror. I want you to remind yourself of why you're here today. So what I teach, what started as a recovery became my vision, my mission, my strength. Here's something that most people don't know. It wasn't just movement that healed me. It was my communication, my ability to express myself, to reach for God, to speak when no one else was speaking life into me. And that, my friends, that saved me. Leadership, at its core, is communication. You need communication to be a great leader. Don't get me wrong, there's been plenty of leaders who don't communicate well and they hurt people along the way. That's not the leader I want to be, and I hope that's not the leader you want to be. And communication at its highest level, write this one down. Write this down. Get a pen and paper, my friends. Are you ready? Communication at its highest level is connection. Connection. That belief is what led me to build speaking prowess. Because communication is such a powerful tool. So speaking prowess isn't just a business. It's a movement of message and method. It's about helping people speak not just from the head, but from the heart. To not just be heard, but to be felt. Somebody ever speak to you and you feel the message? You may hear it, but someone special comes in the way they speak it. It digs deep inside of you. And that could be whether you're on a podcast, in a boardroom, or you're even coaching your kids or coaching somebody else's kids. Like the gentleman I had this morning that I was training, he was telling me about the team he was coaching, how they had all these food at every game that was unhealthy. He said there was a few oranges and a few apples, but everything else, I said, let me guess. Was it in a bag? He goes, yes, it was in a bag. And that's why I built an entire platform to teach people how to own their own voices. And when you can listen to you and you can deliver what's in your mind, in your heart with clarity, purpose, and power, my friends, that is authentic leadership. And that begins the moment you stop performing and start embodying your message. You gotta feel it. You gotta embody it. It's gotta be you. I am proud that I get to host, not that I have to, that I get to host 7 live shows. You may be wondering, why 7 shows, Sifu? What's wrong with you? The answer is simple. because one wasn't enough, I looked around and realized too many people were waiting for permission to speak. Yes, they were waiting for that permission. So I created spaces that would never require it. No permission needed. You just have to have a message. You have to be able to help people. And then I want you on my show. So each of my shows, I'm going to name them right here: Coaching Call, Speaking Prowess Live, right? Heroes Rising, Author's Tales, New Tip Daily, Business Prowess, and The Seer Show exists to highlight voices that need to be heard. Marianne has been on my show. Everyone, a lot of the people who are on here would have been on my show or will be on my show, right?
I've been on all of them except for the new one.
I know, but you're going to be. So these are voices that truly need to be heard, because authentic leadership means using your platform to elevate others. It's not just about you, right? Remember, when you elevate other people, you get elevated. It just is the beauty of it. So we live in a time where leadership is confused with visibility, with likes, with polished bios and filtered photos. But real leadership, that's what you do when no one's clapping. It's how you carry yourself when no one's looking. There's a word for that. Besides integrity, I call it authentic leadership. And that, my friends, may be inconvenient for some people, but it requires vulnerability. For me, when I'm by myself, I have to lead this incredible human being that resists so many times. Yes, I'm talking about me. I got to lead myself. So don't forget, you have to start with the most important person to become that authentic leader. You need to lead yourself. And that will create a deep, deep relationship with your truth. Let me ask you something serious. What's the use of great ideas if your body can't carry them out? What's the use of purpose if you're running on empty? These two questions have hit me so hard over the years. I had a voice, the passion, the mission, but I knew that if I didn't protect my health, I couldn't protect my legacy. And that's why I created Sifu's Mind Body Method, which I am so happy that Dr. Reverend Marianne is part of. This is the method I live by. It's not something that I read on the internet or YouTube. This is something that I have lived with day in, day out. Not because it's trendy, because it works. It's built on 7 pillars: mindset, movement, nutrition, hydration, fasting, journaling, and the most important one, faith. It's a return to what matters. Sifu's Mind Body Method is different. It doesn't demand more from you. It teaches you to focus on what actually matters. Who actually matters? You do. So remember, it's built on 7 core principles. It's not theory, my friends. It's lived. It's practice. It's truth in action. In action. I couldn't even say the word. In action, 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 action. So let me walk you through what each of them means to me and maybe it'll help you align with it as well. Mindset. Your mindset is the gatekeeper. You can't live a life of strength if your thoughts are filled with weakness. We begin here because your life will never outgrow your thoughts. It never will. When your mindset is clouded, your voice and your leadership, especially your authentic leadership, will falter. But when it's clear, your presence speaks before you do. Your actions speak before you do. My mom used to say to me, show me your friends and I'll know more about you. Wow, that's powerful. So people don't follow titles. They follow energy. Energy, my friends, energy. And your energy starts with how you think. The second core principle is movement. Movement stores memory. Let me repeat that. Movement stores memory. It's not about burning calories. And I know that a lot of people are focused on that. And for certain people, that's an important aspect. For example, my son, who's a professional natural bodybuilder, that's an important thing for him because calories matter, right? But the way I do things, it's more about clarity. When your body moves, your life shifts. The third principle, nutrition. Oof. Food is not just fuel. For me, it isn't. It's medicine. It's medicine. Let me say it again. It is medicine. We eat to nourish, not to numb our bodies. We teach why food must align with your purpose and your power. Fourth principle, hydration. Oh my goodness. Hydration. So important. It's not flashy. But it is vital. Every cell in your body is listening. We go beyond water. Using infused hydration as a tool for focus, balance, and energy. Hydration is also, every ingredient that I'm talking to you about is with intention, with purpose. The fifth pillar, which is very strong, and we talked earlier about food and nutrition, they go hand in hand. Fasting isn't restriction. It is not that. It's sacred space. That's what fasting is. It's a reset that allows your body to heal and speak. It's how we hear ourselves again. It's how your body speaks to itself. It's how we align. One that so many people struggle with is journaling. That's the sixth pillar. It's not about writing essays. No, it's about asking better questions daily. When we journal, when I journal, when you journal, you can reflect, you reclaim, you realign. So you can speak into your smartphone. It is a smartphone, by the way. If you see that image, that's me walking with God. And it's on my screensaver because I look at it every day. And so I understand that the next part I'm going to talk to you is so important. So reclaim who you are and realign you. So faith. This, my friends, is the glue. Not faith in results. Faith in the process. faith in God, faith that your purpose is bigger than your pain. I begin each day asking God to guide my thoughts, my actions, and my response to the world. I asked God this morning for guidance and me speaking with you here now, or if you're watching it on the replay. Everything I'm saying to you is guided by God. So these 7 principles aren't just a method. They are a movement to lead yourself first. Remember, you matter. So you can lead others. Take care of you. You're the most important. With truth, clarity, and strength. So I've created a system that keeps leaders from burning out. That's right, burning out. So many people are overdoing things without taking the time to reflect, to journal, to have the faith, to think of family, all of these things. And it's how I've stayed strong, not just for the stage, because I am a professional speaker. I go to different events and all these different things. But I do it for my family, my mission, and my future. We talk about a lot on success. As a leader, as a unique and authentic leader, but success without alignment is just exhaustion with a paycheck. Oof. I don't look at a paycheck. I look at results, impact. So authentic leaders don't just do more, they become more by being disciplined, intentional. And you want to be an authentic leader? Write this down. Consistent. If you need to put a note on your mirror when you wake up in the morning and say, I need to be consistent today, then do it. Do whatever it takes so you become the best leader that anyone has ever come across. So the mind-body method doesn't just get you fit. It gets you centered. It gives your voice strength, your leadership, your endurance. And your message is your staying power. Let me introduce you to someone maybe you haven't met yet. I spoke on this a little bit at one of our meetings, Marianne, and it's you 2.0, the next version of you that's no longer reacting, but responding, no longer just surviving, but building, no longer doubting, but leading with grounded confidence. This isn't about becoming someone new. You're already who you're meant to be. Maybe you just haven't polished yet. It's about becoming who you already are without all the noise. That's what the mind-body method unlocks. Every choice you make affects more than you know. Every moment you choose integrity over ease. You may not realize it, but someone's watching. Every time you lead with your heart, you give someone else permission to do the same. Why wouldn't they want to? This summit isn't just about what you'll learn today. It's about who you'll become if you choose to take action. Take action. There's going to be so many great leaders. We already heard from Nikki, from Marianne, from other leaders who are going to be here today. Marianne does this every month. Go back and listen to some of those in the past. They will guide you as well. sometimes it's okay to go and reflect. You don't need another strategy, my friends. You need a system that keeps you aligned. You don't need to chase leadership. You need to live it. Live it. Let your health be your strategy. Let your voice be your instrument. Let your purpose be the pulse of every step forward. I want to share with you that authentic leadership isn't a destination, it's a decision. So today, I ask you, what will you stand for? What habits will you model? What story will your life tell when the lights are off and the applause fades? Speak your truth. Honor your vessel, your body, yes. And lead from within, because the world doesn't need perfect. The world doesn't need a perfect leader. It needs you. It needs you aligned, real, and ready. Thank you. I am Sifu Raphael, and I'm here to remind you that you already have what it takes. Let's lead together. Marianne, I am so grateful to you for allowing me to share my thoughts and my ideas on authentic leadership, because every day I ask God, how can I lead? How can I be the person who may impact someone else? So thank you.
Yes, and a wonderful leader he is. I am in his group, and you know what? It's really great because for me, I like food.
So do
Like
I.
you guys,
So do I.
I like good food. The good food that I like isn't always the best food for me, but it does keep me mentally in line. You know, every Monday morning we all meet, and it's inspirational, right? And then to listen to Sifu, gosh, you know, I'm there holding my breath. I forgot to tell you, I could hold my breath for 3 minutes and 20 seconds the other day.
Wow.
So
Wow.
that's my new record for now.
Mm.
I know before I probably did, like really did, but that was ages ago. So I've been working my way back to that. And Sifu's like, oh yeah, no big deal. I can hold my breath underwater
Come
for,
on.
and still swim and all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I can't do that. I can meditate and do it. And that's the way it's gonna roll. But yeah, it's great. And so I started a little bit before I joined the club, and now I've lost 12 pounds officially as of today. So back on the horse, so to speak, because I got on it. Then I went to a wedding. Then I went to a funeral wake. Then I went to a barbecue. Then I went here, there, and everywhere. And it was like, oh my gosh, I love barbecues. I love
Yes,
food,
yes.
but it's so
Barbecues are amazing, but here's the thing, right? When you and one of the things that we do in the method is we say we need to talk to our food.
Mhm,
And believe it or not, the food does talk.
mhm.
You're like, what do
It
you mean?
does.
You mean that burger's going to talk to me? You mean those French fries are going to talk to me? That mashed potato is going to talk to me?
Hopefully it's
That
a
steak's going
salad.
to talk to me? Yes. Wait for 30 minutes. It will tell you how you feel, and that's your conversation with your food.
That's right.
So ask it, what are you going to do to me? So I see that, Robert, you and I have not met yet, my friend, and I'd love to have a conversation with you sometime. I hear that you're an incredible human being, and so I'm gonna bow out and let you take over. Marianne, thank you so much. Robert, when you get a chance, we should have a virtual coffee. It'd be an honor.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
All right, my friend.
Thank you so much, Sifu. Have a fantastic day. If I know Sifu, he's got someone else already lined up, and now he's just being polite by not leaving. So thank you so much.
I'm gonna hang around in the background for a little bit while I can, okay?
Okay,
I'm
perfect.
gonna listen to Robert for a little bit.
Excellent.
Cheers.
So with
All right.
that, everybody,
Connect with me on Facebook.
with that, I introduce to you Robert J. Moore.
Robert J. Moore, that is me. Yeah. Listen, when you're looking at a situation, I have to say this straightforward. I don't want to be around what I had to heal from. That's one of the biggest things I want to tell you today. I don't want to be around what I had to heal from. The stuff I had to heal from was not leadership. I was never a leader before. I was a follower in different ways. And I don't mean follower in God either. I mean a follower in different ways that, I wanted to fill the void. Those of you who don't know me, I'm Robert J. Moore. I'm a 5-time international best-selling author. I hit the Guinness World Records. I've been featured in Forbes several times. It wasn't always all the trophies I have behind me. It wasn't always the trophies. I got achievements from Forbes and everything else. To be a leader, I had to go through what I had to go through in life. Everybody's got a structure in their life. They have to go through a path. The path I took was not the easy one. I did 17 years in and out of prison and lived on the streets for 7 years. And the reason why is because I thought I was leading a pack. Really what I was doing is filling the void and being unresponsible of what I was actually doing. I took credit for what I did, got a lot of time for it, and a lot of things I didn't have to worry about. But here's the thing. The type of people I was hanging around with left scars. Let's say it that way. They left scars. I'm not going to tell you exactly who I hung around with. I'm sure if you know my story, it was bikers and mafia. That's all I got to tell you. I'm not proud of it, not whatsoever, but it was the low part of my life with the alcohol and drugs. To be honest, I'm going on this September. I'll be 20 years clean sober. And in that 20 years, I had to learn to digest different emotions differently to be a different person. I didn't become a leader right away. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that journey to get there. When I got clean and sober, I couldn't live in the community without the drugs or the alcohol. I mean, that was my protection. That was my shield. So to stand there and talk and to be in front of people, I was scared shitless. I'm part of my language, but I was scared shitless. I didn't know what to do. I remember speaking when I was in a treatment center, and normally they only put you in treatment center 2 months or so like that, but I was in 4.5 months. Plus a detox before that said that I could stay as long as I need. It could be 2 years to get me into a treatment center because I knew how bad I wanted it. But the thing is, got to remember, I cried wolf too many times to get there. I'd always go into the detox, stay there a week, get healthy, go back out and do my own BS again. I wasn't fooling anybody. I wasn't leading anybody. I was giving them bad reputation on myself. So when I start hanging around the right people, getting in the AA, NA, they say keep it anonymous. The only reason why they say keep it anonymous is because the people in it want to be anonymous. It's not actually the physical, Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous to be anonymous, because if I go out today and sit there and say, oh, that never worked for me, well, it's going to give that a bad name, right? You mean I didn't work for me? That would be the more responsible thing to say. That would be the leader part of it. But you put the blame on someone else and everything goes bad. So, I mean, I'm trying to show you the difference here of leadership and fellowship, right? So the fellowship, we stuck together. We made sure everybody was kosher. We made sure everybody was cool. But I remember the first day being at AA, guy looked at me and said, for now on, you call me and you talk to me daily. And I said, what the hell for? What are you telling me? He goes, I'll be your sponsor. So what the heck's a sponsor? He was a big boy. He's covered in tattoos and everything. He was an ex-biker, actually. And he says, for now on, you and I we're gonna talk about things that are gonna help you out. I'm thinking, what the heck's this guy know? You know what I mean? Like, he's got 14 years clean and sober. I didn't know that though. But we almost went around back at the time. But for some reason or another, we ended up clicking. And he ended up walking me through different territories of my life that he would actually, I know for a fact he would actually know about. He made me feel comfortable and walked me through things, and I started seeing things differently. If I wanted to lead, I had to lead myself. So I learned, put myself 10 years in advance. When I put myself 10 years in advance, I said, okay, what kind of money do I want in the bank? What kind of clothing am I wearing? What kind of family do I want? What kind of house do I want? What kind, like the different things that you want to be. You're 10 years in advance. People say, what happens if you catch up? I said, you can't. You're 10 years in advance. No matter what, every day is a day further for that one. So I'm not letting someone down. If you actually look up at someone else, like I used to look up, say, Tony Robbins or all these different people. Like I've been on stage with them all. If I actually go and look at them and they don't do my expectations and they fall, that means I'm going to fall with them. So that leader makes me fall, and I'm a leader being fallen, so I'm a follower. The only way to be a leader is to learn by putting things out there in the proper perspective. You want people to follow you, be true to yourself, be true to what you're doing, make sure your structure, your foundation is proper. You can't just sit there and jump into things and say, I'm going to lead this pack without really knowing everything around that situation. I've helped numerous people. When I got into sobriety, I became addicted to education. I ended up getting my social service worker diploma. I'm a grade 12 first, my social service diploma. I ended up getting my addictions degree, BA in psychology, master's in psychology, mental health crisis, 2 honorary doctorate degrees. I don't go by all this nonsense. I don't hang it on the wall. I don't sit there and say, oh, look at my education. You know why? I enable that through me. I let people see that through me. I use it to actually focus on the person in front of me. So I know facial expressions. I know tone of voice. I know the body language. I know all the different things I need to know to empower that other person to become themselves. That made me become a leader because now I can recognize things that other people can't recognize. But first I had to heal myself. And that's why I tell you that I don't want to be around that person I had to heal from. The things I had to heal from in the past, I'm not going to say I wouldn't ever want to go through it again. But if I had to, I had to. I probably wouldn't do it any different. I wouldn't want to do all that time. I wouldn't want to do the things I had to do to get there. The stupidity, I look at it as stupidity now, but at the same time, I wouldn't change anything. So how stupid is that? Can't be that stupid. We all go through a path. And my dad used to tell me, you could be recognized 2 ways. I used to be on the front page for an armed robbery or something stupid, right? But as time went on, he would notice me on the front page for doing things well. Like, look over here, Forbes. I got in the front page of that. And then I taught some of my students how to get in there. Marianne, for instance, she got into Forbes on the front cover of that. And quite a few other things. Got 3 times, yeah. And then I actually walked through with Les Brown's daughter. I ended up, somehow or another, God put me in the way with her. And I coached her for years. This is the difference in being a leader and being someone that's working 9 to 5. You can still have your own business, but you're still working 9 to 5. A lot of people do. Stop chasing it. Let it come to you. Let you be yourself. Here's the thing. There's 2 different types. All right. A leader is someone that's not out to impress you, but he's out to make sure his standards are up to par. He's holding everything that he says he's holding, or she, pardon me, it don't matter. I'm just saying he because I'm he. Right. When I'm looking at a situation, I'm looking at the foundation of my business. I got to keep that foundation. I can't break from that. I can't, it's like going to Walmart wearing my PJs. Do I want to be recognized like that? That's credibility down the drain. I don't want to wear my PJs over to Walmart and say, oh, look at this guy. I tried that, for instance, when I was actually going to school. I went to a food bank. I was starving. I had no money, no nothing. I went to a food bank, and this is a hard lesson I had to learn, and it wasn't really something I wanted to go through, but I had to go through it. Struggling, no money. I'm in school. I'm becoming a counselor. 2 people in front of me said, listen, you can always go to the guy behind us. He's a counselor. Look how good he's doing. He's in here in the food bank getting food. That hit me hard. And that made me think, okay, well, other people's opinions of you can drag you down or it could bring you up. It brought me up. The reason why it didn't drag me down is because I didn't allow it to drag me down. I just didn't go back to a food bank again. And I said, okay, I made my standards. My standards are I'm not going to a food bank. I'm going to work my butt off. I'm going to make that $50, whatever it is for that next meal. So I had to lead into that. I had to become somebody else. I had to become that person I really wanted to be. And I'll tell you something, I'm so proud of myself. I really am. I'm proud of my back. I'm proud of myself. You know, now I apologize that my brothers couldn't be here. 2001, my brother died of an overdose, my brother Thomas. 2015, my brother Reagan died of an overdose. 2021, my brother Kevin died of an overdose. It's sad. It's really, really sad. Both my parents are deceased. My grandparents are deceased. I got a beautiful wife and kids here. That's what my waking up in the morning is right now. Making sure this house is covered. So when I'm doing my why, I'm doing my leadership. I'm doing my thoughts to begin to show people that I'm well worthy to work with. You got credibility online. You got credibility offline. What do I mean by that? Anybody could take a picture and take it off or do AI or whatever and put it together and make it look like you were with someone. That's credibility online. But how well do you really know the person? You know what I mean? Like I could actually tell you a hip hop preacher. I could tell you all these different people that I was on stage with. I could actually tell you I was there, show you pictures and have video of it too. Now that would be credibility online or in person, because if you're in person with the person, that's credibility offline. So, I mean, a lot of people say, oh, look at me, I've done this, I've done that. But really, they're looking for that extra, oh, man, this guy's cool, man. But when you really get to work with them, they don't know what they're doing. That's the difference in leadership. Leadership, you really need to know your stuff. If you're offering high-end coaching like I do high-end coaching. I bring businesses to that next level. There's a reason why it's next level coaching. I do a lot of AI stuff. I do. I'm coming out with my own right now. I don't want to say too loud because I am coming out with something with it's Facebook, LinkedIn, it's X, all in one basically. I'm coming out with that. I'm building it as I speak. Plus, I'm building a franchise right now that helps other people's websites get grown and helps them with security and everything. And I'm doing coaching. It don't matter where you are in the world. I've sat here 3 o'clock in the morning to help people in Australia. That's noon hour there. You know what I mean? I've woken up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to talk to Marianne because maybe we need to talk about something. And we've done it. Done it many times. Sometimes they weren't very pleasant, but sometimes they were the best. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. That's the thing about leadership. How do you really want to be recognized? To you, yourself in the mirror. Do you want to sit there and look in the mirror and BS yourself and say you're really doing well, but you can't answer any questions? Or do you want to be able to have someone come to you, ask the questions instead of just trying to pull out of a hat, actually physically know the steps to get there and help them get there? If I help one person out of 100, I'm doing my job right. That's all it is. No expectations for me, because expectations is the number one killer in any kind of business or any kind of leadership. If you go in your mind, hypothetically, say, okay, this month, there's 30 days in a month, I'm going to help 10 people out this month. If you don't get that 10, who are you going to beat up? You're going to be so hard on yourself. It's like buyer's remorse. You know, you buy something you don't want, and you're trying to figure out the excuses to give it back. And all you got to say is, I don't want to do this no more. You have the right to tell yourself enough is enough. You have the right to tell yourself where you want to be. And that's the biggest problem. A lot of people don't focus on where they want to be. Here's another clue. If you're up here and you want to look at, okay, I want to have a PhD from York or wherever, right? Hypothetically say it's York. But you're going to this school, this school, this school, and this school. Later on, you find out that the prerequisites don't match what you can do to get in there. I'll give you a little hint. If you want to be in York, look at the prerequisites are to get in there. And then look at those prerequisites to follow down. Don't do it downwards up, do it upwards down. Now you know the prerequisites to get there and make it easier on yourself. It's the same thing with coaching. I don't have to let you pain and suffer all those years like I did. My overnight success took me 15 years to get. My overnight success. I didn't make $1 million just by sitting there looking at it. You know what I mean? I really had to sacrifice. If you look in chapter 2, right, of Napoleon Hill, and you listen to what it says on either read it or audio, it says you have to make a date. So hypothetically, May 29th was my birthday. I'll say, okay, May 29th, I want $1 million. What are you going to do to get that $1 million? What are you going to sacrifice? What are you going to make up? Are you going to do podcasts? You're going to do books? You're going to do what? And what steps are you going to do to get there? It just doesn't say, oh yeah, you're going to do $1 million. You have to physically look at that daily and sit there and see, okay, this is what I want. You got to inspire yourself. There's an old rule that I used to tell people. It's called the 18-inch rule, from your head to your heart. If you actually want something bad enough, if you want water underneath, and if you want to breathe while you're underwater, you're desperately for that air. Okay, if you want that air as bad as you want to breathe and do the right thing, put it from your head to your heart. I'll tell you right now, because you're putting emotions towards it now. If you put emotions towards something that you really want to do and put that passion out there, if you drive yourself with passion, I can guarantee you the money will come. But stop focusing on making the money first. You'll make more bills than you will anything. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people out there I've told, stop focusing on the money. Work on your passion and go from there. What, Marianne? Say it again. Yeah,
Hey,
we've had
I
long
think I've
talks.
heard that like 78 million times or so.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've been working with you for what, 5 years now?
I think it's creeping up to 6, and I hate to admit that. Not,
See, we're
not
getting
that,
wiser, not older. See?
like I'm getting older. That's what I mean. Like
Yeah. Well, I just had my birthday, 53 years old. I mean, I know you call me young buck, but at the
You're
same
10
time,
years
when you're
younger
looking at
than
the
me.
situation,
You're a
as
baby.
you know, though, I'm always educating myself. I'm always enhancing myself. I'm always taking courses to not be stuck in a situation.
That's true.
I don't need to be in a position where I'm the smartest person in the room, like we were talking about, like reiterate the situation from earlier. If I'm the smartest person in the room, I get the hell out of there.
Out. Get out.
Hey, I'm gone. I'm history. I go to the baseball game and start learning from them or something. you know. But here's one of the things. Here's one of the things. I have a 7-year-old. I watch him. Some of the things he talks about or says actually teaches me, because I think his generation is like so different from mine. Mine was do this, get outside and play. You'll see it when the lights go down. You know what I mean, kind of thing. Or go to your friend's house. You're not sitting in the house all day. You know what I mean? Don't come back till later. Make sure they feed you too.
Get
You know what I mean?
outside. Get on the road.
Yeah. Go hit the road. Go play in the traffic. Now it's like we fear that, say that to the child. I will never say that to my child. Go out and play. I won't even let him out the backyard, and there's cameras all over my house and he's safe. I guess I'm a very, very overprotective father, but I'm trying to teach him the lifestyle I had. I don't want him to have. Like the other day, honest to God, he hit someone at school. And I guess he did it out of a fit of anger. Well, he never seen me do that. I've been upset before, yes. And it just so happens maybe he's seen that part there. But I do have an older son. He's like 33, I think he is. He wanted to be a gangster for years on end. And I basically said to him, let's go in the backyard. First person out of that backyard, he's the leader. He says, what do you mean? He says, you're going to beat up your own son? I said, I'll do whatever it takes for you not to go down this road. And he wouldn't go in the backyard with me. He just kind of walked away, went to his room, did his thing. And when I went to visit him again, because he was raised by my aunt, because of the way I raised stupidity on my own, he was wearing a suit and tie, not into the gangster world no more, and wanted to become a police officer. And he did. He went through the schooling. He says the only thing he really truly wants to do now is pull me over. That's all he wants to do, is just pull me over one day and just feel that freedom from that. I said, no problem. Here's my license plate. I'll let you know when I'm in town. He goes, I want it to be a surprise. I said, okay, I hear you. I understand where he's coming from. I did put them through a lot. I'd call them from the prison. He would never see me, and when he did see me, he would be, you know, I wasn't much of a leader in that pack because he wanted to follow them steps. Today, I look at myself as a proud father, a proud leader, a proud person that's been down the road that can actually got a lot of expertise. I was actually talking to someone this morning. They actually bought my business, Magnetic Entrepreneur, and she said, "Is there anything you really haven't done? Because there's different layers to you that you've." When they mentioned something about music and that, well, I used to own a record label, you know. And she goes, "What? I didn't know that." Well, a lot of people don't know a lot of things about people until they get to sit down and talk to them. That's the biggest thing with people. If you work with someone and they stick around for 5, 6 years, you're doing a really good thing. You must be doing something that intrigues them. It could be the personality, it could be the way you're walking through life and they're learning from you, or many things. Or maybe they hate you so much they want to keep the enemies close. Who knows? But when you're looking at the situation and people come into your life, I read this somewhere and I think it's the most amazing thing. Sometimes people come into your life, once they get what they need, they disappear. And that's true. I mean, I've seen that happen so many times to me. People will come into my life. Once I feel, I don't know why, but once I feel, or once I got information I needed, it's like God put me on a different path away from them. And it happens a lot to everybody. And people wonder, well, what did I do? You didn't do nothing. It's just a path that everybody's on. I've studied 32 of the top achievers. And I didn't want to be one of them. I wanted to be me. So I took a chunk of each of them and built me. But at the same time, like I said, I'm trying to keep ahead of the times. I'm trying to be 10 years in advance. That's why I joined and learned how to do AI really well. I got postings going on right now as I speak. I don't have to physically do them. When I sleep, it does it for me. You know, different things. And the programs that I'm building right now, they're pretty amazing. So basically the biggest thing I could say to you is don't give up. You know what I mean? There's a guy that used to dig for gold. He gave up years and years later. All of a sudden, he said he had enough. He sold the property. The next guy that bought the property dug it for 2 hours, and there was the gold. Don't give up 10 minutes before the miracle happens. I've seen myself literally say, oh, I just need that one thing to happen. Just need that one thing to happen. Make it happen. Get off your ass and make it happen. Never mind sitting there saying, oh, next week is going to be the week. No, right now is going to be the day. Right now, this second. You owe it to you. Get up off your ass. Get off the potato chips, the bonbons, or whatever you want to call it, and make it happen. Don't dream about it. Make it happen. You know? Like I said, I'm Robert J. Moore. I didn't make it because someone else brought me here. I made it because I had to go through the tough times of learning. I had to learn from other leaders to be here. And today, I'm still learning from those leaders. I learn a lot from the students I'm with, too, because their ways of doing things are different than the ways I might be learning from the top people. It's amazing how you can learn. It's amazing how you can go through things. And it's amazing how things happen at the right moment. So don't think if you're putting out a prayer, it's not going to happen. It's not happening at your time. Maybe it's going to happen on the time it's supposed to happen. Thanks, Marianne.
Thank you. Always, always such a pleasure. Such a pleasure to have my own coach on here. Actually, I have a couple of coaches and they've all been on here.
That's the way to do it, though. Never have one coach. I mean, you got to have one coach for this, one coach for that. I don't know everything. I mean, I can't focus on all the aspects. I don't know real estate, so how am I going to coach you on that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know this or that. I mean, how am I going to coach you?
I have my spiritual coaches. I've got my...
I don't do that. I fall asleep when I do that stuff.
Yeah, so I told him, I said, you got to come on to this one because my next two summits are all going to revolve around health, and the next one is anti-aging, or no, aging backwards. And then
that one's not going to work for me.
see, it's more about the supplements, which we will talk, but now we're going to talk, actually stay on, or at least listen to me and Kathy speak, or Kathy and I, sorry, improper grammar. Don't everybody text me and message me. We're going to talk about these babies. I just got these yesterday in the mail, Kathy. Look how excited I am.
I
So
see that. They're
we're going
awesome.
to talk. Thank you, Robert.
Oh, you're almost welcome. Cheers,
So
everyone.
thank you so much. And so Kathy, let's get on here, see if we can, oh, I guess this is the only way I can do this, which is fine. And then I'll put you in, because you need, you're going to be doing the
I'll share
PowerPoint.
this. Yeah,
So
I'll share the screen.
Hang on. Technological issues, make co-host. There we go. Okay, you are officially able, but I do want to show
Hey.
actually here. Let me see if I can go on here and show you these before Kathy starts. Oh no,
Yeah.
already on Kathy, so hang on. Okay, I want to show you these amazing. Okay, so Kathy's going to talk about gold and silver and copper coins. So I have 2 copper coins that I have personalized. Yes, this is new, and I am so like, I'm ecstatically excited. I don't know, is that even proper English?
It works.
This is so beautiful. They're all the same in the back, but because I took the 2 copper ones, I will get a silver and a gold eventually. Gold did go up recently. So, you know, I just want to say this part. One of the reasons I started in this company in the first place was because I'm not a big savings account person. Y'all know I'm a real estate agent. My investments go into real estate. Great. I'm also a huge believer of diversification in everything I do. Y'all know I do this. I now you know about the coins. I do the supplements. I coach, books, speaking, all kinds of stuff. So that's the way I like it. That's the way I function greatest. So you know what? If you're not like me, that's totally cool, because how boring would it be if we all did? I just want to show you the other one. I fell in love with this and I got it. And
the
yesterday.
leopard.
Yeah. Check out the back. Check out the back. That's where the spot is. Look at that.
Cool.
If y'all can't see that, I apologize, but this is like absolutely amazing. Look how beautiful that is. Yeah.
Love it.
I had to show you that, and they all come with a picture with a little explanation, which is nice, but I like the actual coin. So with that, I'm gonna pass everything over to Kathy, because she's gonna explain to you how this works. So I'm not a big savings account person. I'm not big on let's put money into a savings account. It's just not my thing. I believe in real estate. I don't care that we're having a rough year this year. It is not going to be like this for the rest of our lives. Real estate goes up, it goes down. It has always done that traditionally. It will probably continue to do that. So you know what? It's still my biggest safety zone. My next biggest safety zone is because not everyone has 100, 200, 300,000 lying around for a down payment. So this is my next security, coins. When have you ever heard of gold not being a thing? Come on. In every country in the whole world since the God knows what time frame. Kathy will be more apt to tell you about that. Gold, silver, and copper. Copper is not only good in the world of healing, and it's a heart chakra thing. I could actually turn this into a coin and put it right on my heart chakra, and it would be very healing.
Yeah.
It's such a good investment. So I did 2 just to try them out, and who knows what else I'm going to think of. But check this out. One is of me and my dog. Oops, hang on. I got to do this. These backgrounds. You got to be careful. And he, oh, no, that's good. So, okay, what am I doing?
Yeah, I can see them.
Coordinated. Apparently, you don't need to be coordinated to invest. So it's allowed. So here's my logo. And here's my baby and me. This is my baby Lucky and me. What a beautiful souvenir. Yeah. Come
Love
talk
it.
to me later. Come talk to me later about this. Kathy, take it away. I'm gonna put you on speaker mode, and I've let you share so you can share your PowerPoint, and off you go telling the world about this.
Thank you, Marianne. And what I love about what you just shared, Marianne, we connected on Monday and I showed her this feature. This gal created this coins on Monday and she had them yesterday, right?
And I live in Canada.
That's
I live
epic.
in Canada.
That's customer service. She created a coin that's unique in all the world. There's only one that exists, and that's her baby and her, and that's her logo. And it was created and shipped to her, and she received it yesterday because I saw your post on Facebook. Epic. And if I told you that she did that, I'm gonna show you a little demo of that. It was so simple. But what you heard Marianne say is so true. You know, she has diversified herself. She has multiple streams of income. And that's an amazing thing. But I'm gonna tell you, I don't care what you have for streams of income. What we're gonna share with you right now is a way to protect your income, protect your purchasing power. So no matter what else you're doing, in my opinion, what Marianne and I are doing, transferring paper money to real money in order we can protect your purchasing power. And that's what I'm getting ready to show you. We're going to show you a simple, easy way that you can protect your purchasing power. Inc. magazine did an article and they interviewed wealthy families and they used 5 main assets to protect and grow their wealth. It's exclusive real estate. Marianne's talking about that. It's a tangible asset, fine art, rare coins, gold, and usable precious metal. Well, this woman's involved in all 5. How smart is she? She's got it going on. That's right. Pat yourself on the back. And what Marianne said is the case with so many of us. We're not really good savers. I'm going to show you a way you can do this on autopilot. You don't have to be a good saver. The system is going to do it for you. You know, Robert Kiyosaki teaches us about the system. We're going to show you a system where your money can make money. And that's what's so exciting about this. No matter what else you're doing, this is a way to protect those commissions, protect the wealth that you're creating in other areas, and help you protect your purchasing power. So let me share my screen real quick, and we're going to get right to this, and appreciate you guys being here this morning. I love and appreciate Marianne. She's such a delight to work with, and I love her enthusiasm. She's always excited about what we're doing, and it's contagious, right? Well, just to let you know, what Marianne and I are doing now started for me back in the 70s and 80s. I've been in the space of gold and silver now 5 decades. I did the first ever jewelry internship at the University of Alabama, which ended up being my own jewelry business. I had Michael Anthony Jewelers. This is one of my storefronts here, named after my son. This is Michael Anthony. And so I learned a lot in the space of gold and silver. And here's what I learned. I had a 3-store chain. I was the only 3-store independent jewelry chain in the state of Alabama. That's what it took for me to give my customers a great deal. So we're going to share with you wealth strategies right now where you don't have to have a bankroll. It's now not for just the elite, not just for the jewelers, the kings, the queens, the banks and financial institutions. We're bringing you a way right now that you can do it. Anyone can acquire gold and silver, and it's a wealth strategy. But I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not a tax professional. I'm an associate here with 7K Metals. And this is the platform that we're going to share with you that's absolutely epic. They're rolling into their 10th year, and they have just done some amazing things. Now, gold and silver, as you heard Marianne say, have been around for over 5,000 years. But we're going to share with you some technology right now that's never been done in the marketplace that make it an amazing opportunity for anyone to acquire gold and silver simply and easily. So watch this short video with me, and then I'll come back and share some more with you.
If you're watching this video, chances are you've got some questions about gold or silver. You know they're valuable, but maybe it feels complicated. You're not sure how to use them, where to start, or who to trust. Or maybe you already own gold or silver, but want a simpler way. That's exactly why we made this, to share what we've learned, so you can make confident decisions and take real steps toward building with gold and silver, and hopefully give you enough confidence to get involved. At 7K, our mission is simple. Put gold and silver into the hands of people who need it most. We are a North American authorized gold and silver dealer located in the state of Idaho. For over a decade, we've worked to remove the friction, fear, and confusion for the first-time buyer, and to simplify the process for a seasoned stacker to add more precious metals to their portfolio. Gold and silver are everywhere in the news. Governments are stacking it. It's one of the most significant asset classes on Earth, and people across the globe are paying attention. But why? Let's start with a quick look at our modern money system. In 1913, the US dollar was backed by gold and had full purchasing power. But when the government detached it from gold in 1971 and started printing like crazy, the dollar lost over 97% of its value. That's inflation, and you felt it from the grocery store to your energy bill. Fiat currency is money created by governments with no real backing, just paper we've agreed to trust. And every time they print more, your dollars buy less. That's where sound money, a better name for gold and silver, comes in. It's been a trusted store of value for thousands of years. The wealthy have used it to preserve and grow wealth, and so do banks and governments. They know what it's worth. Let's look at a simple comparison. 5 years ago, if you saved $1,000 in the bank, inflation would have eaten away at its value. But if you'd use that same $1,000 to buy gold or silver, that gold would be worth over $1,900 today. The silver, over $2,000. Would that knowledge have changed your strategy? Probably. So why doesn't everyone do this? Because gold and silver got too complicated. People don't know how to use it, sell it, or even where to start. That's where we come in. We've made owning gold and silver simple, accessible, and smart. As a 7K member, you'll get tools that help you start stacking with confidence, starting with Sound Money Wallet, the foundation of our basic membership. Here's what it unlocks. Fractional gold and silver purchases on any budget. Although we handle purchases in the millions, you don't have to have large amounts of money to buy gold or silver anymore. You can literally start with $1. Safe, secure, insured storage, no safes or extra security systems at home required. Quick and easy buyback at top prices, no haggling, period. Fast, reliable shipping if you want it in hand. Sound Money Wallet solves the traditional pain points of buying and holding metals. It's a fresh take on the most time-tested form of money. And remember, there's no speculation here, only physical assets. Sound Money alone costs $199 a year. With our basic membership, you'll get Sound Money Wallet with up to $1,000 in free storage through our Vault Max facility for less. But we're more than a gold and silver dealer. We're an education platform. Our buyer certification teaches you the basics of stacking, while the collector certification opens up the exciting world of collectible gold and silver, exclusive, limited edition coins with stories, beauty, and real value. We've spent the last decade building the most robust marketplace around collectibles. And as a member, you get exclusive access. You'll also get tools to track and sell your collectibles through Stack and Sell, our secure trading platform. Want to supercharge your stacking? That's where Instant Gold Pay comes in. For every new 7K member you refer, we'll thank you with up to $80 in pure gold, deposited directly into Vault Max and visible in your Sound Money wallet. We don't do flashy ads. We'd rather pay you to spread the word. And if you refer 4 people within your first 14 days, we'll add up to $500 in cash rewards on top of the gold. No pressure. Sharing is totally optional. If you'd rather stack quietly, that works too. All of that comes with our basic membership. You can see that it's well worth over $400 for all the platforms here. But it's only a one-time $149, less than your annual Amazon Prime bill or premium Netflix subscription. And if you want more, go Legacy. Legacy members get everything basic offers, plus $50,000 in free storage instead of $1,000, more gold up front, unlimited collectible tracking, and a Sound Money metal matching bonus. Every time someone you refer buys gold or silver, you get up to 1% of it automatically in real metals. Whether it's 1% of 1,000 or 1 million, you won't want to miss out on free Sound Money. If you like the idea of up to $50,000 in free physical gold and silver storage in the secure Vault Max vaults or the Sound Money matching metal bonus, the Legacy can't be beat. So it's either the basic for $149 or the Get It All Legacy for $599. There isn't a bad one. One just gets you more. Just pick the one that makes the most sense for you right now. Once you've chosen a membership, you can take it even further with optional subscriptions. 7K Pro gives you even more exclusive access to collectibles, plus ongoing education through 7KU, with life mastery topics from finance to mindset and precious metals. They will all help you level up. This is an easy $59 a month. You will get immediate access to this for at least 15 days for free. Then you can keep it, or switch to another subscription you might like better. Wealth Builder automates your monthly stacking. Just set the date and dollar amount and let it run. Take a look at what would have happened if you would have set this to purchase $100 in gold every month over the last 3 years. The real key to winning in this system is automation. You automate your monthly bills so you don't miss them. Why not automate paying yourself first to start hitting your goals without thinking about it? Autosaver sends you a premium collectible coin each month. No guesswork or effort required. These tools turn gold and silver from a someday idea into a steady strategy that fits your life. So, what's your next step? Pick the membership that fits your goals. If you've got questions, talk to the person who invited you. Last thing, most people who join us are simply customers looking for access to the financial power that membership provides. They recognize the benefits of having gold and silver in their portfolios and want to leverage that for greater security and growth. By becoming a member, they gain the knowledge, tools, and resources necessary to confidently navigate the world of sound money, allowing them to protect and grow their wealth more effectively. We mentioned this earlier, and it may or may not be for you, but it's fair you know more. We have a way for you to get whichever membership you choose paid for quickly. It's likely you are already thinking of 4 or 5 people you know who might want this information. Remember the instant gold pay? For every legacy membership you refer, we will pay you $80 in gold instantly. That adds up quickly. And if you bring 4 in the first 14 days after you pick a membership, we are willing to pay up to $500 in cash rewards on top of that gold pay. That's $320 in gold and $500 in cash. That's over $800 back in your pocket. Again, this is optional. And if you like that, but want more, we do have other ways where you could scale this program to earn even more rewards consistently over time. That's in another video. For now, let the person who shared this information with you know which membership you'd like. And welcome to 7K, where the real assets meet real confidence.
That's a quick summary. And what we're talking about is how to protect your purchasing power. This is an epic example. So just go here with me for just a minute. We're going to compare cash to gold and silver. Let's go back to 1965 because this dollar bill and this ounce of silver had the exact same purchasing power. So 2,500 of these, or 2,500 ounces of silver, would have bought a brand new Ford Mustang off the showroom floor. Fast forward to 2025, what will $2,500 do? Won't make a good down payment, but 2,500 ounces of silver will buy you 2 Ford Mustangs. So which one protected your purchasing power? So no matter what you're doing, if you're coaching, if you're mentoring, if you're doing nutritionals, whatever you're doing, doctor, lawyer, Indian chief, it doesn't matter. We want to help you convert some of those paper earnings into precious metal where it holds its value. Let's look at gold. So in 1965, you could have bought, remember, that Mustang for $2,500, or let's compare it to gold. 72 of these. This is a 1-ounce gold coin. This is the Gold Eagle, the most recognized coin in the world. So 72 of these, or 2,500 of these, brand new Ford Mustang. But let's fast forward to 2025. What has happened? If you have $2,500, again, not a good down payment. But if you have 72 ounces, the same amount of gold from 1965 we're talking about, you could have bought 5 Ford Mustangs. So which one protected your purchasing power? Wow. That says it all. And this is this snap from that video. This is epic. If you look at just from April of 2020 to April of 2025, cash, gold, and silver. Let's just take $1,000 of each one. What does your $1,000 in cash do? You're down to $760 worth of purchasing power because of inflation. You've lost money if it stayed in cash, in paper money, in fiat. But look at gold. If you had $1,000 in gold, it'd be $1,900 and change. almost double. If you had silver, $1,000. By the time you got to 2025, you'd have over double. You have over $2,000. This is what I'm talking about, how to protect your purchasing power no matter what else you're doing. And just to recap real quickly, here are the two memberships. Basic, you get an instant deposit of $20 in your Sound Money wallet, and you get access to the first ever digital wallet for physical gold and silver. This technology is epic. You're going to love this when you see how this works. You get access to our Vault Max, which is our military grade storage, where we don't have to have our metals physically on us. You know, sometimes you might feel compromised by having your metal in your home or where you live. This allows you to have storage in a military grade vault that's 100% insured by Lloyd's of London. Absolutely love it. So this will give you $1,000 in storage. This gives you the buyer certification, the collector certification. This gives you 10 coins that you can track and stack and sell, and instant gold pay. And all of that is just for a one-time fee of $149. It's over a $400 value. So let's look at the all-in access of Legacy. Legacy now has doubled your starter deposit. You get $40 in pure gold bullion instantly added to your Sound Money wallet. And the Sound Money wallet is absolutely amazing. At the click of your mouse, you can purchase gold and silver bullion as little as $1 at a time in 4 asset classes instantly with no fee. And you can transfer it back from metal to cash when you need it instantly at the click of your mouse at the highest buyback price I have ever seen. And it can go instantly on your card or your bank account where you can access that money and use it. This is phenomenal. And then you have your Vault Max. Your storage just went up to $50,000 in precious metal storage that's covered and insured with this membership, with the Legacy All-In. You get the buyer certification, the collector certification. You get unlimited tracking with the stack and sell option with the Legacy membership. So this can be so fun. It gives you an inventory tracking capability. It's pretty epic, and you can look at current market values. I call it like real estate comps for coins and collectible coins like that we have in this platform. And it also has 100% eliminated fraud. You got to love that. Instant Gold Pay is here, and you get one bonus that only comes with the Legacy. It's the matching metal bonus. So again, you get all of that. It's over an $800 value for just $599, one-time purchase. You've got access to all this goodness. And this 1% matching metal bonus that comes with the Legacy, this is where when you grab your membership, if you shared this with anybody and there's no limit, it could be 3,000 or 3,000 people, you're going to get a percentage matching metal bonus. So whatever metal they purchase in their Sound Money wallet, which is the 1 ounce silver eagle, the 1 ounce gold eagle, the 100 ounce silver bar, and the 1 ounce gold bar, whatever they purchase in, you're going to get a 1% matching metal bonus. Listen, we've heard of it being as little as a few cents and as much as $10,000 at a time. I'm sorry, $20,000 at a time. On one gentleman, he actually got. And we have the option to do a gold-backed IRA too. And then that transition with any of your personal referrals, you can also earn a percentage of that. So we have Basic or Legacy, and the Basic over a $400 value for just $149 one time. The Legacy all-in access over an $800 value for just $599 one time. And then you have these optional subscriptions on the inside when you get there to experiment with. You know, Marianne said it's just difficult to say, well, this is taking all the difficulty out of it. This is a simple, easy, set it and forget it. This is savings on autopilot with this subscription model. So, you know, we do that with our bills, but now we can do this with assets. Hard assets of a commodity of gold and silver. Pretty epic, really. So the 7K Pro is your subscription, and you're going to actually get access to this when you enroll with your membership your first 15 days for free, so you can play with it. You're going to love it. It's going to give you 7K University, exclusive coin drops, loyalty points where you can earn free coins, and you're going to get access to our 7K Advantage, and I'll share with you too. And then on the right side, you have the autosaver where you can choose the coin of the month. We have the Beauties of the World. We have the Silver Eagle. We have the Gold Animal State Series, and we have a new gold note series that is the stories of the Bible. That's absolutely beautiful. And all of these are precious metal. So when you choose the autosaver or the pro, it has a point value too that goes all the way through the system. You can actually earn money on that, earn money back on it. And then we have our monthly subscription, our wealth builder. This is where you can set it and forget it as little as $1 at a time in any 4 of these asset classes, one a month, one a week, almost. You can do 5 times a month if you want, and you can choose and just have it dollar cost averaging your savings on autopilot going for you while you're busy doing your life and making your fortunes with other things. This is an option here to protect your wealth and protect your purchasing power. So with the 7K Pro and the auto saver, when you do that, you have access to our 7K Advantage. This is our wholesale shopping club. We have over 850,000 merchants around the world, and we save the average family over $1,200 a year. You can see here, my first transaction, we saved over $600 by using the 7K Advantage. How did I get to it? Because I had my autosaver in place, or the 7K Pro now is an option. So when you have that, you have access to more savings. Alicia also saved over 600. Nancy saved closer to 1,000. This is an actual savings platform that you will love, and you just need to take advantage of it. And you saw Marianne's coins. This is the My Mint feature. So when you grab your membership, you can start minting your own unique coins, just like what she shared with you, where they're shipped. She actually created those, and we did it in a matter of minutes together on Monday, and she had them on Thursday. Now, we can't promise you exactly that, but everything is FedEx shipped to your doorstep, tracked, so you don't have to worry about it. So watch this short video with me on how simple this process is. Right under your products, you just scroll down. It's called My Mint. Choose copper or silver, either one. And this is on a pure ounce of silver. Upload any picture you have. Voila! You can also use AI to enhance your images. You now can give the most amazing gifts ever to your friends and family. Give How fun is this? You're only limited by your imagination. And there's some pre-done prompts in here to help you along the way. Think about how fun this could be for babies coming and weddings and special occasions to celebrate. Ah, beautiful.
Wow, so many options, eh? So beautiful.
Oh, so lovely. And think about all the marketing you could do with that. But we're so much more than gold and silver. And we just want to make good use of your time this morning. But this is some highlights on what all we have available to you. This membership is jam-packed with value. And this is a way to protect and preserve your wealth. And then we also have a 90-day plan where you can actually earn a 100-ounce silver bar The company actually gives these away. If you're interested in that, Marianne's got a plan for that she can share with you. And, everything that we have here, I want you to know that 85% of the folks that hear the information, they do this just to protect their wealth. We're now open in 41 different countries. So when you grab your membership just to protect your wealth, if you share it with someone, you don't even have to participate in the share plan. You do get a thank you of pure gold bullion every time you do. And you can also use that 1% metal bonus, and it can be a passive source of income for you while you're building your dreams. And if you decide you want to share and join Marianne and I in the process, we'd love that too. But it's strictly an optional benefit that you have. And here's our income disclaimer before I close. 85% of the folks that hear the information that you just heard, they just grab a membership for all the value. There's only 15% of us that participate in the share plan in the world. Marianne and I are part of that. And if you're interested, we'd love for you to join us, because in my opinion, it's still a well-kept secret. And I don't know of one person that doesn't need to protect their purchasing power. And I don't know of a better way to protect it than with gold and silver, and a simple, easy way to liquidate it with this platform. So I just want you to see that our associate, that's one that just has one member left and one member right, on the average made more money than it costs to have that all-in legacy access. And the majority of our money is paid out to our associates and our coppers. So I'm super excited to share that with you. So I'll come back to you, Marianne, now. And thank you for letting me share. I just think this is an amazing platform that everyone needs to hear about.
I just want to show these real quick because,
Yes.
And can you show us the eagle, because we can't really see it when it's when you have the thing. I just really wanted to show these again real quick. These are mine that I made. And then, of course, I just want to show some of the other stuff like real quick. So look at this. Look at the way this coin is packaged. It's
Beautiful.
the solar system.
Yes.
Literally the solar system. I have like this amazing silver Canadian dollar, and I have, oh my gosh, I have so many, but I just wanted to show a few because I still love my tiger, whatever. I'm a tiger in Chinese horoscope.
There you go.
Anyways, please connect with me, and Kathy and I could get on a 3-way call with you so you can get more. This is an amazing product, an amazing way of saving money. It's practical, it's beautiful, and thank you so much, Kathy.
Thank you, Marianne. It's an honor to be here with you.
Move along, because I have a rock star in the house. Jordan, show your beautiful self.
Hey, Marianne.
Oops.
Got to get this out of my face here.
There we go. I just want to tell people, Jordan was the keynote speaker in Arizona for my APL Go conference that we were at. And I also had the pleasure of speaking. So we were speaking at the same event. Jordan is a sales superstar. But before we even get started, and I'm not so much into, like, I just don't have time for reading books so much. So I'm an Audible girl. Hang on, can we get me on here so y'all can see this? This is Jordan's book. Get it. That's all I'm going to say is get it. I've already read it. I've already listened to it twice. I was going to say I read it twice, but that's not true. So if you can't remember what it is, please connect with me or connect directly with Jordan. With that, I know Jordan's in a hurry to go into the next event, so we have to stay on time. Jordan, thank you so much for gifting me your time. I mean, I feel so blessed.
Thank you.
First of all, I had the opportunity of listening to you. I was like this. Like, you know, when you're listening so intensely, you can't write and listen at the same time because there's so much going on. That's what it was like. That's what it was.
I appreciate that. It's very nice. It was very nice to meet you, Marianne. Thank you for the invitation to be with the group here.
Oh, thank you so much for coming here and just helping to just pour all over all of us. So with that, I'm going to stay quiet. Go for it, Jordan. Jordan Adler, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Marianne. So I really want to start with just saying the title of my book, Beach Money, the way that happened. I actually, over the course of probably 20 years, this was back before the internet and all that. I was writing notes for my weekly conference call on a yellow pad, and I put them into a box. And over the course of 20 years, I had like pages and pages and pages. And I'm like, I need to turn this into a book. And then I had my early days of network marketing. I was running little classified ads. I didn't have very much money. It would save me like 3 months. It'd take me 3 months to save up $250 to run a 3-line ad. And every time I would run an ad, if I put the title Beach Money, I don't even know where I got that. If I put the title Beach Money on there, I would get 20 times as many calls. Any other title wouldn't work. Like I get very few, but then when I put Beach Money, I get a whole bunch. And so I thought, this is all about building your dream life and creating a residual income. And I'm going to be talking about leadership, seeing that the title of this series is Authentic Leadership. I'm going to be spending time on that. I'm actually in Las Vegas on the Vegas Strip. I'm on the 37th floor of the Waldorf. I'm looking out over the Raiders Stadium and the MGM and the Luxor, New York, New York. It's all right outside my window here. I split my time between here and Vegas and a little mountain town that I've had a home for 26 years called Jerome. Some of you have probably been to Jerome. It's a little magical mining town between Prescott and Sedona. So I go back and forth between the two. I'm going to share my screen with you. Oh, I need to get authorization, Marianne, to share my screen, please. And let's see if I got it now. There it is. Okay, cool.
You have it? Okay, good.
Yep, I do. All right. So you should be able to see my screen now. There we go. So I'm going to start with a statement. You can count the acorns in a tree, but you can't count the trees in an acorn. This statement I probably heard 30 years ago, and it had a massive impact on my career. I'll share a little bit about that, not a lot. I mean, you can always Google me if you want to, but I'll share a little bit about that. But I want you to think about the implication of this statement as it relates to building whatever business you're involved in. You can count the trees in an acorn. You can't count the trees in an acorn. I had been in 11 network marketing companies in 10 years, never made a penny, never signed up a single person. And there's a story with that, but I would talk to 2 or 3 people, they would be negative and I would quit. This was in my 20s and early 30s. And I was at an event, I got invited by Jay and Meg Smith, who were top leaders in the company, and they saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And there was a leadership training going on in San Francisco. I was in Phoenix at the time, and I didn't have any money. I had $36,000 in credit card debt on 22 credit cards, didn't have a running vehicle. I was in my 30s. They invited me to this leadership event. And while I was sitting in the audience in San Francisco, Jay tapped me on the shoulder. He was in his late 50s at the time, and he tapped me on the shoulder and he handed me a note. And that note was on his letterhead, handwritten, small note, just a short note. He said, "Nothing would make me happier than to see you get your executive promotion," which was the top position in the company. I'd never signed up a single person. "Nothing would make me happier than to see you make executive, and soon, signed Jay." And here's what it did for me. I realized in that moment that he saw something in me that I didn't see in myself, and I didn't want to disappoint him. And when I got back from that conference, I went to work. Now, that was my 12th company. And in that company, I went on to make $8 million. And then since then, that was over 20 years ago. And and we'll talk a little bit more. But as a leader, you need to be able to see the sometimes invisible greatness in other people. So hopefully, if you're not already doing this, as you read this statement, you think, maybe I can put on my radar the intention to see greatness in people that don't see greatness in themselves. You cannot measure from the outside looking in, you can't measure the size of someone's heart. And there are people, I've got many stories of people that on the surface, if you'd met them before they'd had success, you would have thought to yourself, this person will never make it. And because somebody believed in them and gave them the opportunity, their business took off. And today, in some cases, they're financially independent. This was me when I was 17 years old. These are my first 11 network marketing companies. After 10 years, 11 companies, I never signed up a single person. I was actually in Amway twice. But I didn't grow up in an entrepreneurial family. My dad worked a job all of his life. He made less than $30,000 a year at his job. And ironically, after 17 years in corporate America, I was making $28,000 a year. And that was the most I'd ever made, just a hair under what my dad made in his career. And I thought to myself, if I don't make some different decisions and get out of here, I'm going to be here for the rest of my life. And I had dreams. Like, I was a black sheep in the family. I was not a person that I wasn't one that was going to fit into the mold. Every job I ever had, it would give me anxiety. It was horrible. And there were moments that were good, but for the most part, I felt really stuck. And so that's why I kept pursuing network marketing. So all during this 10 years, I had jobs. I started off at 21 years old, renting roller skates at a little place on University on the ASU campus. Then I worked at the gyms, teaching classes and fitness classes, and then also selling memberships. Didn't do very well doing that. Then I became a draftsman, and I would make $10,000 a year drafting landscapes and things like that. And so I did that for a number of years. And then there was this airline starting in Arizona, and I met the son of the founder. It was they had one plane. And I joined that company in my 20s. And over the next 15 years or so, that airline became a major airline. It was America West Airlines. We had over 100 aircraft. But again, the peak of my career, I made $28,000 a year. And then the airline filed bankruptcy, going through the same thing, working in corporate America. They cut my pay in half from $28,000 a year to $14,000 a year. And I was in management, $14,000 a year. I couldn't pay my bills. And I had dreams that were much bigger than going to a cubicle every day. So I want to share a story. I've got this home now in this mining town up in Arizona called Jerome, which I mentioned. That's a little deck that I have off the third story, just a tiny little deck. I like that space because it looks out over Sedona. And one day I was getting ready to go on a trip, and I was going to be gone for a month. And the door, that screen door was open, and that little hummingbird flew in and landed right on the windowsill about 10 feet away in the opposite direction. And for the next 2 hours, that hummingbird was trying to get out of that window, and I needed to leave. And I knew if I left, that hummingbird would end up dead on that windowsill. And I didn't want that. I love hummingbirds. So I was trying to get the hummingbird to look towards the door. If I could just get him to look towards the door and fly in that direction, he could fly to freedom. But instead, he chose the window, which is not going to have a great outcome for him. Took me 2 hours. I tried to catch him with a pitcher, couldn't get him in the pitcher. They're very fast. You can't catch a hummingbird. Finally, he got tired. I got him on the rim of the pitcher. I walked outside onto that little deck, and he flew off. But here's the moral of the story. I realized that one direction leads to struggle and death, and the other direction is effortless, and it leads to freedom. The reason most people don't make it in business is because they're always in a state of struggle. And it usually doesn't have to do with learning how to do the business. Most people can learn how to do their business in a very short period of time. A day, a week, a month at the most. You can learn how to do your business. But it's about what you're putting your attention on. That little hummingbird knows how to fly. He didn't need a better hummingbird flying coach. He just needed somebody to point him in the right direction, but I couldn't get him to look in that direction. If I could have gotten him to look, he could have effortlessly flown to freedom. I had to give him a little help. So think about that as it relates to your business. Are you in a state of struggle? If you're struggling in your business, it's very possible. In fact, not just possible. It has probably very little to do with skills, because I've seen people with almost no skills succeed in business. It has to do with what you're putting your attention on, what you're focusing on. So when I was 34 years old, that was my room in this house. I had two roommates that lived in the house. We paid $200 a month each. I lived in the garage. It was an unfinished garage. It did have a little closet. I had one suit. I had a bed that was on the floor. And in the street, right about where I'm taking this picture, is my Jeep. And that Jeep had been broken down for 2 years. I couldn't afford to fix it. And if you want to look it up on Google Maps, it's 505 West 16th Street in Tempe, Arizona. I was 34 years old, as I mentioned, $36,000 in credit card debt on 22 credit cards. I still have the credit cards. They're all cut up, and I strung them all together for a stage prop. And my job, as I mentioned, was paying me $14,000 a year at that point. And this is when I joined my 12th network marketing company. And that's the company that Jay handed me that note. I worked my business in this coffee plantation. I could walk there from this house. My office at America West Airlines was right next door. So on my lunches, I would go down to this coffee plantation and work my business. And my goal was to meet people. Now I was green. I was really green, but I had learned enough through audios that I'd listened to, events that I'd gone to, racking up my credit cards, going to these events and buying product and trying all these different companies. But I finally figured out some simple things. I figured out like how to set an appointment, how to get somebody to sit down with me, how to share my opportunity with people, how to follow up. I mean, there was no technology back then. This coffee plantation didn't look like this back then. It was an older version of this place. And I just followed the fundamentals and just did them over and over again. But the most important thing was for the first time in my life, and this was a decision, I decided I wasn't going to quit when things got tough. And when I mean tough, I mean like the kind of tough that knocks all of us out of the business. We all get knocked down hard, and most people at some point stop. And I just decided on my 12th company, because I wanted freedom. I wanted a residual income that would pay my bills every month. I just decided at one point that I'm no longer going to quit on a bad day. And if you have that philosophy, I'm never quitting on a bad day, and I just stay in motion, keep moving, keep doing the business, what happens is you have a good day, and then you don't want to quit. And the people that do that over and over and over and over again, over a 10-year period, end up with massive success. It doesn't take 10 years to get there, but I mean, I'm talking about the kind of success that most people just only dream about. So I want to share, this is, you can't count the trees in an acorn. It's usually not the linear plans that we put together that will take us to our dreams. Well, let me explain what I mean by that. Most of us in our conscious world, and even in the trainings that we attend, we talk about step-by-step plans. Do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, and you'll have success. And even for our dreams, we have goals that we set and we map it all out. And in reality, that's not how it happens in real life. If you think about it, everything in your life that has ever amounted to anything significant has happened as a result of meeting the right person at the right time. Think about it. You met the right person at the right time. So it's more about your network and your relationships than it is about your step-by-step plans. Now, let me give you an example. This is what happened on my 12th. Actually, this was my 13th company. My 12th company was around for 16 years. They were a multi-billion-dollar company. I haven't talked about them yet at all on this. And there was a massive change in technology where the entire industry, every industry, went from analog to digital. Well, we were a company that was a multi-billion-dollar company that was an analog-based company, and then digital was invented, and we were out of business in 3 months. So my $80,000 a month check went to zero overnight. So I joined 20 years ago, I joined my 13th company. And this is what happened in this company. I was involved in the company for a few months, not much going on yet. There wasn't much going on. I got introduced to this 22-year-old kid. The picture on the bottom left, that's Nate, when he was about 25. So I get introduced at a networking event to this 22-year-old kid. And I find out that his father is the CEO of BNI, Business Network International, the largest privately held networking organization in the world. I had joined my 13th company, which was a company called Send Out Cards. I didn't have much going on yet. And I'd heard about BNI, but I'd never joined it. And I joined one of the weakest, there's about 4,000 chapters in the United States. There was back then, and now today it's way more. But I joined one of the smallest chapters, if not the smallest chapter in the United States, 12 members. Now, most people, when they join a BNI chapter, it's a group of business entrepreneurs, one person in every category. It's structured. You meet once a week. When I joined the chapter, when most people join a chapter, they look at it as what can I get from the 12 members in this chapter? What can I get from them? Like, can I get them to do business with me? And I saw a bigger picture. This is part of leadership. It's having a little bigger vision. What I saw was 4,000 meetings going on all across the country. And at that time, it was just US, but eventually became other countries. Over 10,000 meetings going on weekly all across the world. I think, I don't know what the actual number of members are, but it's in the range of, I think, 250,000 members. What I saw was these people already had a meeting location. They were already getting together once a week. Their goal was to give you business. So when I join a business, a BNI, my goal is to give them business. Their goal is to give me business. So we're all looking to help each other. Givers gain. It's part of their culture and their philosophy, which was the same as our culture. So I thought to myself, what if I just promoted BNI on my weekly trainings as one of the things? So I got Nate on one of my weekly calls. This is back when I had 5 people on the call. Eventually went on to have hundreds, but we promoted it. And I got members of my team into BNI chapters. And within 1 year, we were in 250 BNI chapters across the United States. And that gave me massive leverage. And this is going to blow your mind what I'm going to tell you next. Remember I said you can't count the trees in an acorn? I meet this 22-year-old kid, one person. That results in my team being in 250 chapters because I promoted it. And that's leverage, right? Residual income and leverage. I promoted it. And when I tell you this, it's hard to believe, but people stand up and say, BNI is responsible for $50,000 in revenue to our company, or BNI is responsible for, $300,000 in revenue to our company. Check this out. Revenue to our company, $250 million over the course of 20 years. My personal income from this one BNI relationship, by the way, Nate and Kelly, I'm going to be with them and their 3 kids having dinner next week. They are actually my best friends today. And my income as a result of that one relationship has been over $7 million. Just one relationship. And I've got tens of thousands of relationships in my business. And this is just from one. So it's usually one person that's going to change the trajectory of your life and your trajectory of your business. Maybe 2 people, maybe 3 people. But for most people, it's in the range of 3 that really make the massive change. Harvey Mackay in his book, Swim with the Sharks, Harvey Mackay owns a paper company. He's in his 90s now, but he owns a $1 billion plus paper company. And he's written many, many books. You've probably heard of him. And he says you can predict the future of someone's income by looking at the size of their Rolodex. And of course, we don't use Rolodexes today, but back when he wrote the book, we were. Today, if you want one of these, you're going to have to go to the thrift store or the second or Goodwill or something like that. Today, our Rolodex is in our phone, which is a disadvantage in a sense because those contacts become invisible in our phone. Most of us don't use Rolodexes anymore, but the concept is the same. So I went out and bought a Rolodex back in the early 90s, and it was a big Rolodex. And I filled it up with business cards, and I started handwriting notes to people and staying in touch once in a while. This is before texting. Once in a while, giving them a call and just say, hey, I was just thinking about you. How you doing? Just to nurture the network, just to stay in touch with people over a long period of time. And Tom Hopkins, he was the #1 sales trainer in the world. His books are in 30 languages. He used to do sales trainings and 20,000 people would show up. He was a multi-millionaire realtor, and then he decided to teach realtors how to sell, but then he opened that up to the entire market. I learned from him. I read his books back then, and he talked about the thank you note habit. He had a whole chapter in his book called The Thank You Note Habit, where anybody you meet or anybody that does business with you or anybody that you show a home for, or anybody that you list a home for, whatever, you send them a thank you note in the mail. And this got me doing this. And today my business is all around sending cards in the mail. That's my business. I've got 1 million customers that use our system to send physical cards in the mail, and they can do it from an app on their phone with pictures, or they can do it from their computer. We're the largest customer of the US Post Office. But the concept of this is The bigger the Rolodex, the better relationships with the people in your Rolodex, the more successful you're going to be. And across the board, if you think about it, the people you see speaking on the stages, they have a bigger Rolodex than the people that are in the audience, typically. So think about that. So you want to view people not as a resource for getting something. Most business people, I would say 90% plus, they're all about getting business, getting. Everybody's trying to get. And the people that win long-term, leaders view people as a resource for giving something, looking for opportunities to give. And I'm going to just talk about some general principles of leadership. First of all, you have to have a vision and you have to share your vision. That was the first thing I was looking for 20 years ago, when I was looking for my next company. First thing is I want a company that has a leader that has a big vision, is willing to share that vision and could communicate the vision. So you want to ask yourself, do you know what the vision for your business is? And are you sharing that? And you want to shout that from the rooftops. Everybody needs to know your vision. Everybody needs to know where you're going if you want to succeed in a big way. You have to have a system and give your team members a track to run on. This was a big thing that, if you think about it, the biggest franchises in the world have really well-defined systems, and people want to be led. People crave leadership. They're looking for like how to do it. And when you have a system that you can teach to others, I had a boss that when I was back in corporate America that used to say, Jordan, your objective is to replace yourself. Build systems and teach other people to do what you do. And that's just so non-conventional in corporate America, because in corporate America, most people think if I work to replace myself, then I'll be out of a job. But you become more valuable. So you have to have a system and give your team members a track to run on. Subway has a system. McDonald's has a system. Wendy's has a system. Chipotle has a system. So you want to have that clearly defined. And if you're not doing that, get a good coach that can teach you how to create systems for your business. You have to be able to, this is for your employees or your team members. These are 3 principles that I learned when I was working for America West Airlines. I taught a management development class to our employees called, I can't remember what, something management. I can't remember now. I can't remember. Anyway, I do know the 3 principles that we taught. The first principle was, I'll think of it, but the first principle was maintain self-esteem in others. So you always want to look for, if somebody's feeling down or a little bit beating themselves up, which we all do, you want to do your best to help lift their self-esteem. The second thing you want to do is listen and respond with empathy. So when people are, expressing their concerns, be empathetic. It's okay to be, it's okay to be direct with people, and it's okay to disagree with people, and it's okay to correct people, but you always want to do it in a way that you're maintaining self-esteem and listening and responding with empathy. And the third thing is ask for help in solving the problem. So when you're asking people, no matter how big your business is, no matter how successful you become, I spent a lot of time, I was part of the Richard Branson Virgin Galactic Civilian Space Program. And so I've been to Necker Island. I hung out with Richard every day for 10 days on his boat, playing chess with him, breakfast, lunch, and dinner with him for 10 days. And one of the things I noticed about Richard as I was with him is this guy has billions and billions of dollars, but at the same time, people that weren't nearly as successful as him, he would ask them for help in solving the problem. He said, this is what I'm working on. What do you guys think? Do you have any ideas? He does that a lot with everybody. He asks everybody questions, and that's how he comes up with solutions. And it makes people feel special, makes people feel important. And last one, and I'll be wrapping it up here, Marianne. Unless you want me to talk a little bit more, I'm going to wrap it up here. You have to be solid. And I see this every single day. People that are checked in and checked out. And if you try and build your business that way, it will never gain traction. In other words, get a phone number and keep that phone number for the rest of your life. Get an address that you can keep for the rest of your life and not be changing addresses every 6 months or 2 years. That's not solid. People need solid. People need to feel like they're hanging their hat on an organization, a business, a person that has long-term integrity. Play the long game. Most people play the short game, especially in our society today. Everybody wants it now, but you want to be willing to play the long game. Be positive. You know, it's okay to criticize, but do it in a positive way. And then finally, most people aren't ready to step into leadership. And in order to build a successful team, most people want to be followers. They need to know what the track is to run on. They need to know that the people leading them are confident and know where they're going and why they're doing what they're doing. So I'll share one more thing. Marianne's not at her seat. Oh, there she's come. Well, I see her walking back and forth. I'll keep going until she comes back, and then we'll wrap it up. Marianne, do you want me to wrap it up, or do you want me to keep going? Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Whatever you like. Go for it.
All right, I'll share one more thing with you. So I decided to get my helicopter pilot's license at the age of 57 years old. In fact, when I walked into this helicopter school, the 22-year-old helicopter instructor laughed, snickered in his breath, because 57-year-olds don't get their helicopter pilot's license. It's only guys in their 20s. Women and guys in their 20s get their helicopter pilot's license. So I did this because I wanted a challenge. I wanted something that would stretch me, that would give me a personal development track to run on in a different environment. I knew I was going to learn a lot. I had no idea what I was in for. It was by far the hardest thing I ever learned to do. And there were things that I had to do to learn to become a successful helicopter pilot. And the things like, I'll just scroll through these real fast. I had to make an investment. I had to sacrifice. I had fears I had to overcome. I had to practice. At some point, I needed to solo. My instructor kicked me out of the helicopter and said, okay, you're ready. And I'm like, ready for what? You got to go by yourself now. I'm like, what? In my head. And I went and flew for the first time. And that felt great, but it was really scary. I had to learn the fundamentals. I had to grow. I had to have faith that I was going to be able to achieve it. Because the truth is, there are so many times that you lose faith on your journey. Every leader does. But you have to have faith that things are going to work out, and you just stay on track regardless. And I had to have big dreams. I wanted to fly the helicopter as a hobby here in Vegas, to be able to take my friends up. And I was in a helicopter crash, and I'm not going to get into the big story right now, but the guy that I was flying with, I knew him for 6 months. He told me he flew A-Stars every week, big helicopters, told me he had a maintenance facility. Bottom line, found out after the crash, because I turned the controls over to him while we were in flight, and we should have both died. The helicopter was completely destroyed. We pierced a 150-gallon fuel tank that showered fuel all over us. The bottom line is, my helicopter was destroyed, and this guy had never flown in his life. And the FAA did a 1-year investigation. Everybody, he lied to everyone, the pilots, the mechanics, all of his friends, his mother, his live-in girlfriend. But I had to recover. And the hardest thing I've ever done in my life was to get back into the helicopter. And so with that, I am out of time, Marianne. Thank you for the invitation. I really appreciate it. I hope you got some good, solid training from today that you can apply in your business. Thank you.
As always, Jordan, thank you so much. And I'm so glad you're okay.
Thank you.
And that you
I was very
survived that
fortunate.
crazy helicopter ride.
Had some stitches in my left foot, but other than we both walked away unscathed, which is
Wow.
really miraculous. But he got in big trouble.
Well, I don't feel sorry for him. Sorry. One more time, I want to say, I can't say enough. I'm not really one to read books more than once, but this one, I'm already on 2 times listening to it. Actually 2.5, because I already started. So it's going to be.
I promise, if you buy that book, you're gonna love it. It's a fun book to read, and you'll learn a lot.
It really is, and it's a super easy book full of really great things. And it's on Audible. Audible for people who have a crazy schedule like me.
Thank you so much, Marianne.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much. And I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you again. I can't thank you enough for taking the time. I know your day is like insane. I really love you. Mwah.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good one. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Rosemary, welcome to the group. Let me see who else is going to come and join us. Oh, I like your hair today. It's beautiful. Beautiful. How's everyone doing? Rosemary, you good? Everyone is you. Nikki's probably on another event.
Sorry, I'm doing multiple things here, so I apologize. I started to talk and it was on mute.
You and all of us.
Good morning, everyone.
You and all of us. Nikki, me, we've been like, it's been a different kind of day, right, Nikki? And we're just waiting for Amanda to come and join us. And so it is a noon hour, our usual APL Go hour. So this is the place where we get to share. Who else has some? Actually, this one's my new favorite one now because it's got a lot of the colors. See, these all come in beautiful colors. And of course, my background is the skincare. For those of you who live in the US and some other parts of Europe, you all get the skincare. In Canada, it hasn't arrived yet, but it will. And you can always go to the US, order some like I do, and bring some back, which is how I get my skincare. You know, sometimes you got to get creative. And Jordan, wasn't he wonderful? Jordan lives in my favorite state. So Arizona. Not that Texas isn't one of my favorites. It's one of my top favorites, Nikki, primarily because you live there. So Nikki lives in Dallas-ish area. And the three of us are Canadians. So you're surrounded by Canadians. We all live about, well, Rosemary and I live about a half an hour away from each other. Amanda and I live, on the other hand, about 2 hours away from each other, if not more. Maybe in the summertime, we'll see each other a bit more. So we're going to talk a little bit about the APL Go supplements that all four of us are associates for. So I had the pleasure of listening to Jordan Adler speak at the convention in Arizona, my favorite other state. And he's talking about Sedona, and that's where I want to live. I want to live in the same kind of place as Jordan does, because I love Sedona. So I made it to Sedona. This time it was amazing. I also had the pleasure of being at Tina and Kelly's house, which they were so wonderful enough to literally have like 50, 60 of us. I don't even know how many of us there was. They fed us. We hung out in their space. Kelly has this really cool, well, actually Kelly and Tina both have the chair, and it kind of rocks, and I was in there. Nobody would go in there all day, and I'm like, okay, I'm tired of being polite. I'm going into that chair, and I almost fell asleep. And then when I got out, there was a big lineup of everyone who wanted to go in there, so it was beautiful. So I just want to, talk briefly about the skincare, because I don't actually have it here in Canada, but it is amazing. Because it was made by the owner's wife, and she was pregnant with their first child. They now have 4 children. She was pregnant with their first child, and she was looking for a skincare product that didn't have any chemicals. Couldn't find any. So what does a girl do when she can't find something? She creates her own. So she made this beautiful skincare line. I'm just going to say that the eye cream has malachite in it. How many skincare products do you know that have crystals in them? Yeah. And they're all packaged in these beautiful glass bottles. And they're not just any glass bottle. They're super high vibe Venetian glass bottles. The best glass in the world, right? So, and the rest of the product is just amazing. So if you have more questions, definitely come and speak to any one of us. I know I've tried it. I'm pretty sure. Did you guys ever try it, Nikki? I know you're in the US, so I know you tried it. And
I,
Rosemary, you never tried it? Not even like a little spray or anything? Okay. Oh, you're muted, Rosemary.
I'm always
I will,
muted.
I will say that one of the most amazing things about it is the packaging.
Yes, it is.
It comes in this beautiful box, which in a moment I'll just nip off and get because I've kept the box. And there's so much care taken with everything else, the glass, the packaging. So imagine how much care is taken for the actual product. And I have the hydration spray and it is wonderful.
It is.
So
That's
especially
sure.
going into summer with the heat, you
Mhm.
know, it's
Really
wonderful.
does help, right? Because you guys have dry heat where you're like,
And well, we have very humid heat, but just with the heat, you end up, wiping your face and your skin dries out. And
that's right.
I have to share that I have mine because Marianne sent it to me as a gift. And
And
I'm
I
going
have
to,
mine because Nikki sent me a birthday gift. So isn't that wonderful?
but that's one thing about APL Go. More than the products, it's the community. The people are amazing. We have an amazing community of people, and they're there to help. They're there to be friends. They're there to encourage. And that's been one of the most powerful things for me. That's how I really got to know Marianne and these other beautiful ladies here. So this isn't just a product. It's something that has a lot of care put into it. It's got a community that backs it up. And that always makes so much difference. So
And it's such a great product. So that's the skincare product. So like I said, you have to be in the US or you have to go there to get it, or you have to have friends there who can send it to you. So Nikki had to order it. It came to her house. Then she had to send it to me. And it was like, oh my gosh, but I love Nikki and I love my friends and I love all my team and I love the product. So I'm super, super excited. Now let's start with Rosemary. I'm just going to go to the top. Rosemary, tell us about I really like your high heel testimonial the best. So.
All right. Thank you very much, Marianne. I always appreciate being on here. And I was introduced to APL Go, I'm going to say almost 2 years ago now. And like a lot of people, you go in with apprehension, right? About, is this going to work? It's just another one of those products. But I agreed to try it. And I tried it from two different perspectives. One was for my bone health and inflammation. And another one was for my asthma I had with breathing and sinuses, and I had a lot of issues around there. So speaking on Marianne's story that she mentioned, is as a background, I do have a lot of problems with my bones, poor bone density. And with that, I never wear heels. Even when I was married to a 6'7" man, once upon a time, I never wore heels. I have flats all the time because of my ankles were just not strong enough. So I tried the APL Go, and I'm just trying to see if I've got the product here. This one here, the SLD and the STP. SLD was for the inflammation, and STP was for pain, which I had a lot of. Anyway, I decided to try it, and I was getting ready for an event. And in that process, I decided I was going out and buying some new clothes for myself and pair of shoes. I needed a new pair of flats. Went into the shoe store and absolutely fell in love with a pair of heels. And I thought, oh, I have to have those heels. And I can't remember the last time I wore heels, but I bought it thinking I'll give it a try and just see how it goes. Maybe I'll last an hour, 2 hours. We'll see how it goes. And to that point, I'd actually started using those two products on a regular basis. Didn't really notice the impact because I really wasn't thinking about the impact of it until this day on this event, I decided to wear the heels and got there, put them on and thought, okay, we'll last an hour maybe. I totally forgot that I was even wearing them. It was one of those conferences, you know, you're standing, you're walking, you're sitting, you're moving all the time. It was about 2:30 in the afternoon after starting at 9 o'clock in the morning that one of my coaches came to me and said how fabulous I looked in my heels. It was at that point I realized I was still wearing the heels. I hadn't taken them off. There was no pain, except that I was in them for a long time. But otherwise, there was no pain. So this is my testimonial to those products. They work. Don't know sometimes how they work, but the products that go into your bloodstream, and I know Marianne will talk about that further, but it goes to the root of where it needs to be, and it works. The second one had to do with my sinuses and breathing, congestion, allergies, and the same thing. I tried those products. Marianne has them up there now? Yes, they do. Air and Alt. Again, the same thing. I tried them before bed, actually. And after a couple of nights of doing that, I woke up absolutely breathing free. And that is not usual for me. I'm always congested, always have allergies. And it was a wow factor, to be honest. I thought, holy smokes, they work. Those are my testimonials. And again, been on them now for a couple of years, and I will not go off them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rosemary. These are the two products that earlier when we first started and Lori didn't make it, Nikki and I started talking about these. So this is the super duper lung cleanser air. What an appropriate name, don't you agree? And then Alt. As an alternative, this is what you can use for your allergies and your colds. So this will be for the lungs, and this will be more for the upper respiratory, which would cover bronchioles, sore throat, sinuses, that kind of thing. So colds and or allergies there. Okay. Amanda, would you grace us next with your testimonial? And big hello to Julia.
Hi, Julia.
Who's our fearless leader.
So I've been on the product, actually my 1 year just passed. So I've actually been on the product just over a year, and I am actually had really amazing results because I have taken many of the products regularly. And the one thing, well, there's many things, but the one thing that I've been noticing is that I don't get fatigued anymore. I actually don't get that afternoon crash. My weight is actually healthy again. My stomach is completely flat. I used to drink a lot of energy drinks, and they have a lot of sugar, a lot of caffeine. You get the crash out from that because you get a lot of caffeine quickly, and then when you come off it, you're even more tired. Lucky. And so I usually would take the STP, which is what I started with, and the GTS. And this is the one that I really love. This one tastes just like a Jolly Rancher, and it's one of my favorites. It literally tastes the same. Like if you gave me one of each, I probably couldn't tell the difference. But those were the ones that I got off the energy drinks with because I didn't get the fatigue in the afternoon anymore. I didn't get the cravings for sugar. And I also had a lot of issues with pain in my body as well. And I moved to the next product over the last year, was the SLD. And this one is for pain and inflammation. And many people know, like, I was in a really serious car accident about 10 years ago. And so when your body goes through something like that, you get a lot of inflammation and a lot of issues. So for me, that product, I was taking it twice a day, and I still take it, especially during certain times of the month for females. that was the other thing I wanted to talk about. That is a really good product for that as well. I get cramps. If you get cramps or stomach pain, it actually helps with that. And then I also take the Happy. This is another one of my favorites. I love this one. So this is the other one. So this one helps with mood, and it has a lot of good stuff in it. If you look at the ingredients, really good product. So if you get like seasonal depression, or you get like just mood issues regularly, maybe you're really reactive to the moon we were talking about earlier and stuff like that, or just like whatever is going on in life, this one is a really good one. You feel more grounded. For me, it was more grounding, like more calming and grounding. And I had more focus on what was going on around me. And then the last one that I will talk about, because it's another one of my favorites, because I have little kids in the house, and they started junior kindergarten this year. And so when kids go into school, they come home, they bring home every germ, every sickness, every disease. And I've been really lucky. I noticed over the last year that the way that if I get sick at all, it's for a day or two, and I just get a runny nose. I do not get like, so when you're sick and you're so congested, your throat's sore, you're tired, you can't do anything. Well, I don't get that anymore. I sneeze a little bit, and then I get a little bit of runny nose, and then I'm fine. So after like 2-3 days, I'm fine if I even get sick at all, because you can't dodge every sickness in life, but not when you have toddlers and they're sick like every other week. So I noticed that my immune system has, over the last year, been a lot stronger for me. So the GRW, that one is a AAA rated product. It's award winning. And during 2020, when all the stuff in the world was going on and it was like chaos, that was when our product won the award. So I really love that one. Julia can probably talk a little bit more about GRW, but for me, those are my favorite products. And just like I said, over the last year in general, I have had really good results. I feel better. I don't feel tired anymore. I don't get night sweats. My weight is like, my stomach is flat again. Of course, I work out a little bit, but I notice that I have the energy to work out. And for some reason, I don't have the belly, because I think the MLS one, mine is not with me right now. It's in my bathroom. That one is my favorite, another one of my favorites. And that one is a good one for if you're trying to cleanse all the parasites and toxins and all the yucky stuff out. And that's another one that I do regularly as well. But yeah, over last year, I've had really good results. So that's been my experience with the products. And obviously they taste good because they're candy and they're not messy, and you don't have to worry about like making a big mess in the kitchen, trying to make a shake, or, having a night table full of 800 bottles, because I was the worst one for that. So I don't have that anymore. I just have candies, and I can bring them anywhere.
I think your energy drink substitute is the biggest. Well, maybe not the biggest, but also the hormone, it's so hard. Like, there's so much hormone balancing required through a female's life. And not that the boys don't need it. Of course they do. Men need it as well, but oh my goodness. And yes, we will definitely have Julia speak on Grow, because she has gorgeous hair because of this baby. Go for it, Julia.
I'm so happy to see everyone. Is it my turn to talk already? I feel so blessed to be able to speak. It is so good to see Nikki and Rosemary and Amanda, and I'm always thrilled to see you, Marianne. But I have to say, seeing everybody else is just a joy. I haven't seen you guys in a hot minute, so I'm happy to see you all. We've been doing a lot of interesting new work recently with metaphysical and quantum discoveries around our products. And it absolutely excites and it actually thrills me to be able to talk about these things, because I knew that we had something unique and special here, but I didn't know how to put it into words. And it's interesting because the drops themselves, the candies, are not using a synthetic frequency. They actually hold the intelligence of nature inside of them. And every lozenge is infused with the energetic blueprint of its ingredients. So when you let it dissolve under your tongue or in your mouth, and you have an intention around the product, your body knows exactly how to receive that message. This is something beautiful and wonderful. This time of year right now, we're kind of in a full moon period, right? We're coming a little bit out toward the end of the full moon here, but we're in a full moon that is absolutely beautiful and in more of a feminine space and more of a feminine spirit, but we're going definitely into a more masculine one with the next full moon for sure. But what I love so much about these products is the intentionality here and the usage of these products to feel better and to renew your energy, to stabilize and ground you, to calm you in a different kind of a way than we've always spoken about with the products. So yes, the ingredients themselves, absolutely incredible. First of all, they're grown in the cleanest environment, no pesticides, really fertile soil with a lot of robust minerals and nutrients and protein and just really clean, healthy soil. That's important, isn't it? Because if you're getting your food from a nutrient-rich environment, then the food itself will be more nutrient-rich. And I love that. But every ingredient also has a signature, right? An energetic signature and a frequency that we're all able to tap into with these products. If I were to eat enough bananas to get the nutrition that I need, it would probably be in the neighborhood of what, 30 bananas, 50 bananas? And I love bananas, but I don't think even as a banana split, I could manage that many. But what's great is that I can have the benefit of ingredients like bananas and the best possible health from that because of the way that we manufacture our products. So oftentimes we talk about what the ingredients specifically are, which are really unique, and how they're grown, which is really unique, and how the product is absorbed in your body, which is unique and which is powerful, and how it's manufactured is incredible. So we have all of these wonderful high-end methods of manufacturing, of ingredients, and of absorption. And all of those things culminate into being better for your body, which is so incredibly powerful. So a lot of the reasons why people who work in energetic medicine or people who are concerned with getting the highest quality of ingredients or working with things that are going to make you feel the very best, why they love our product so much is because of those three individual pieces and parts, okay? That you have something where the drop is actually the most high quality ingredients. It's manufactured at just the most unusual, interesting way. But one of the things that's so interesting about it is that when the ingredients are harvested at the height of their growth process and they're sent to our factory that we own, we don't send this to a factory where other things are being made, which is a lot of products. We're not doing that. We're sending it to our own factory where the actual ingredients are going to be infused with negative ion technology and the highest level of frequencies to break down the material, the actual fruit or botanical material itself, so that we're just getting the blueprint of the information that your body needs. This is important. This is very important because you don't want to be having anything that has to digest in your body to get the message. So Grow specifically was one of the first 3 products that I tried. The first one was for sleep. and is our banana flavored product called RLX. When RLX was originally created, it was specifically created for anxiety. But the benefit, the side effect that was so powerful and so good for us was the deep restorative sleep that our bodies were able to gain from using RLX. You pop it out of the package, pop it into your mouth, let it dissolve in your mouth, and boom, it helps you to fall asleep, or at least clear your mind so that you're not overwhelmed with thoughts. But the second product I used was Grow. Now, I probably could eat boxes of Grow by the hour. I think it tastes so good. It is so darn yummy. It tastes like grape, like Hubba Bubba, or Concord grape. It's a little tart, a little sweet. Like Amanda was saying, it's like you couldn't tell the difference between a Jolly Rancher and this product. So sometimes people think, oh, it's beneficial because it's this good for you candy. Well, it's way beyond that. It's going to help you with your mood and mood stability, but not like an upper and not like a product that's going to artificially help you feel better. This is going to be right from your heart and your inner being. The chakras that are associated with each of these products are also very exciting. We do have the information about which product, which chakra. I'm looking right now to see if I can find the specific one for Grow. Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. I'm sorry, I'm looking at what's up for beauty. I was studying the BTY product, which is specifically for your inner beauty, as well as your how you look on the outside. What's interesting here is that we can take a look at our products from the ingredient perspective, the manufacturing, the energetic frequency, the chakras, and the emotional healing and emotional benefits, but also from the quantum codes. If you've ever looked at Grabavoy numbers, you can look at the products from that perspective. I think that our products are absolutely so exciting. I can't get enough of studying them, looking at them from across many different, different angles. Even the moon phases, which is the ideal moon phase for which individual product and ingredient. So I've been doing some studies with that recently. I find it to be thrilling and exciting, and I almost get overwhelmed with the information. It just, to me, it's so incredible. So I'm looking here. Interestingly enough, when it comes to Grow, more than any of the other products, what I experienced with Grow was a mood boost. I felt like everything was going to be okay. And when I was introduced to this product, it was during COVID when things were not okay. So it was at a time when I really needed that. But at the same time, I introduced our product that was specifically for stamina. So this mood and immunity product and this stamina product, and I put them together, Grow and GTS. And my hair just started growing and growing and growing. It wasn't as healthy as I wanted it to be. And it got really long. It got down past my waist, all the way down to my seat. And what I realized is I needed something that was going to make it thicker and stronger. And that's where BTY came in. And think about it. If on the outside of your body, you're seeing something that needs a little help, the inside of your body does too. So for me personally, I needed more collagen, and it was obvious. It was obvious. My knees, my ankles, my wrists popped like popcorn at the movie theater. I sounded like Snap Crackle Pop when I came walking. And I realized I really needed some collagen boosting. And that's where the BTY and the BRN, Beauty and Brainy, come in. So those ingredients are incredible. I could talk all day, so I don't want to do that because I don't want for Marianne to say, get off the screen, Julia. But I do want to share with you that if you're wondering how these are working for you and you realize that we're all energy, you'll realize that these are going to work in your body at the molecular nano level and really helping you to be better in all ways. And I'm excited that we're sharing this with you and that this information can be shared whether you're a medical professional or you're an energetic medicine professional or someone whose feet hurt. Because I'm one of those people in that category. I was a person who had aches and pains and couldn't stay awake or couldn't sleep or whatever, and these solved those problems. And now I'm learning so much more. Thanks for letting me share, Marianne.
Thank you for coming on here and sharing. Isn't her hair gorgeous? I
Ooh,
mean,
thank,
she's gorgeous. But look at her
ooh,
hair. Holy
thank
Toledo.
you.
Show
Yeah,
us
it's
your hair.
really.
Show us some more hair, because
Show
that's
us some more hair. Okay,
this
let's
is
see.
this
I
is
haven't brushed
I
it
love
today.
this product. This with where did I put the grow, guys?
It's down to my. It's back down to my waist again.
Here. These two, greenish and
I had
turquoise. This is my Tiffany.
I had cut it off to when we went to Arizona. I had cut. It had gotten to here,
Uh-huh,
and I cut it to here,
uh-huh.
and I guess now it's been what, a month and a half. So it probably grows. I bet you it grows about 5 inches a month now or something like that. It grows so much. Like I can't keep up with hair dye. So I love to color my hair. I love to color my hair. And I cannot keep up with it. So I just color my hair when I for certain specific things because I can't keep up with it. It grows too quickly. I'd be doing it weekly. So I I don't want to do that.
It's beautiful. It's gorgeous, gorgeous hair. And we had a fun time in Arizona. And we had even more. Well, I don't know about even more. I mean, it's different fun. Arizona
Different
was
fun.
fantastic because I love Arizona, but I've never been
Yes.
to Dominican. So we had so much fun in Dominican, especially Julia.
Yes, I did.
But yeah.
I broke my thumb. It was so fun. Right away when we first got there, I was having a wonderful fun time and slipped and fell on a jetty. And anyway, very comical.
Ended up in the hospital and had a blast after that. So yes.
It's true. And you always know I'm coming. The word KLUTZ. I don't even want to say it out loud, but that is me. I tend to be a KLUTZ. Klutz.
Oh, you're not a klutz at all. You're not
Two
a
left
klutz.
feet. My two sisters have rhythm and dance and they move and all the things, and then I come stumbling into the room.
And I lost my roommate to her because
That's right. I needed
she
help.
was broken wrist and thumb and
On my
gum,
right
you
hand,
know.
on my dominant hand too. So yeah, it was funny.
Yeah. So
Oh,
anyway, but it
that's
was
great.
fun. We have a lot of fun and we travel a lot. And Julia is, so my sponsor, all of these beautiful ladies that you see here, I'm their sponsor, but my beautiful sponsor, Linda, who is at work right now and
She is.
not able to make it. So Linda, and then Julia is Linda. So Julia's our head queen. Well, Tina, Julia, Linda.
Tina's the queen, right? She might be the empress. I might be the queen.
We have so much fun, and we had so much fun because we did. And what do we do in Dominican? We went and we did a what's it?
Don't remember.
No, what's it called? Escape room.
We went to an escape room. Oh my God.
We had
So
much fun.
one day a small group of us were chosen to go to this escape room with Tina and Kelly are the king and queen of escape rooms. If you've never done one, they are so fun. But when you do them with people who know what they're doing the whole way through, oh my gosh, because Marianne and I were like, what do we do now? What should we do next? But we had such a good, it's so nice when you're selected in a small group to do something. It feels so good because you get to do something fun together, and we did that. It was just beautiful. You know, we were selected because, I had broken my hand, so I couldn't go on the regular hike with everyone else.
Well, that hike was long, and so I think we had more fun.
14 hours, right? They went for a 14-hour tour and hike and things like that. And with what I was
3-hour tour.
right, with what I was dealing with, 14 hours was out of the question. Tammy jumped on with us. It's so nice to see Tammy too. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm the luckiest girl.
Tammy, tell us about your testimonial while we have you here, because she has to get back to work too. So.
Oh, yes, and I could chitty chat all day.
I'm at home today. I don't go, I get to work from home lots of different times for different projects. So yeah, you know what? I'm happy to be on here. Thank you so very much. And I love the title on authentic leadership, because I've met a lot of people over my 20s. I'm in my 20s right now. Who call themselves a leader. But what I love mostly about Marianne and Julia and all these other lovely ladies here is that the leadership that they have is coming from a space where they really care. And I feel that authentic leadership needs to be celebrated, as opposed to, it's a title, but it's like saying someone's a dad when they're not a dad, if that makes sense, or someone's a mom and they're not really a mom. So honestly and truly, like the leadership from every one of the people I've met through APL Go has been stellar. No comparison. And I love APL Go simply because I was that girl who thought I didn't need anything. I'm the Energizer Bunny. I'm not sleeping. They told me that I was anemic and I don't know, I was going to lose, I don't know, I was going to pass out. I should be tired and ask my husband all these questions. Gave me a blood transfusion because my body was so used to operating at a certain space. And then Marianne said, you want to have these? I'm like, yeah, I'll try it. I've had vitamins. And then when you don't use them, that's when you know that you really need them. So just recently, I fell twice just in the past 3 weeks.
Oh, no.
On my stairs, one, and then another time down here in the floor where it was just wet when I had mopped it, and I mopped it and I missed the spot of drying it. And little did I know that how quickly STP and SLD gave me relief.
Yeah.
So I went through a whole sleeve of these because you said the candy, they taste so good. They taste so good. So I noticed it within hours of whatever stiffness, how I knocked myself, that I didn't feel it anymore. And it's because of this SLD. Now I'm a fan of Grow as well. It's helped me out in many ways. I feel like my skin's better, definitely more toned. And with my hair, when I had my hair out, I went to a party a couple of weekends ago. They were like, "What the heck happened to your hair?" I'm like, "Well, it always has grown, but now it's even more." And I'm eating them too much, apparently. And I usually have a problem with my allergies. One of my kids was with somebody who has cats, and I'm allergic. And so I had her pop some of these and also myself. And voila, I was good to go. And I'm eating this one RLX during the day.
Really?
Now, I am taking it during the day. It doesn't make me tired. I think some people think it just makes you pass out. But what I found with myself, can I get any happier? I know we have a happy, but for some reason, I don't. Someone said I don't need it, but I have no idea why. But I'm having the effect of more energy with this one, and I'm taking it during the day. And also, I'm actually more happier. The things that usually bother me, and there's a lot. There's a lot. I don't know if it's because I'm getting older and some of these inefficiencies have always been there with these people and how they run a business and how they don't run a business, blah, blah, blah. This here has been a saving grace for me. I don't know what it is, but you know what? Now I don't have to fill up my plate with all these vegetables, all these fruits, the certain kind of nuts, this kind of food, because that's a lot of food to eat. If I was going to get everything that I needed, that my body needs, I would have, well, my desk, I'm sitting at my desk would be full. You would think that I was at a buffet, but it was only me. So the good thing about this for me with APL Go, I don't have to, force myself to think, oh my gosh, I didn't only had, 3 sets of vegetables. I only had 2 of this. I need more calcium. This does the brain work for me. So thank you so much, APL Go.
You're so cute.
That is so fun. Can I share something with you? Because
The relax
Tammy just
definitely
reminded
takes
me.
the edge off. Sorry.
I don't know why, but it really does.
Hey, it does. It just does.
I was thinking about what Tammy was just speaking about with the cat, the allergy and the cat, and also with Rosemary with some pain. And Amanda, you were talking about pain and stiffness as well. And the other day I was on a call, and I don't know if you've tried this because I haven't, but I do recommend that you try it. If you take one of our drops, and in your case, Tammy, Alt, and put it like one of those tiny little spray bottles, a travel size spray bottle where you add maybe an ounce or a half an ounce of water. And in this case, you can use a small amount of water with an Alt, for instance, or for pain, you could use Stop or Slide. and add it to a spray water bottle. You can use it topically on your body. So for allergies, you could use it. You could spray it up your nose to protect your sinus cavities from the dander. You know, if you started getting itchy, you could use it. If you had a mosquito bite or a bug bite, you could use it on your skin that way and topically. And for pain, you can use it that way as well, or stiff muscles. And you can also use it as eye drops. So Tammy, if you got some dander near your eye or in your eye, or, you know, an outdoor issue or something like that, you could use it in your eye as an eye drop. Isn't that beautiful? And
Wow.
many of the members of our team have been doing that. And I have really not. I've done it with the dogs. That's how we give our dogs their products. But we also have feral cats, so you can drop some, like MLS for an anti-parasitic in their water dish. Isn't that fabulous?
It's
I mean, it's just-
fantastic. But you know
it's
what?
just
They taste too darn good for me to put in the water.
There you go.
I love that you said that, and I'm going
Yes.
to definitely recommend that to people. But guess what? These babies, I'm popping these things. I have a jar that says Jubes and Skittles. Let me tell you, I don't even
They
touch
go in
them
there as
anymore.
your jujubes and
They don't, I don't
Skittles.
touch them
Okay.
anymore. They taste too darn good to. Why would I put water in it? I'm sorry, but they
That
just
is
taste
so
too darn good
cute.
for
I
me.
love
But I love
I
that.
love it. Yes, I love that you said that. That is so fun. Yes, absolutely.
And
Why
Skittles
bother?
and all.
Why would I do that and deprive myself? Like Amanda said, it's helping her with her cravings. Why would she do that? She likes the effect that she's got. Yes, okay. Well, don't do that then. But if you have a little kid or somebody in your life who gets a mosquito bite or gets a bee sting, you know, all those terrible things that can happen to us, then you have a method to help those little people. Not you, but your little people. I love it. Oh my goodness. You guys are so fun.
Can we talk about MLS for a little bit? Because I think this is one of the most powerful drops that we have
Mm-hmm.
in the company. Not because the other ones aren't powerful, they of course are, but this is the center focal point of almost everything. Everything that starts in the microbiome, this will heal, balance, fix. I don't know what else to say. Yes, it kills off parasites, a lot of them, 250 different kinds. So
Yeah.
yes, I give it to my dog and I take it because I love my dog. I kiss him, I hug him. I'm sure he's carrying all kinds of parasites. I don't care. I'm not gonna
Goodies, extra passengers.
extra passengers. And this is what we use to get off the train. You're not welcome here. Not to mention, if you want a smaller tummy, this is your magic pill right here. That's it. That's what I want to say about that. Now, the complement to that one is this one, of course, HPR, which is the liver detox, mild detox, super liver support. I don't know anyone who is over 40 who doesn't need a liver support. Either you're perimenopausal or you're menopausal if you're a female. And if you're a guy, I don't think you're exempt from any of this. I think you're getting the same thing we are. You're just different, and we're not calling it menopause, even though men is in the word. I don't know why we're not calling it menopause, but there you go. And it's not all about what you're drinking. This isn't about what you're drinking and alcohol. This is not just for alcoholics. This is for foodaholics. Hello, foodaholics.
Oh, yeah, food addiction.
Foodaholic.
But my husband, who when he likes to drink when he goes to Las Vegas, that is his absolute favorite candy, his
Yeah.
favorite drop, and he loves to tell the story about how we've gone on several of these business fun things, you know, together, and he always overdoes it. And the next day, he always has to be somewhere bright and shiny with a smile on his face. And the very first time that happened, he was hurt and puppy. And he woke up, and as he got on the elevator to go down a few flights of stairs at 7 a.m, he popped an HPR. Went by the time he got to the first floor, he was fine, no hangover.
See?
And yes,
And
it's
then
a terrible
to add
story.
happy
My mother
there-
would be appalled.
Add a happy in there, and we're ready to roll. Or if you're Tammy, then you can just add a relax. And
Just
then
add a relax if you're Tammy. That's right.
Yeah, that's all.
Tammy's just happy. She doesn't realize she was already happy. She brought
She was
happy to
already
the
happy.
party.
She just took
You
the
were
edge
happy
off.
already. That's right. You brought happy to the party.
I don't want to miss out on NRM for our diabetics or anyone who is insulin resistant like me. I'm insulin resistant. If I'm not careful, I would be definitely diabetic. Or, you know, people say inevitable that you're going to be diabetic when you're older. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But this helps. This will literally lower your blood sugar. You know, it works a little different on each person, even though we all put it into our mouth. All of us, it travels through the mucosal membrane. It does that for all of us, but each person has a different system. You may have more toxins than I do, or you may have less toxins than I do. It might take a little longer for you. It might take a little shorter. This works fairly quickly, and it does take down your blood sugar naturally. Naturally. Bitter melon does the same thing, but it tastes horrifying. Have you tried bitter melon? Has anyone here tried bitter melon?
It's called bitter melon. No, none of us have tried that.
I've tried it. Bitter melon looks like a cucumber with warts. That's kind of what it looks like.
Oh, sexy.
Yeah. Very. and it tastes just about like that. So not my thing, but hey, it does work. I do not want this hour to go without bringing this puppy into the mix. This has shocked me how good it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I can't even tell you. Brain fog from being menopausal, perimenopausal, diabetic, not diabetic, I don't know. People who have tumors, people who have had tumors removed, people who need to focus, people who are studying, people who are autistic mildly, a lot more than mildly. What's the other one? ADD, ADHD, and
OCD.
dementia. I have seen clarity of mind. I don't mean it's clear like you were 20. Okay. Nobody here is like, it is a magic, it's not that magic. Okay. Like, we're not going back to our 20s, but I have had clients that have had pretty full-blown dementia that have been out of control with their family members. And I'm talking like a retired nurse is taking care of her sister, that kind of thing. And she could not manage her sister, who was super light. She weighed like a feather, honestly. And she just couldn't manage her until she started taking 3 of these a day. My friend was beside herself. She came to visit. She hasn't been able to, her sister has not been able to recognize her for 2 years. She came to visit her. They had a 2-hour conversation about their childhood.
Wow.
She had to, the sister who takes care of her had to go pick up a car. So this was the only time she left her, you know, with her other sister. So she goes, I came, and she was out of control. So she took one, you know, like, this is what they look like. She took one out of the package. She tried to give it to her. She wouldn't take it. She threw it. She took another one and another one. She threw it like a kid, you know, like, no, I'm not going to do this. This happened 5 times. Okay. So now these things were sprinkled all over, and she somehow gathered all 5 of them, cleaned them out, put them on the table. And she goes, you're going to take these. You're going to take these. She went to go get something. Her sister goes, oh, what are these? Takes all 5 of them, puts them into her mouth, and proceeds to swallow them, or whatever she did. I don't really know. I wasn't there. And she was like, calls me and goes, okay, is anything going to happen? She just took all 5 of them. I go, no, it's like having 5 bananas. Like we talked earlier, 5 apples, 5 grapes. I don't know.
Right.
It's what it is. It's maybe not ideal. Maybe you don't have, I don't know. I think it's just fine. Well, they sat down about an hour after she calmed down. They sat down and talked for 5.5 hours about their childhood, about their from Indonesia. They talked about Indonesia, like she was naming off places in Indonesia, like that she hasn't been there. Like she was in her 80s, like she was 82 at the time. She hadn't been there in 70 years or more, who knows how long. And she was naming places, she was naming people. And my friend's like, oh my God, she goes, do you know how good this product is? And I go, yeah, I do. Now you know it too. And she goes, I don't think I want to give her 5 every day. I think it's 3, throughout the day. Because her sister just couldn't manage her at all. And I mean, she's a nurse, she's a professional nurse. She had to bathe her, she had to do all kinds of stuff, and she just couldn't handle her. And she goes, without this, I can't. And yeah, so I've had some really great results. I now have the last person that joined the company with this. He's an ex-judge. He's out in the US, and he is 80, I want to say 86 or 87. And he goes, I really like these, they really help me stay clear. And I mean, he's a smart guy. Sit down and have a conversation with him. He's awesome. And as you can imagine, he's full of all kinds of wonderful stories. And he goes, I can't get my wife to take them though, because she's got early onset dementia, because she's significantly. We'll take them and put them into a glass of water and just give it to her. And just give it to her. And he goes, really? And I go, just like lukewarm, like not lukewarm, like room temperature. Just let her, let her have it. And so that's what they're doing now, and they're enjoying them. And he gets 3 boxes for the 2 of them. Somehow they share them. I'm not sure. That's probably going to have to go up, because he himself takes 3 a day. So that's how he's been taking them. And he goes, wow, he goes, this is really good stuff. And he's very conservative. Like, he would not say this if this wasn't actually true. Like, he can feel the difference. Right. So yeah, amazing.
Right.
So I don't want.
He has no reason to make that up either. That's a real experience he's having, right?
I do. Sure. How much time? Where are we at with time? Oh yeah. Okay, I have just enough time. I want to talk about these 2 powerful, crazy, awesome, amazing products. So PFT. I'm now on my 2nd route. I'm almost at 13 pounds, not quite. I just hit 12 pounds and a half from my winter weight that I've lost. And donated to the universe. I don't want to find it.
Donated.
I don't want to find it again.
Generously donated.
Generously. Whoever wants it, it's all yours. All you skinny people out there looking to gain weight, knock yourself out. They're out there, 12 and a half. And I'm going down more. This wonderful product will eat away at your visceral fat. It will literally create some freedom for your organs to breathe. And it will be absolutely amazing. Life is easier with this product. For me, I'm a foodie. We've already discussed that. This helps the end. This one, I'm not going anywhere until I talk about this one first. This is now the love of my life. Well, this, and then maybe a few more. And MLS. This is a stem cell regenerator in a beautiful little, that's probably not the one, but it's in a beautiful little package in a candy. Stem cell regeneration has never been so easy. No needles, no surgeries, no nothing. Stem cell regeneration and telomere extension. This coupled with this, and it'll be like, what's dementia? And not because you forgot. Not because you forgot, but because you won't know what it is. I'm telling you this right now. These 2 are my best friends at 63. These are my best friends because I've always been, the kind of girl who likes food. This is my other best friend. Anyways, I just wanted to say that about that. Any final words for all of us? Yay, Michelle. Any final words from any of us, from any of you? Anybody want?
Yeah, I do have one final word, which is, we just talked about a lot of individual products, but there's a really amazing opportunity that our company's afforded us, which is not only can we get these products at a substantial reduction in price because we can purchase them wholesale from Marianne, but they put together packages of products that will work together synergistically so that you can even get a package value. And right now, free shipping, whether you live in the United States or in Canada. So that's a beautiful thing.
It sure is, because I buy a lot because I do trade. I do trade shows, and If you do trade shows, you should definitely give me a call because I have packages already for you people. Oh, wait, I gotta show you one. They're so good. So good. Look at this. Look at this. Michelle and I are gearing to do a trade show in Harmony, Pennsylvania. Is that right?
Oh,
Yes. Because I get mixed up Pennsylvania with Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is a city and Pennsylvania is a state. So yes. So
and Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania, so you're good there. You're safe either way.
Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania, and Harmony is about 45 minutes away from, well, 45 minutes says Michelle.
No, it's like 30. It's like 30 minutes.
30 minutes because she
I like
drives fast. So it's
the
45.
name Harmony. That's pretty. Harmony.
Who doesn't want to live in harmony?
Right.
I
I live in peace and harmony. I love that.
So we're going to do a trade show there. We're going to put our own trade show on. And we're going to do
Awesome.
there's a Christmas show we're going to do, and then we're going to create our own wellness expo and a few other things, which we'll talk about once we have a date for everybody, right? So
Beautiful.
Thank you, ladies, for taking the time out of your crazy busy schedules. Each one of these women are entrepreneurs and busy with their own lives. Rosemary is a mortgage agent. Tammy, I don't know. There's so much. What do you want to say what you do? Because I don't want to say one thing because it's not one thing.
People know me for sales and marketing, but I'm working with people to help them to not dread the dreaded phone call, those cold calls. I'm helping people with that area.
So sales and marketing.
Yeah.
Nice.
So more sales and marketing.
Beautiful.
And all of you ladies owe me a chapter because my book's we need to start putting stuff together. And Michelle's doing the forward. So Amanda,
that's cool.
Of course, is busy with her books and mine because she's my editor. And Julia, well, she's our queen. So she's just busy with all of us. Me in particular. Jules, can you tell me this? Jules, I'm driving. I have nothing in front of me. What's this? Blah, 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 blah. Like if I don't irritate her.
You're so funny. You're so funny. I love you.
20 questions.
Well, I love you all. It's good to see you. And Michelle, it's really good to see you in person. I don't know if you and I have ever seen each other in person before. I've seen your picture, your little tiny picture, but I haven't seen you in person. So it's good to meet you too.
Here I am, live and in person.
Live and in person, coming to you from Zoom land.
Oh, thank you all so much for
Hi, girls.
All of your testimonials.
Nice to see you, Julia.
Michelle and I are going to talk about this now because this is.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Michelle.
Yes, we are cracking the people code today and taking it to the bank, baby.
That's right. Okay. So let me see. We're going to just do this speaker. Oh, no. Oh, everybody left. Okay. Maybe I'll just keep both of us up here this way. It'll be easier. There we go. So we have our own little podcast that we do once a week. We go live at 10:30 Eastern Standard Time on my Facebook page. And what is it called, Michelle?
Getting more yeses with M&M.
Oh, how to get more yeses with M&M or getting more yeses? I don't know. Who cares?
I don't know. Sometimes it changes.
It changes because we're both A's, and I don't mean in that bad way, but A is this color. So I didn't put mine in either today. I'd
like to know how mine came up like that.
Changing. Yours, yeah, and yours came up like that. It's okay. We're both ANKB. I'm going to put mine in.
I am doing it right now. Look at that.
I'm going to put
there we are
because I think I can. I couldn't do, there was some stuff I could not do today with Zoom, and I'm just between Facebook and Zoom, it's getting really picky.
They're changing all kinds of things. It's really starting to irritate me.
Yeah, we're not like, we're all about change. We can embrace it. It's okay, but I don't know how to make this public. This is crazy now. Not as many viewers.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I did. And it just got, I'm sure there's something, and it's funny because in Zoom, when it asks you, do you want to go, I put public. So I don't know why it didn't work, but anyway, today we're here, we're going to talk to you about this awesome deck of cards. Pick a card, any card. Pick the order. So both of us are in this, and then this, and then this, and then this last. See, my tongue's not blue. So I take something called methylene blue. For those of you who know what that is, it leaves your tongue blue. So I always say I'm trying to get more blue because I don't have a whole lot of blue in me. I mean, I try my hardest, I really do, but I'm just not this organized. Blue people, I love you so much. I wish I was a little more like you, but I'm just not.
But we can do that. We can increase it just like going to the gym. It just takes time.
It takes a little time for the A because the A is just, I'm too busy being hyper. I don't have time to be organized.
Oh, I love it.
And then sometimes I have to be nurturing because I do a lot of coaching and I have to be, and so for all those questions, I just don't, I can't, I don't know where the answers are for all those. So that was just me being funny in every personality. And so, yes, I'm always trying to use, what's that thing called again? Excel spreadsheets. Someone asked me if I wanted to fill out a form, and I'm like, fill out a form? Why would I want to fill out a form?
Do you know what really bugs me? You know what really tweaks my A?
What?
Like,
I'm scared to ask.
Are you ready? When someone asks me to get on their calendar link,
oh, God.
And there's 300 questions.
Or can you join my group, but first answer all these ridiculous questions that are none of your business?
Yes.
I can't do it.
That drives me nuts. I just had to schedule on someone's calendar and I literally walked away. I said, this is way too much time I don't have to spend.
Yes.
You want to meet with me? Why don't you jump on my calendar? You can crack your code in less than 90 seconds and meet with me, and I'm good with that. Really, all I need, your name, code,
email. That's about it.
Email. Really?
We don't care what size of shoes you wear or where you got them.
I don't.
I had a lady, this actually happened, no joke. I met her at a networking event. She gave me her calendar. In there was 20 questions. Do you feel like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, like this? And she says to me, she goes, oh, you filled out the one for coaching, the one for just a virtual coffee, like a meeting. That was another one. And I'm like, you think I have time to chase down
which
for which one is your appointment one? And what I go, you should be only using the appointment one to begin with. I go, you're not going to get, people aren't going to sign up. Oh, hey, can you coach me?
And I know I'm gonna get a lot of maybe I may make some people angry, but one that really sets me off is if you could wave a magic wand. I'm like, if I could wave a magic wand, I would literally make this questionnaire disappear.
I could wave a magic wand. I wouldn't be here. I'd be in Fiji hanging out with, I don't know, Richard Branson. I don't know where he lives.
I mean,
that's
come on,
Tony Robbins, I think. He's on Nectar Island. Yeah. So, we're just that personality. That's an A. That's an A. Nurturers are also good because we're nurturing when we're coaching, right? Like our nurture really comes out because we have to, because people want us to be empathetic. I can't even say it, empathic. They want us to, and they're busy getting their vans ready for the whole community to go into that van so they can drive them over to the hippie fest that they're going to. We're going in a Ferrari. They're going in a van. It's just the way it is. And they're lovely and I'm going to have a great time with them.
Well, when I had kids, when I had kids, people asked me, like, are you going to get a minivan? And I was like, no, I will never drive a minivan. Thank you for asking.
Thank you for asking. Somebody said to me, he's like, oh, my dream is to have, what are they called? Is there one called an Odyssey? Is that a van?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Lord. And I'm like, that's your dream? I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna, like, I don't want to try to laugh them out of eternity, but that's your dream.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with it. Every code wants something different. They just have different values.
It's
And we're not
also,
making fun. Like it's not about
yeah,
making
we
fun.
are.
It's
Yeah, we are making
no, we aren't. We aren't making fun.
we are a little, but not that much. Not that. No, I made fun of my friend because he was just funny, but he was driving some other kind of van and he wanted this one. And I'm like, okay, whatever rocks your world. I thought that was great.
Yeah. Well, you know, in even in our speed coding, we do visuals because
Mhm.
certain codes like certain cars. It's just based on our values. Some want cars that are sexy and fast. Some want cars that you can fit your family in, right? That are going to work well so you can take everyone together and have a kumbaya.
Yeah, and a barbecue at the Kumbaya Fest.
Yes.
And there's going to be flowers and there's going to be some oils and candies for sale because that's where the wellness expos are, right? So I'm going to have a lot of this. This is going to be quite active with me. But if I'm going to organize it, I better have a lot of this coming up. And if it's going to be organized somewhat, I mean, for sure, this better be somewhat active. And then if it's going to go up onto the computer, we better get this involved or else nothing's happening. Right?
Well, yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, just like your APL code, delicious, yummy drops that I love, especially the ice. The
I
ice
know,
is
right?
my favorite.
Do you know?
I need to get more of the ice.
You know, I didn't have the ice. I didn't speak about the ice. Well, we're having a sale on right now. I think today it's still on. If you, or depending on how much you order, you can get, we'll talk later. You can get like 50% more, or if you make a very large order, then it's 75% more product. So 75% of the product that you order, if you order, I think it's like 600 and above. And then if you get the 3,000, you literally get $6,000 worth of products.
Whoa. That's
Yeah,
one
they
hell of a
do this
deal.
about once a year for a couple of days, and I think it's still today. Anyways, I have to check. But yeah, even these will do different cars for different reasons. Or let's say these two will both buy a Mercedes, but for different reasons, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We got
Because it's
safety.
economical, it's perfect, it's the best car in the world, or blah blah blah, or whatever. This one, yeah, this one makes sense. This is going to go like this, and this one doesn't care. It just looks pretty. So we're going to drive, and it goes fast. It goes fast, and it's good. This one does it come in a van? No. Or maybe it does. Maybe, oh, I think Mercedes does, because I knew someone who had a big, gigantic van in Europe. But anyways, let's talk about speed coding for a little bit. So speed coding, I say speed coding makes you psychic. So it kind of makes you analyze people really quick without these, without here, fill this in, right? And without having these present. You just kind of look at the person and go, oh, yes, A, B, N, K. I don't know. I'm just saying random stuff. Or ANKB. That's what they are, because that's who they are. And it just makes you psychic, and it teaches you how, and you can instantly sell to people, and you know exactly what to say to make them interested in your systems and your processes, because that's the big picture. And let me see. Because it's logical. Oh, my logical people. Oh, but it's for the good of the whole community. Yes. Yeah, let's do it. It's action. It's beautiful. Let's do this now. Right? And so this way, you just get a little bit of practice. You learn how to do it, and then you're psychic, and you can talk and sell and speak to anyone. And you know what? Don't tell me I'm not in sales, because everyone's in sales, right? Guys, have you asked a girl out ever? Yes, you have. That's a sale. You sold yourself, Now girls are doing it too. So girls, have you ever successfully asked a guy out? Yes. You've made a sale. That's everything is a sale. Hi, honey. Can we buy a new car or a new couch? That's a sale. Right?
How you
Okay.
get your child in the tub at night is a sale.
Or your dog. That's
Yes.
a sale. Everyone's a sale. And animals have codes too, right? Kids have
Yes,
codes.
they do. Every single living being in the world has a code.
That's right. And where business is concerned, who wants more yeses? I don't know. Is there anyone who wants more no's for some crazy reason?
I don't know. I don't know, but I'd really be interested. I'd be interested in seeing if there's someone who says, yeah, you know what, I do. I'd like to have more no's.
Yes.
Maybe it's because they heard to get more yeses, they need more no's, but that is total BS.
That is BS. And you know what BS stands for. That is not a bank code. BS. Yeah, you don't need more no's. You need more yeses. You need to do things in a shorter way. You need to understand people. And not only does it make you psychic, it makes you understanding, and it makes you more successful, which in turn makes you more relaxed. And when you're relaxed, more things come to you without you chasing them. Is there anyone here who would prefer to sit there and chase and chase and chase and chase? I don't think so. I think if you said that, you're lying. That's all I'm going to say. Mm-hmm. So, wouldn't it be nice if you knew the customers that you were dealing with, the clients that you were serving? Wouldn't that be nice?
Well, if you understand what drives human behavior, what drives buying behavior, like why do people buy? No one wants to be sold to, right? No one ever said, yes, I'm super excited for someone to sell me today.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody's ready to tell you about the things they bought.
Mm-hmm. That's
So
right.
people love to buy. So if you figure out why they buy and you crack the people code, everything becomes easier. Just like Marianne said, you have more confidence, you have less conflict, you have more understanding, more patience. And when we make fun, it's because when you can make fun of those little things, everything changes. It's not personal, it's personality, where now you're able to go, oh my gosh, my kid does that. Now I understand why. He's not trying to annoy me. It's just his operating system. It's how he shows up in the world. So
Mhm.
how can I adjust and shift so that everybody's seen, heard, and understood, and you have more influence in the world? That's when things change and things become easier. Who doesn't want easy in their life?
Mm-hmm. And just easy with ease, and in turn more respect. Like, who doesn't want to feel like they're respected, whether you're selling to them or your best friends, or you're trying to, there's a bunch of friends and we're trying to pick a place to go for dinner, and you really want to go to, I don't know, the steak place. Isn't that sales? Isn't that winning? I mean,
Sure
it's
is.
just respectful to say, hey, you know what? This is what they have over here, and da 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 da. And wouldn't it be just nice to address what the person needs to hear? So, and I was kidding about us making fun of people. Of course, we're not, because what's interesting is both of our partners, both Michelle's and mine, are these personalities prominent. And then, we all have all four, obviously. It's so funny because I went all A on mine yesterday, and I thought, oh, I better apologize. and I did. I sent an email, and I got a text this morning. So, and both have incredibly busy days. So we can't even, that's as romantic as today's going to get for us.
Well,
But
can I just tell you, can I just say something?
absolutely.
That blouse looks spectacular on you.
Thank you. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
You know what I forgot to talk about in the APL Go Hour? These beauties. Look at that. This has volcanic ash inside, and quartz crystal, and it helps your body stay balanced. Mhm.
Oh, I need balance.
How
do I get one?
This
Send
is
me
the
a link. How do I pay you?
How do I give you money now?
I'm trying to give you money. Take my money.
Take my money right now. Yeah, it's beautiful. And you know what? So we do love everyone. And we have, for sure, I have friends that are all of these. For sure, we get into it. You know, I've been friends. My friend is here. She is this. Just a second. I'm gonna put these in order. This is her. She
I
is
knew you were going to
first-
say NK.
She's an NKBA. That's her. We've been friends for 46 years. So, you know what? It's possible. It's possible. And we love each other and we drive each other crazy sometimes because maybe we're not so diligent, you know, but I did introduce some of this to her and I said, look, this is the way you are. Why are you trying to change? You're not. And this is the way I am. So when I'm doing this, don't stop taking it personal. It's who I am. It's who I am with everyone, not just you. And, you know, this is you. She goes, yeah, you know what? This really is me. I'm like, yeah, it's exciting. And everybody likes to feel included and acknowledged and respected for who they are. Nobody wants to be told, go change, go change, go change, you know?
Yeah. And everybody buys for different reasons.
Yeah.
Like
And we love it.
APL Go drops. Let's just use that for an example, right?
Mhm.
Well, the blueprint. Why would the blueprint buy your drops? Because you have a proven system, you have bundles that go together, they work together in synergy, right? Where they can get a discounted price.
Mhm.
It's been around for, I don't know how many years, but the company's been around for a long time. It has credibility,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm. There's a process and a system.
Right. A process and a system to follow, easy step-by-step directions.
Mhm.
Actions. Why would they? The opportunity of a lifetime. Bring in additional income streams, right? They can make as much money as they want. They have freedom. They have fun to do whatever they want, work from wherever they want. Why would they take the products? Because it's easy, it's simple, they taste delicious, and you're like, it's like eating candy. And it makes you beautiful, it makes your skin beautiful, it makes you age backwards. Like that's why an A would. And why would nurturing want APL Go? Because it's a community of amazing, beautiful people who are there to support each other. Why would they want to take the products? Because the products are good for them and their families. They can help their families feel better, look better. Why would the knowledge want them? Because the research behind it is top of the line. The experts that have created them have done the research on all of the products to find the best products to help people. And the research and the science is there to back it. Bam! That's why all four codes would want to work with Marianne.
It's true. It's true because I have people on my team that really like the process. And I'm like, yeah, you're going to have to go do this, this, this. This is, you know, I don't do a process because I'm too much of this. I do my own thing. My own thing works for me. But I use all of this while I'm doing it. While I'm being me, I'm using all of this. I just don't have like such a defined process, whereas they love it. So I'm like, here you go. This is the process for the company. So you have it made.
Well, and Marianne, you walk people through step by step.
Step by step. And we have white papers. There's all your research, all your questions. And yep, we're going to help a ton of people. We're going to help a ton of people. And we're going to have a phenomenal community where you can be yourself. And we can talk about your successes and your testimonials and everything. And it's fun. And we get to win trips. I've won 5 trips, 5 in the course of, has it even been 2.5 years yet for me? Since I've been with the company, 5 trips so far. I'm about to win the 6th one.
Well, and so that's congratulations. That's awesome. And so much fun, right? And then
I get to help people because I have a lot of this too. I have a lot of helping, so I get to make people feel better. I mean, if you were here listening half an hour ago or an hour ago, all the different things that we did with people, like all the great testimonials and stories are there to make you feel better.
Yeah. And now let's go into bank. Why would people want to buy bank, right?
Mhm.
For our movers and shakers and millionaire makers who are ready to skyrocket their results, this is going to help you do it in half the time and increase your sales up to 300%. Even your top performers are leaving sales on the table, so don't let that be you.
Mhm.
All by being authentic and truly connecting with other people and building relationships that last. Giving people the ability to be seen, heard, and understood and not be salesy. Figure out what they need so that you can help support them.
Mhm.
Backed by a proven system, a step-by-step system and tools that will help you get the success that you need and your ROI.
Step-by-step system. Say that 15 times.
Yeah. And it's all based on a methodology that is the only methodology in the world scientifically validated to predict buying behavior in less than 90 seconds. And there are white papers and research behind it to show that it is a one of a kind and does what it says it does.
Mhm. So now we don't have a date yet because we haven't met up yet, but Michelle lives in Harmony, Pennsylvania, and we are going to be doing an event there. Actually, we're planning on doing how many events, Michelle? We're going to work at the Christmas show. So that's not our event. We're just going to participate in that. But then we're going to create a wellness expo for ourselves in your wonderful place. Michelle, okay, can I say that you own opera house? Like, who owns an opera house? An A, of course. She owns an opera house. Yeah, take that in for a minute. Yeah, go ahead. Take a minute. Balloon green. Take a minute. Digest. Yeah, opera house. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's where we're going to have the Wellness Expo. After the Wellness Expo, or we're not sure about the order just yet. All we know is that the training will probably be after everything, right? So we're going to have the Wellness Expo, then we're going to have a conference, and then we're going to have a what was the first one that we're going to do? We're going to do a 2-day training. So
sales fundamentals and then speed coding.
Sales fundamentals and then speed coding, which is my most favorite. I could speed code until the cows come home because I love it. It's exciting. I won when we were doing it. When I was taking my certification, I was the winner.
Yeah, and you're even in our speed coding participant guide, Marianne. Your little pictures there. Super exciting stuff.
It is super exciting. I made the what did you call it? What is it?
Guide. The participant guide. The work.
Yeah, the workbook. Yeah, there you go. And yeah, but I love it. It's so cool. Speed coding is so much fun because it literally trains you to be psychic. And then you don't have to even carry the cards, although the cards are easy to carry and people love them. They love playing with them. They love deciphering, and then, if you're on a virtual call, you can send them the link. Of course, everybody loves that. But also when you already know what they are, then you can, okay, the link is free, so there's no selling in the link, but there's people go, no, I don't feel like filling things out. I don't want to fill it out. No, this is so much fun. It's going to tell you about that. It's going to tell you about your favorite subject.
Exactly.
Oh, look at you. You're wearing blue. You trying to be a blue?
Well, I wanted to match your tongue, but your tongue is not blue today.
Nope, it isn't, because usually the night, so I didn't do it last night on purpose because last time my tongue was really blue and everyone's like, apparently if people who have been like smoking for like 50, 60 years, they have a really dark tongue, not blue, but they have like a dark.
Really? Is it from like lack of oxygen?
And sometimes it's hairy. So I know this is gross. I know. Sorry, guys.
What?
Yeah. And someone asked me and they're like, are you a hardcore smoker? And I go, no, I'm taking methylene blue. Like it's blue. It's not, But yeah, I don't have
Is that a real thing? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so
Someone
gross.
told me, but I didn't, I don't know because I'm not a smoker. So I
That's
don't
just
know.
gross.
I don't really know anyone who's smoking that long. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I do know them and I haven't really.
I've never,
Probably not everyone, but yeah, apparently your tongue.
I've never really looked at someone's tongue who was a hardcore smoker. Not that I want to.
Not that I want to sit there and examine people's tongues either, but there you go. But your tongue apparently also has reflexology going on in it and so on and so forth. And I'm doing a little bit of face reading. I think face reading is a lot of fun too, because then the whole thing makes you psychic.
It
Tells you
does.
how to be with people.
Well, and why wouldn't you want to get better with people?
Yeah.
Everybody with them, even if they don't work, they're engaged with people every single day.
Yeah,
So
and
you
even if
want
you're
to
not
master the
selling them,
skills.
even if you're not selling them, you at least, you know, like if you're trying to be friends with them, or if you're at a social event, what's wrong with just knowing what they might want to hear? And then
Well, because it gives you a better connection. It's like going into a room filled with people who speak German and you can't speak German.
Yeah.
You know, you're speaking English and you're trying to force your language down their throat. And they're like, I don't know, understand what this person is saying. It's the same with the codes. So
I
why?
think we should all be diversified a little bit, you know. Like I just signed up for volunteering at a golf tournament, so that's not my thing at all. But I'm excited to find out. I'm excited to meet
Interesting.
people, talk to people. You know, I'm not really there to sell anything, obviously, but I like it. I like getting to know different people. I think that's fun.
Bring your cards, crack their code.
Absolutely, bringing my cards, of course.
Yeah.
It's gonna be so much fun.
That'd be awesome. You can set up a little table. I keep thinking of like Lucy from the Peanuts, where she has her little like booth.
I love peanuts. I have my blanket over there that I can see.
I'm not at home, or I'd have mine.
Oh yeah, where are you? You're in New York.
I'm in John's. I'm in New York.
Uh-huh. If it's John's, isn't it yours too? Aren't you?
Technically.
Aren't you guys married?
Yes. Yes.
See, that's an A. We don't want your stuff. We just want our stuff. We're not sitting here trying to get your stuff at all.
Nope. Nope.
Too much fun. So again, we don't have the dates. We're thinking this may happen in the middle of November-ish. Somewhere in the middle of November. If you are interested, please let us know. Either get in touch with Michelle or get in touch with me and let us know if you are interested. You know, would you like to have your own table there? Would you like to it just be a guest? Would you like to bring people? Do you have someone you could refer, recommend? Do you want to be a speaker at the conference? Do you want to learn how to get more yeses at the sales training, the sales fundamentals, and speed coding? These are two things that should be in your pocket all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. And here comes Rhonda. So Rhonda is also friends with Sherry, because they've shared a stage several times. And I had called Rhonda and Brian. I totally love them so much. So I called Rhonda one time and I said, here, let me tell you about bank code breaker. She goes, are you kidding? She goes, I'm just going to be sharing a stage with Sherry. And they were in, I think, Cuba at the time when I was talking to Rhonda. And she goes, that's so funny that you would tell me that right when I'm talking to Sherry. And I'm like, there you go. And look at them. Aren't they beautiful? These are two of the most beautiful people I know. Rhonda.
Hi, guys.
So
Hi.
Michelle is also with Sherry and Esther, which I know you know both of them. And this is Rhonda Swan and Brian Swan.
Hello.
I think they're in
Hi.
Utah today. They're in Utah.
Yeah,
today.
we are. We're in Utah. We flew from LA. Brian just got here from Bali to LA. We flew from LA to Utah for a couple days for a big event that we're at. But how are you guys? Good to see you.
We're awesome. Not as good as you, but awesome. Any final words, Michelle, before we close out with the
Other than crack the code and take it to the bank, baby.
That's right. And I will post the link afterwards. For whatever reason, Facebook's not letting me do anything right now, so I have to wait until the whole thing is done. Michelle is coming to us from New York. These two beautiful people are coming to us from Utah. Nobody's at home except for me. So Brian and Rhonda actually technically now live in Bali, but now I think Rhonda's in California for this year doing some very special, wonderful things. And Brian is here visiting from Bali, I guess. Right, Brian? Brian and Rhonda both know my coach, Robert, who was on earlier today. And so there you go. Thank you so much.
Full circle.
I'm gonna let Rhonda and Brian and Rich are anything. I don't know what they're going to talk about, but the theme is authentic leadership. So you guys talk about whatever, because you're so awesome and so is your business. Go for it. And thank you so much, Michelle.
All right. Well, great to have you, Marianne. Great to be here. It's really awesome to not only share the space with everyone, but you know, I love the platform that you create, and I really appreciate you always including us. Brian and I were actually having this chat. I was like, okay, you know, we have been in business. So we've been together for 28 years.
Yeah.
In business together for about 20.
About 20.
20 years. And that takes a whole lot, right? Especially as a couple and starting out businesses and running families. And for us, many of you may have known our story or may have not, but we ended up leaving the USA in 2008. And there was a lot of stresses that came along with that. So we started our company together, and then we went through a lot of stuff. I don't know if you want to jump in and kind of share a bit of that story differently, because I got to share it last time.
Well, the biggest thing for you is making a decision where, like, we went through a bad real estate ordeal in the financial crisis, and then we're at a point of making a big decision. We already knew that working online, digital marketing, where like the internet's not going anywhere. And Rhonda said to me, she goes, I vowed never to put my future children in daycare. And I said, we're never guaranteed another day in our life. And we sold everything. We had our little 1-year-old baby in tow, Hanalei, and we decided, let's live right now. And we took our business traveling with us. And it was from the 4-hour work week that sparked that idea that if you have a business that you can work online, you can live anywhere you want and really do the things that you want to do. And also for a fraction of costs in beautiful places around the world. So we just took that idea and ran with it. And then lo and behold, now it's 2025. Hanalei's 18. She's lived in 20 some different countries. And we've been able to navigate business or relationship all around the world.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, that story, right? And if you haven't heard it before, and it's like, wow, you were talking about leadership, right? And authentic leadership. It's like being in that position. Here we are at that time. We were at the, height of our careers. We had multiple homes and, $1 million stuff and the cars and the blah, blah, blahs, right? And we find out in November 2008 is when we left. We found out early in 2007, Swans, you guys invested in such a large real estate deal and you're losing everything. So I want to put that in perspective here as leaders. So here we are on top of the world, having a baby, everything's awesome, big business stuff, to losing everything. So we had a choice at that point, right? And I'm going to sit on this side just because my arm's hurting, because I'm holding the camera. We had a choice as leaders, as not only leaders in our family, but leaders in our community. How are we going to react to this situation? And I think often many of us have faced this, whether it was through COVID or whether it's through ups and downs or market shifts or even fear and maybe what's going on in the platform and the environment of the world right now. But as a leader, we get to choose. And so that's the moment we said, okay, we're losing everything. We're going to leave it all on the table. And we're going to fight against just walk away from what everyone said we should do. Swans, go back and get your job. You have a baby now, be a better responsible parent. And instead of listening, because it's easy to listen and go, you're right, we can get a 6-figure position right now. Or what we aligned ourselves with our values, authentically felt into our heart. Who are we for our daughter? Who am I for women of the world? Who are we for business owners when the times get tough that we fall off? And so we then said, no, we're going to do this. And we left with $12,872.62 with our name and a vision and a vow to never put my baby girl in daycare, but also to be a example and to show people, like, look, times can get tough. You could have it all, but you could lose it all. But that doesn't make you who you are today. Your bank account doesn't make you a better mom, doesn't make you a worse mom, right? And your bank account also doesn't make you a better leader. You as a character, go ahead. You have something.
No, and I even have a prequel to that story, and it comes.
We're trading off arms all day.
I'm going to even back it up from before then. It's like when I was 11 years old, my dad, he contracted AIDS. My dad was gay. There's a lot of dynamics on this, but he knew without a shadow of his doubt he had an expiration date coming up. Didn't know if it was going to be 6 months, a year, but his whole life changed when you know you have an expiration date. Yeah. What are the things that you would be doing? He started traveling the world, taking my brother and my sister and I traveling the world. And at a young age, I got to see, wow, there is a whole different world, and we're never guaranteed another day in our life. So that's been in our DNA. 16, he passed away, and some like, oh, my condolences. But if it wasn't for that, it would not be instilled in who I am. Rhonda's, and then Hanalei, she's 18. She's always living that, like, there's never going to be that thing so many years ago, like, do the thing that you want now. Stop putting it off. Yeah. Because you're never guaranteed.
And truly being able and being vulnerable enough to share. Like, that's hard for Brian to even share today, right? However, we know the more authentically we share our story, we share what we are and who we are, our values, that's what attracts people. And we know as businesses are shifting and the planet and the way that, the economy is shifting, right now we are in a community-based economy. Marketing shifting. Like, we've been in PR and media. I've owned a branding and PR firm for 23 years. It has changed so much. I can do as much marketing as I want. However, the moment that we actually stay in our community, we're there for service, pure authenticity, we're a leader in what we do in our daily lives, this is where business is moving. It's in community. That's why we're here at this event now. I'm going next week to New York because I know that us living in Bali was awesome. And it's been amazing for our family. It's been showing everyone how you can live. However, showing up for people in person, whether we fly across the world, like right now, we're in the middle of an event. I was like, oh, Marianne's got me. Okay, 5 minutes. Let's go. Boom, 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 boom. Right? Like, I will show up for you, sister, all day long because you show up for others, right? You show up for others. You put these events on. I know it's not easy to manage and wrangle people like us around, but man, you do it with grace. And that alone, like for this topic, authentic leadership, it's like, that's how we show up for each other. And this is how businesses grow. This is how businesses, will take off and expand. But more importantly, it's really what the world deserves, because there's so much of that fake news and things that are going on out there, and you don't really know who to trust. But when you got your community and someone's like, hey, I need to rebuild my brand, or I need some PR and media, I want to be on TV, you're going to go call Rhonda and Brian, because that's what they do. That's part of the community.
No
right?
matter how automated we get, AI and systems, nothing ever beats the human connection. And that's why we keep on showing up for events. We put on events. We come to communities like yourself, because it is within the community.
Yeah.
It's so true. And I have done business with Rhonda several times and have had the pleasure of being in, oh my God, I don't even know if I can name
Digital Journal, USA Today, like, girl.
USA Today twice, Maxim, CEO, Digital Journal, L. Okay.
Meg, that's right. My goodness, girl.
So close to my heart, because when I was a little girl, not so little at 16, I used to buy L and go, oh, and then I'm like, oh my God, I'm in L.
Right.
But I just want to say this about Rhonda. We had a little glitch with one of the magazines because they were taking forever. And this lady even though it wasn't her issue, to iron out, totally like made this such a smooth, and I'm like, wow, that is some serious awesomeness. Like, this girl with her dignity, and this is my business and I have to make everything right, integrity, number one for Rhonda, for sure. And Brian, of course. And I've spoken to each one. I've never had the pleasure yet to meet them in person, but I'm hoping that day comes now that she's on the North.
Yeah, down USA based.
And I love Hanalei. I think she is so the luckiest kid in the entire world to have the coolest parents, and not just cool, but look at them. They're so beautiful. Both of them are beautiful. How are they not? Can you imagine what their kid looks like? For those of you who might not know them, she's gorgeous. Look at this, a mixture of Rhonda and Brian. Are you kidding? She's beautiful. You guys should have had more kids. Anyways, I love it when you share your story. And first of all, second of all, I'm loving your background.
I know.
Did you say you're in Salt Lake
So
City,
awesome.
in Utah?
Yeah, Snowbird.
seen
It's a
Utah.
mountain.
I've never seen Utah.
I'll go on
so
the
big.
gondola tomorrow.
That's amazing. That's amazing. What event are you at?
It's a fun launch called the Black Card event. And so
Okay.
I'm going to share one more thing. When
Please.
last year talking about where you think that like your a business venture is going to go this way, and we were starting, my partner and I, we're doing a development in Bali. We bought land, and then we're like, we're going to do a fund for this, and we joined this fund launch community, and we invested money in it. And then we found out about zoning and certain restrictions, and we're like,
The project's going down.
project went down.
The investment's
then-
gone.
Rhonda went to another event, and this is talking about community, because I want to drill this in on why we're here. Rhonda went to a mastermind event about a month ago, and I was like, community. I said, we're still part of this community. Because of our project didn't work out, it's the people that go there and the connections. So you may not be doing the same thing, but it's like, let's go.
Yeah,
It's
stay in
all
your
part of the
community. Yeah,
community.
it's just good advice, knowing that things will go up and down, but your community will be there with you. And then to rebuild and to regrow, like, it's not always straight up. However, the bumps along the road allow that upward journey to be even grander. And so we just really appreciate you for giving us the space to share with your community as well.
I appreciate you for coming on here and taking time out of your crazy schedule, because God knows you guys are total international rock stars. Total international.
All right, they're kicking us out of here.
Construction
The
people.
construction guys are like, get out of there.
It's all good. I totally appreciate your time. If
All
you
right,
have
love you,
to, I
girl.
totally understand. Thank you so much. Mwah.
Bye,
You're
everyone.
awesome.
Thank you.
Stay awesome. Love it. Have a good day. Oh my goodness. Let me see. We got to go back here. Oh, and there I am. And there I am. So now I get to talk to you for, let me see the time. Okay, we have one more speaker that's going to be coming to join us. I'm hoping that he will be on time and that he hasn't somehow forgotten. He's absolutely amazing. But Rhonda and Brian are amazing. I'm so blessed that they were able to carve out some time, and I'm so happy that they were both on here too. So yes, please leave me some comments and for the speakers, and tell me what your favorite speaker was, what your favorite quotes were, what did you learn, what are your big takeaways, because authentic leadership is slowly becoming my favorite subject. So my two things that I speak on when I speak are self-love as a foundation for success and authentic leadership. And I think because I have been caught up several times in a leadership situation where maybe it wasn't all so authentic, but the two subjects that I like to speak on kind of complement each other very nicely, because I think in order for a person to allow themselves to be an authentic leader, they have to have a very good and strong foundation of self-love. And when you have a strong foundation of self-love, you can then lead others, right? And just by being authentic, you don't even need to do anything. You know, people will just follow you. It's almost like you're opening the door for them to enter and say, go ahead, please be yourself. I'm going to be myself. So it'd be great if you could be yourself as well. And isn't that the way the world should be? I think that's the best thing in the world, is that we can all just be ourselves and be accepted for who we are instead of ridiculed or, hey, you need to change. Or I think those days are gone. Nobody is going to stay in a company happy. You might stay in the company because of the paycheck, but I don't know how happy you're going to be. I don't really know how that's going to work. Like, that's just, you know, I'll do what you tell me to because I need the paycheck to pay off this, that, or the other, and mortgage and rent and whatnot, but it's not going to lead to happiness. And I think, you know, I think I feel like everything is shifting and changing in the world. And that's what some of these crazy energies that are happening are doing. That they're pushing us around to do some shifting and changing, right? And the world is changing for the better. We are turning into a better version of ourselves. I think that's what that is. What do you think? Let me know in the comments what you feel about that. Because I think everything we do is to change and up-level our vibration, right? And pivoting, I think pivoting, ever since 2020, I think pivoting has really been a huge subject for people to talk about, is how quickly can you pivot? How quickly can you adapt to a situation? And, you know, I do numerous things, as most of you out here know. And for those who don't, I do real estate up here in Canada. I'm just a little outside of Toronto, and I live in a city called Mississauga. It's a big city. And I do a lot of real estate here, and I tend to work a lot with investors. I also, earlier on, you saw Kathy, you listened to Kathy. I do the coins. I do the silver and gold and copper coins because I love copper, and I love gold and silver. I mean, these are oddly enough, these are very secure. They're very secure things for a person with my personality to go for, which is kind of interesting, because when you're an investor, everything is a coin toss, because you really don't know how it's going to work out. Real estate is guaranteed. I mean, you always have a bricks and mortar place, and you will always be able to sell it no matter what. It might go down in price, you might lose a little bit, and it might go up in price, so you might gain a little bit. We don't know. Depends on how long you're going to hold on to it. But there's so many other things that I can't get into it, you know, and I don't think they're bad. I know they've had their good times and they've had their bad times, but there's different investments. So whenever you're doing an investment, you have to be prepared for whatever happens. It's just the way it is, right? And life can be very interesting, and it can take you in various directions. So for me, I had a big shift. I had to close down the business. I had to file for bankruptcy. I had to dissolve a relationship. I had to dissolve another business, and I went to go work in a bank. Now, if that wasn't a shift and a pivot for me, then I don't know what is. And then from there, I went into mortgage broking. Is that even a term? I became a mortgage agent. And from that, I became a real estate agent. And as soon as I got my real estate license, I went to go work as a recruiter at a friend's place. So I was a recruiter and a real estate agent at the same time. Prior to that, I was at a bank. And prior to that, I had my own spa for 14 years. So I've had a very colorful and eclectic life. Prior to that, I lived in Europe for 12 years and had my own business, various kinds, spa on the road, clothing store, etc. I come from a retail background in my earlier years, so I did a lot of retail. I have worked every major mall in the Toronto area. So that was a lot of fun. And then I think just for 2020, I got myself a new business coach and a few different other coaches, and I opened a publishing company. Oh my goodness, I never thought in a million trillion years that I would ever have a publishing company. Now I have a publishing company. I never thought I would be doing not wellness. I never thought I'd be doing a speaker platform, MPowered Talks. Last year, I won an award for MPowered Talks, which is fantastic. So I decided to do a summit every single month, and I've been giving it away for free to the public ever since. So the public can all benefit. You know, there's all kinds of financial issues going on for everyone, but you can always get these for free on my Facebook page. Facebook has changed a few things, so now they only stay up for approximately a month, but now you can go to my YouTube channel and you can get them all there. We've got them all up. They go up on Traverse TV, which is my podcast station, and it goes up there. And they're a lot of fun. And the speakers typically have to pay to speak, and the sponsors have to pay. But the public gets it for free. So it's my way of giving back. And how beautiful is it? We all get to share. We get to share all these beautiful, beautiful things. So just going to leave a message for Jason, and let's see if he's coming. And yeah, so it's beautiful. I love everything I do. And I'm always adding and I'm always shifting. And I hate to say that I change, because I love doing everything I do. And so I would continuously do everything I do. But unfortunately, there's only 24 hours in a day. So I can't do everything I always want to do. So frequently I have to let go of something to make space and room for another. So I've been doing some things. I am starting a new group. If you're interested, please connect with me. And it's going to be a once a week meeting. We're going to meet for an hour every week. So 1 week it will be men and women together. Another week it will be just women. The following week, and then the following week after that it will be men and women again, and then the following week after that it will be just men. So that way I get a chance to help and coach women, help and coach men, and help and coach everyone. And it's not just coaching, it's everybody sharing everything. And it's just going to be a regular once a week mastermind ongoing for like the next year. So last year I did one just for women, and that went off really well. And I feel like I really needed to include men, because I just feel like there's not enough things out there for men. So anyway, so that was that. And if you are interested in joining, please let me know, because I'd love to have you. There is a small fee for it. And if we have to, we will make accommodations. But if you are interested, I want people who are excited about being a part of a community, who are looking to benefit from other people, but who are also looking to share what they do best and, you know, also help others. So it's like a great little playground for all of us to share everything. So sorry if you hear the dialing. I'm just calling to see if my next speaker is available, because I know he's also at another event. And so how blessed am I have all these really amazing people who are, you know, coming on here and blessing me and all of my audience. But I don't know what's going on with Facebook. But there it is. So let's wait another 5 minutes or so to see if he's around. And if he is, we will listen to Jason. And if he's not, we will have to get him on another time. I want to thank everyone for coming here and always being a part. And for those of you who are, you know, sending us some hearts and love and kisses and everything. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. It's wonderful to talk about all these beautiful things, but it's wonderful when people are truly interested and you know you're helping someone, right? Yes. So back to the numerous things I do. So yes, so I'm a real estate agent up here in Toronto, Canada. There is a little bit of international real estate that I can do on a referral basis just because my brokerage is very international. And then I also have the publishing company, as you've now heard. And of course, I have MPowered Talks, which is once a week. So that helps get everyone out. And I have the most amazing speakers. And I do books. And you know what? Books are fantastic for credibility. And not just for credibility, but you know, if you want to become an author, but you're terrified and scared, but you really shouldn't be, because things have changed so much in the industry over the course of the years. But if you did want to become an actual author, but you don't feel like writing an entire book, you don't have to write an entire book. You can write a chapter for one of my books and you're automatically an author. And if you're looking to write a book, I always suggest to everyone, come in to one of my anthologies, become an author, write a chapter, and then you get to put your name. So it'll be like Marianne Padjan, international best-selling author. All of my books have been international bestsellers. And that's the credibility piece that you're looking for. And you want to be able to put that on your book. So, if I have, here's my latest book. This is the last one that we did. Isn't this wonderful? So every March 8th, which is International Women's Day, I put on a summit as a client appreciation summit for all of my clients, because I mostly do work with women. And so this year I decided to add a book. So I gave them each a chapter and 15 minutes to speak on a summit. And it was called Business Goddesses. And isn't it beautiful? Look at this. So good. Such a great gift to give to my clients. I mean, everybody likes it. Who's not going to like it? Who doesn't want to write a chapter? Everybody wants to write a chapter, right? Like, it's just the way it is. So, so that's great. That was fun. And then, of course, I run masterminds and I do retreats. I want to do a retreat in Bali, and I want to do more international retreats. Now, I've done several, oh my gosh, over the course of the years. If I haven't done at least 50 retreats, I don't know, over the course, with people, in conjunction with people, where I've helped them, you know, all kinds of retreats locally and internationally. I have done one in Hawaii. It was on the Big Island in Kona, for those of you who are familiar with Hawaii. And I really want to get into doing some traveling, because the last few years has just been too busy. And with APL Go, I've been blessed enough to have earned 5 trips. So I've been to Dubai. I've even had trips that I haven't even had a chance to be able to go on. There was 2 to Cancun. So I did go to one. I couldn't make it to the other. Just one second, sorry. You know, spell check is so funny. Oh my gosh, we gotta this moon has been so powerful. Yes, so we've gone to Cancun. So 2 trips to Cancun. I won Dominican Republic, Dubai. Dominican, Dubai, Cancun. Wait, there was another one. I thought I went somewhere else. Oh, I did. I won the China and Japan trip, but I won't be going on that one because I'm transferring some of that over to the Greek trip that we're having, although I still need to qualify a little bit because that trip was a little bit different from the other one. So So yes, there's a cruise going to Greece this year. I believe it will be in October. So that has been so much fun. So that's been able to get me out and about to travel again and sort of get the travel bug again. So I really want to do retreats. There's a lot of places I want to go. There's other countries I want to go to. I really liked Dominican and where we went. I would totally do an author's retreat. So Amanda and I will probably do an author's retreat for books. If you wanted to write a book, you could write a book and you could write a chapter in 3 days, 4 days. You could write a book. The advanced version of that would be you could write a book in 4 days. And you can, because I've written one in a book in a week, and that's alongside everything else I was doing, not being at a retreat where you're solely focused on a book, which I could probably do in a day if I really wanted to. It was a short book, but yeah, we could get you to do that. It's fun, right? And some people think, wow, I don't know if I could ever be an author. Like, yeah, you can. You could be an author. You could totally be an author. It could totally happen. Let me just see if Jason is. And then, that's why these retreats, they exist, right? So let me see if he's having some sort of trouble with technology. Just going to give him a call. Give me a minute. No, that's what I figured. Okay, great. We'll see you shortly.
Yeah, I'll be right there. As
Okay.
soon as I can.
No worries. Oh, what's going on with my phone? Yeah, this is what happens with technology, right? It's all good. So Jason is coming. So Jason is also one of my favorite speakers. He focuses on the exit strategy of your business. So he's taking your business all the way to the end, and as if you were going to sell it. So he wants to make your business so profitable that you could sell it for a large amount of money. And then one of the things that he does on the side on his own time is he helps to rescue people that have been sex trafficked. So he's part of that amazing group, and he's such a lovely person, and he's just beautiful inside out, which is what I love. This is my favorite part of this particular job in this industry is I get to deal with people like that. I get to spotlight people like that and show the world, hey, this is what you can do. You can be successful in business, and you can do these really amazing things. And look at all these people doing these big, huge, amazing things. And look at the way people have been hit financially, like the Swans when they lost everything. Me too. I know exactly what that feels like. I lost my mom. I filed for bankruptcy. I was getting divorced, and I was shutting down a business all in the same year. It was so intense. I thought, oh my gosh, there's got to be something better out there. I mean, it doesn't feel good when you're going through it, but when you're in it and then you come out of it, it's like, wow, I can do anything. And it's true. You can do anything, because if you can get yourself out of that kind of a sauce, you really can do anything, right? Life is good. Life is good. So hopefully Jason was having some issues, tech issues, of course, like everyone. So let's hope he can get on, because he is my final speaker of the day. And I'm really hoping that he makes it. So, oh my goodness. Yes. Well, that's okay. We'll just hang out here until he gets here, right? And we'll talk about whatever. Authentic leadership. Authentic leadership. What does authentic leadership mean to you? I should really see if there's any questions in the chat. Comments. Let me see if there's any comment. Oh my goodness. Lots of comments. Leadership. Listen with empathy, be aware of people's needs. That's right. Oops. do this again because this is not working. Anyways, so we could talk about this beautiful skincare behind me. So beauty begins the moment you decide to be yourself. Beautiful. Because it is, back to this, it is the highest vibration. It's higher than love, right? It's higher than love. The vibration of authenticity. Yeah. We have some great comments here. I don't know if anyone's still with us. They may be. Let me see what we have going on. Does anyone have any questions? Don't forget the soul. Hi, Greg. How you doing? It's great. We're just ending the Empowered Talks, and I'm hoping that Jason overcomes his tech issues and is able to come and join us. And then let me see. Great. Excellent. So we had some great leaders. We had some fantastic leaders, actually. We talked about all kinds of wonderful things, just as a quick little recap. And then if Jason can't join us, well, then that's going to be okay. We'll have to get him another time. We had, so the last people that we just had on here were Rhonda and Brian Swan, and they, of course, are absolutely amazing. They have really, they made it sound like it was a lot of fun, but they've gone through a lot. And there's a lot of adversity they have overcome, and they're just wonderful people, to be able to overcome that level of adversity and get through it and still be able to hold on to some level of integrity. That's huge, especially in the PR business. And I'm not knocking the business, but I've met some sketchy people, as there is in every business. It's not just that one, but she is really, she's really quite wonderful. I mean, integrity piece really does come forward there. And it was so funny when I was telling her about Codebreaker, and she goes, I'm just about to go on stage right after Sherry. She goes, I was just talking to her. Sherry Tree being our fearless leader in bank code. So then we had Michelle. So Michelle and I will be doing something. It'll be in the middle of October, and we're going to be doing it in Pennsylvania. So please come and join us. At some point in time, I hope to do something here on this side of the world as well, in Canada, and we'll get Michelle over. We've been talking and trying to figure out how far away from each other or how close to each other that we live. And Michelle and I live only about 4.5 hours apart, maybe 5, I guess, if there's a little extra traffic. So that's pretty close. So I said, yeah, that's something totally doable. And then, of course, we had the APL Go Hour. I mean, gosh, I don't know what we didn't talk about. I could talk about these supplements all day long. And, if you're a wellness company of some sort, if you're a spa, if you're a clinic, if you're anything, please let me know. I would be happy to share my kit. This is my newest love, is I prepare a kit. And then you have samples for all kinds of people. And then it says what each product is for. And then you can see who likes what, and you don't have to guess. Oh, I wonder if people would be interested. Yeah, it's a done for you kind of deal. And then you have little samples. And who doesn't want to take free stuff? Everybody likes free stuff. It doesn't even matter what it is. Everyone's going to take it. And they come like this, right? They come like this. In one piece like this. And then it's hygienic. It's perfect. It's perfect for one person to try. And it is now. Okay, who did we have before that? Oh, we had Kathy with the with the amazing coins. Okay, that was absolutely fun. It's also a business where you can make money, but it's also a great place to be able to save money and buy coins. gold, silver, and copper, whichever one you can afford that day or want, or a blend of both. I have a little bit of both. You can also buy, she did show the eagle, the Grand Eagle, which was, I think, last year when I started, or earlier when I started. Yeah, it was last year. It was something like 3,000. This year, I think it's almost 36. Sorry, not, yeah, 3,000. It's almost 3,600. And you can pay in as little as you want, as little as $1, or you could do $100 a month like I do, whatever. It's all good. And there's a vault, and you can keep things in the vault. You don't even have to have them sent to you. I have a couple here, but not very many, just for the sake of. And yeah, you keep them in the vault, and you can sell them anytime. Anytime you decide, now I want to sell this, you can. It's perfect. And Kathy and I are going to be doing a regular 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time video on the coins every Monday. So we started last week. We're going to do it this week. And Jason is here. Yay! Just as I was getting to the last people. Yay! He made it.
Holy
You're
cow!
actually
I had to reboot like 3 or 4 times. There's a big storm where I'm at, so it's causing an issue.
Lori couldn't even make it. Her stroke was so bad. She goes, unless you want me on the phone, but she goes, I got to tell you, even the phone is cutting in and out. Not as bad. Yes.
Well,
so
hopefully it'll make it from here to till the end of my time.
Hopefully we will, and if we don't, we will understand. But you are actually closing for me today, so you're my last speaker. We save the best for last. Everyone.
Well, isn't that amazing?
So, Jason Sisneros, one of my most favorite people. I'm so blessed to have him here. He has the best exit strategy ever. I'm just going to call you an exit strategist. Is that a thing?
It's a thing. It's what I do.
It's what he does. And then, of course, I can't not mention what else you do. He is one of my favorite human beings because he helps to rescue people that have been sex trafficked. Amen to that one. And with that, I give you the most amazing Jason Sisneros. Plus, I love saying his name. It's my favorite. Go for it, Jason.
What are we doing in the exit game to change people's lives today? What do you want me to talk about?
So it's authentic leadership is the theme for today. So whatever way you want to play with that, go for it.
Got it. Love it. Love it. Well, I'm going to do my best to add as much value as I can in the next 15 minutes as we sort of wrap up. But one of the things that is important about authentic leadership, obviously, is that word authentic. You know, authentic meaning real, to who you are. And I'll give you an example of some stuff that I've been going through. About a year ago, you know, when we started to go down the path of what is our next shift in business, what is our next gear shift up. And 2019, I had just sold my companies, and I thought, you know, what do I want to do from here? And I thought that was going to be rescuing kids for the rest of my life, doing domestic violence work, feeding people through Feed a Billion. You know, the stuff. I thought it was like, okay, time for me to enter into that portion of my life. And what happened was, obviously, COVID hit. And around that time, there's a common theme in my life, which is I don't like bullies. And I figured that out a long time ago, that there is a better way to fight bullies, because that's always going to be an authentic piece of me. Now, where did it come from? Think about your own life and where did your traits come from? Where did your beliefs come from? Where did your passions come from? Where did your non-negotiables come from? And it's always a good thing, good, bad, or indifferent, for you to investigate where they came from to make sure that they're authentically you. And mine came from an adopted father that went to prison for attempted murder of me and my mom. And lots of abuse before then, you know, from family members, from him. broken noses and being locked in a bedroom and, forced to deal drugs and then forced to collect money for the people who didn't pay for drugs, all on and on and on and on and on. So that drilled into me. You have two ways to go, right? In any family, you want to be completely opposite of it, or you become like it so that you don't lose the love of your family. And both are understandable, but both initially are unconscious. It's subconscious response to what's going on in your life. Either one of them is understandable, but when you hear my voice, you hear this message, now you can't use it as an excuse anymore because it becomes something that you have to personally investigate, right? Now you go, oh, no matter what route I went, I got to take a look at it and make sure that that's authentically me and not just a trauma response, right? There is in society a way that you look at trauma response. You go, oh, that turned him into such a good man, or that turned her into such a good woman. Not if it's not conscious, not if it's not, the choice of the person that's riding in that skin suit, right? It's great if I'm doing rescues and all that kind of stuff, and you go, what a good guy. But not if I was doing it to prostitute myself for the love of others, right? Not if it was not, and being successful in business, not great if that is a conscious, effort of bringing out the best in myself and learning new language and learning numbers and being, really fall in love with the outcome of the customer and blah, blah, blah. But I built my first couple of companies on pettiness. I built it on my trauma responses. Therefore, it was built on a beach of sand. It was not on solid ground because it was built for the wrong purposes. It was the wrong response. Did I make a lot of money? Hell yeah. Was I a productive member of society? Yep. Did I end up staying out of prison? Unlike 90% of my family? Yep. But I was still doing what I was doing for the applause of people that did not love me for reasons that are not sustainable nor worthy of love. Being rich is not worthy of respect or love. It's not. And again, rescuing kids, domestic violence, being philanthropic is not worthy of love or respect. The results that you get in those businesses for the purposes and reasons that you build them are the things that you ultimately become worthy of respect and love. Now, the love of the people that are closest to you, the people that true love, honest love, it will be corrective. There's going to be corrective aspects to it. In other words, hey, Jason, hey, Marianne, this is not the right way for you to go. Right? You should be doing this. Maybe you should look at this other aspect and having it be something that is corrective. Love that admires and brags and takes pictures in front of your Lamborghinis and takes pictures in front of your multiple houses. And I'm glad when people have that stuff. I have that stuff. But when you have to have that stuff in order to gain the admiration or love of other people, that love is fake. That admiration is fake. And as soon as you lose it, all of that is gone. And that's what happened to me, thank God, in my early career. I built 3 businesses, built them on my trauma response out of pettiness and, some sad, pathetic desire for the family or for the world to see me as valuable, as it pertained to my bank account. And when I lost it all, it was not just ground zero. Like a lot of people in business, you think that, okay, well, if I fail at my business, it'll be ground zero. I'll start all over again. It's not. It's sub ground zero. It's sub ground zero, depending on all the shit you get yourself into, right? It could be sub. Like I remember the day that I became worth $0. I had a little party because I was $2 million in debt. the respect that I had in the community was completely and totally gone. I couldn't afford to see my children. I couldn't afford to drive an hour to go see my children. I couldn't afford to support my children anymore. I couldn't look the people in the eye. And when I would ask for help, those people that were at my parties and riding in my boat and, doing, clapping for me in public at church, they disappeared because it wasn't real. It wasn't real. And I have a handful of people in my life. Marianne, you're one of them. I have some people in my life that I will always show up for them, always be here for your shows, always, because of who you are, what you're doing, and what you're attempting to do and what you have done in your own life. Fake adoration, it makes me I literally have a physical reaction to fake admiration, fake appreciation. I have, because now I'm back on top again, right? And now everybody's like, "Oh my God, you're so amazing," and I'm like, "Shut up!" Like, I'm a couple of bad decisions away from being worth 0 again. I mean, it would be a lot longer fall to get there, and I'd have to make some really catastrophically stupid decisions. But it's not out of the realm of possibility. We've seen billionaires end up in debt. You saw Mike Tyson, who earned $1.2 billion in his career, end up $50 million in debt. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things.
It happens.
I'm never going to get too big for my britches. I'm always going to walk this path looking for real human beings. And I don't care, like, again, the net worth of the person is not what is valuable, right? The net worth of the person is something that fluctuates through life, but the core of somebody who knows who they are, they've gone through making mistakes, and what they've decided is to ease suffering in other people's lives as a way to measure the constant throughput of their value add. Those are my people. And so we come across each other's paths in odd ways. You and I met through an odd way. We're like, me and Lori met through odd ways. Like, these are the things that it's not odd to me anymore. It's God's hand, right? It's God's hand guiding special people together so that they can do special things and help each other through the different subject matters that they find themselves going through. So happen to be a Christian, and recently, I would say about 5 years ago, I guess, is when Emily and I got baptized together on the same beach that I then proposed to her on. And it was so cool. And we go back there. We were just back there a couple weeks ago, same beach. It's just really, really, it's a special place for us over there in San Diego. We go there. That same beach is where we go during what's called curb time. And curb time is the break that we take after we do child rescues. Because usually we haven't slept for, a couple weeks. We've eaten like crap. We've been through some emotional stuff. We've faced down bad guys, like all that kind of stuff. So we go hang out at that same beach. And it's just really special. And then the people that are at that beach, the people that were at the baptism, the people that were there when I got down on one knee for Emily, these are real people that are not perfect, but they have decided to serve. And I would say, kind of as we wrap into the end of this, that is the bumper sticker. If you want to be better in business, you have got to accept your servantship call, and that just means you're not better than anybody else. Your business is going to be as successful as you can be clear on the service that you are giving other people, the easing of their suffering. I don't give a shit actually what your product or service is. I care about what it does. I care about the suffering that it eases. Businesses only in businesses exist for three things: to make people money, save people money, or measurably improve the quality of their life. And so when you measure the success of your business, when you look at your business, what and how does it make people money, save people money, or measurably improve the quality of their life? That's the value of your business, period. End of sentence. I could have swore I saw a message. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah. So at the end of the day, your business, you got to look at it like it is a device. It's a service delivery machine. The other thing about your business, and this is where we tie into built to exit, which is what you were talking about earlier, is that built to exit comes with, you really don't belong. You really don't belong in that built to exit world, not as a judgment, but as a measurement of mindset. Once you realize, oh my gosh, I've got a company, and eventually, like the phrase that we use is everybody exits. How matters. And we got three types of exits. We have the involuntary one, which I had three of, right? Which you go out of business. In that involuntary exit realm is dying at your desk, having sudden health issues. The bank closes you down. The tax man comes and closes you down. Competition comes into town, kicks your ass. AI puts you out of business. There's all of the things that involuntary exit. It's not a shameful place to be because 90% of businesses end up in that realm. But if you start going, everybody exits, how matters. Now you go, what's the other outcome of owning a business? Not exiting, or exiting, but on my terms. And that's really what we do at Built to Exit is we custom tailors people's exits to say, what is the amount of money that is necessary for you to pay for your own freedom? Because shortcut, based on our short time today, I could go deeper into it, but at the end of the day, every single one of you that is running a business is running it, whether you know it or not, whether you can articulate it or not, whether you've ever thought of it or not. You are running your business so that eventually you have enough money to not worry about money anymore. Okay. And most people forget that, or they never find that out. So ultimately, if that's what you get from the show, is you just go, oh shit, I'm going to exit someday. How matters. So let me look at this. If I'm running a business so that I can not worry about business or worry about money, which is economic freedom, that's the thing. What does that look like for me? Oh, it looks like the house that I'm in, $250,000 is paid off. Oh, the two cars that we have, they're paid off and I can afford to replace them every 7 years. I need to put my two kids through school. I'd like to have a travel deal, and then I'm going to plan on living to 120. Okay, cool. So all of that. What's that? You're on mute.
If you're going to live until 120, then you need my supplements.
There you go. 100%. So, but if I'm going to do all of that, then it has this piece of paper, right? You just write on a piece of paper. Oh, that costs this, that costs this, that cost. And staring at you in the total column is going to be this thing called your freedom number. That's how much it costs for you to be free. Now you go, oh shit, then how have I been running my business? Oh, I've been running it for survival. Now, that's all you're going to get. Yeah, you're going to survive. Hopefully, if you don't got a business, but that's the whole thing. I'm running a business for survival. Guess what? Your business is going to give you survival. If you're running your business to exit it, then it will give you an exit. If you're running it to exit it involuntarily, it will give you an involuntary exit. You will go out of business. You will run out of money. And then all of a sudden, poof, can't pay yourself, can't pay the bills, can't pay the tax man. your business will shut down. Now, on the other side of it, if you custom tailor your exit for your own economic freedom, that takes on a whole other energy. There are strategies, there are tactics, there are connections, there are things that you need to learn. And I talk about it every Saturday, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on a show called The Built to Exit with Jason Sisneros. It's on Twitter and YouTube and all the places. And we talk about this.
I watched
and it's free. Yeah.
Free.
It's good.
Free. It live streams on your Facebook page, right?
Yeah. Sometimes when I get the technology right, but yeah, always, but always it's on Twitter, right? At the J Sisneros. And if anybody wants to come and check it out, and then we have this amazing meeting on Twitter afterwards, which is kind of like a live radio show where all of the business owners from all the platforms come to Twitter and we do a spaces and we have a conversation. Hey, Jason, this is what I thought about your stuff. This is what I've been applying. Here's my big win. Here's my big challenge. Like we have real world conversations, and it comes down to, because the same heart that I love that you just hit hearts as I said heart. It's the same heart that you do your show with. It's pure service. I don't do it for money. I don't do it for fame. I don't do it for any other reason than there are people out there that are going, I have tried every fake ass guru. I have tried every seminar. I have tried every shortcut, snake oil, fakety fake boo boo bull crap out there. There's gotta be a formula. And we learned it. I had to learn it for myself. And I still do. My wife and I still buy businesses. We still sell businesses. We bought 2 the other day. We're in the process of exiting out of one of them. We're doing it. And very seldom do you have somebody doing it that's teaching it. And that's what I thank God more for the most for, because I love teaching. I don't know why. I love it. And God gave me a talent for it. And it's on a subject that is relevant. We help the focus of what we do is we help take companies from wherever they're at to sell for an average of $15 to $30 million. That changes people's lives. Of course, we sell companies for more, and of course we sell them for less, but that's our sweet spot. Taking somebody to a $5 million EBITDA and selling them for $15 to $30 million. It changes people's lives. And we do it for the least amount out there because we are sell side advocates. We are the advocate for the business owner. Whereas it's going to cost you 40 to 50% of the literal sale of your business. The thing that you put your heart, time, sacrifice, probably your marriage, you put 72 pounds on because of, had late sleepless nights, all that kind of, people are going to come in because they're experts and they're going to pick your pockets for about 50% of the value of your business. That pisses me off. Okay. We put you in a position where we can help you all the way through to the sale, and it costs you maybe 14 to 17% of the cost. So we loved helping, and we're here for that. Built to exit.biz or jasonsisneros.com. Easy peasy Japanesey.
Easy peasy Japanesey. I'm going to use that now. Now that's going to be stuck in my head. I love it. Thank you so much, Jason.
I'm so sorry I was late. I literally was furiously doing the thing that I'm not good at, which is tech.
Me too. That is definitely not my thing. Everyone's like, oh, but you run this. And I go, look, I learn exactly what I need to know. And I'm pretty much like, I'm done. I'm boxed in there. It's not something that comes natural to me. I actually just tried to even message Lori to see if she could come on.
Yeah.
She can't. The weather there is so horrifying, and she's a little outside of the city, so it's got to be worse there like it is here.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for showing up, and thank you for staying persistent enough to stay with me.
You betcha. Anytime, anywhere, any place, for any reason. You know that.
Isn't he amazing, everybody? I love Jason so much. I love him so much.
Love you and proud of you. Proud of you for what you continue to do. Stay consistent with it. It means something to a lot of people.
You know, I was like, seriously, I still haven't opened up my non-for-profit because I'm still sorting it out. And I go, I've got to do something. I've got to do something with kids like that. Like this whole sex trafficking thing. I had a conversation with one of my friends and I was telling her about you. And she goes, oh, I wonder if we could involve him here in Canada. And I go, I don't know if they do cross-border stuff. I go, I can ask, but
I've rescued in 19 countries.
wow. Okay. Then we need to talk because she's a school teacher and she like a high school teacher. And she goes, yeah, we have so much of that. I said, oh my gosh. I go, God, things have really like, okay, without sounding naive. Yes, things have changed since I was a kid in school, but come on, like things that the kids have to put up with now that is normal for them to have to put up with. I'm like, oh my God, these are nightmares for me. Like, are you kidding me? I can't believe this is going on. And she's like maybe an hour away from me. And I said, this is normal. I wonder how much of this is happening here because I'm the one that's closer to the city than she is. So
yeah, well, it's happening where you're at. It's happening where she's at. It's happening. It's the fastest growing crime on the face of the planet because a child, and I don't mean this to be, but this is how shocking it is for people that are like, I don't get it. I don't understand. But think of it, that, you know, if I have a bag of cocaine and I sell that bag of cocaine is gone. If I sell the child, I'm going to get the child back again to be able to sell them again.
Wow.
And that's how they look at it. It's a renewable resource and they just wear them out until they're dead. Then they toss them away like they're nothing. And it's disgusting, you know, to your point, it's a disgusting situation.
That is horrifying. And I'm so glad someone as awesome as you is out there helping them. So
a lot of people in the fight.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do something around that because when I hear that, it gives me an extra special kind of like, you know, abuse from your dad, from your mom, you know, that's different.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not talking about sexual abuse necessarily, just abuse. That's different from this. It's just like this is terrible. Like this has got to stop. Like something has to be done. My goodness.
It's a special kind of evil to sell an innocent child.
Honestly, like seriously, it's like it really is a special kind of evil. Like well put.
Yep.
I don't want to end it on this. So I love Jason. I saw a picture of you and your wife on the beach, and I'm like, I love what you do. I love everything. And isn't he wonderful, everyone? You know, let's see some hearts and stuff. And what a great way to close out my summit for today. So thank you again, Jason, for being here as always. Jason Sisneros. I love saying your name.
Thanks for having me. We'll see you again next time.
Thank you and have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.